Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The line between the amber glow of the diner and the deep blue of the desert night was a sharp, unwavering blade. It was a boundary, clear and absolute, separating the warmth of the artificial from the cold of the infinite. Jorge sat just inside it, his back to the wall, a cup of cooling coffee between his hands. He could feel the division on his skin, the left side of his face warmed by the fluorescent light, the right chilled by the pane of glass. It was a line he had spent his life crossing, from inside to outside, from lawful to lawless. And for a moment, sitting in the vinyl booth, he felt a profound uncertainty about which side he was truly on. The door chimed, and the line blurred. A woman stepped through, letting in a whisper of cold, dry air that carried the scent of dust and distant rain. She didn't look like she belonged to the night or the diner. She belonged to something else entirely. Her name was Celia, and she was a deputy United States Marshal. She took a seat at the counter, 2 stools down from a man who was nervously shredding a napkin. She ordered a black coffee. Her movements were economical, precise. She did not look at Jorge, but he felt the atmosphere in the room recalibrate around her, the very molecules of air shifting to accommodate her presence. He knew who she was, not by name, but by profession. He had a sixth sense for lawmen, a pricking at the back of his neck, a coldness in his gut that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. He watched her in the reflection of the window, a ghost superimposed over the dark desert. Her face was all clean lines and quiet intensity, a face that withheld more than it revealed. She was hunting him. He knew that too. The knowledge was a live wire between them, humming with a tension that was both dangerous and deeply attractive. His accomplices were in a booth near the kitchen, a study in incompetence. Leo, with his sweating forehead and jumpy hands, and Mickey, whose ambition always outstripped his intellect. They were the reason he was here, in this nowhere diner, instead of halfway to Mexico with a bag full of cash. The last job, a simple armored car heist, had gone sideways because Mickey had tried to impress a waitress by showing her the fake FBI badge. Now they were holed up, waiting for a new car, low on funds and lower on options. And outside, the net was tightening. He could feel it in his bones. Celia took a slow sip of her coffee. The man with the shredded napkin was her informant, a small-time fence named Sal Dodd. He was whispering, his voice a frantic buzz. She caught the words Darren and new crew and tonight. Darren was a problem, a violent, unpredictable man who thought finesse was a bigger caliber bullet. He was a rival, a loose end, and now, apparently, a complication in her hunt for Jorge. She had been on Jorge's trail for 6 weeks. He was an artist, a ghost. He left no fingerprints, only a trail of perfectly executed robberies and a lingering sense of professional admiration in his wake. He was charming, the file said. People liked him, even as he robbed them. She had studied his photographs, the confident set of his jaw, the amused glint in his eyes. She had built a profile of him in her mind, and the man sitting in the booth by the window, so still, so watchful, fit that profile perfectly. The air between them was thick with unspoken recognition. Jorge paid his check, the coins clicking softly on the formica. He stood, and for a single, suspended second, his eyes met Celia's in the window's reflection. It was not a challenge, nor a plea. It was an acknowledgement, a secret shared in a crowded, empty room. Then he was moving, gathering his hapless crew with a subtle nod, and they were out the door, swallowed by the blue darkness. Celia did not move. She finished her coffee, the bitter liquid now cold. She placed a $5 bill on the counter, the paper whispering against the laminate. She had him, and he knew she had him. The chase was no longer a matter of geography. It had become a dialogue. The desert unspooled before Jorge's stolen sedan, a vast black canvas under a spray of indifferent stars. Leo was driving, his knuckles white on the wheel. Who was she? He whined. She had cop written all over her. She's a marshal, Jorge said, his voice quiet. And she's the least of our problems. Darren knows we're here. Sal sold us out. The car fell into a terrified silence. Darren's reputation was a thing of grim folklore. He didn't just eliminate competition, he erased it. Meanwhile, in a sterile motel room that smelled of bleach and stale cigarettes, Celia traced Jorge's likely path on a map. Her fingers moved over the paper roads, feeling the ghost of his passage. Her superior, a man named Morrison with a voice like grinding gravel, had called an hour earlier. The priority is Darren Vasquez. This Jorge character is small time. Darren's talking about a Federal Reserve hit. That's our headline. Jorge isn't small time, she had replied, her voice even. He's just different. I don't pay you for nuance. I pay you for arrests. But nuance was all she had now. The case was a splinter under her skin. Jorge was no longer just a name on a warrant. He was the quiet man in the diner, the intelligence in his gaze, the unsettling calm that surrounded him. She thought of the way he had looked at her, not with fear, but with a kind of weary respect. It was a look she had never received from a fugitive before. It felt like a key, turning in a lock deep inside her. The next 48 hours were a frantic dance. Jorge, using a network of fringe contacts, a paranoid mechanic who only worked by candlelight, a bartender who traded information for vintage jazz records, stayed one step ahead. He orchestrated a meeting with a money launderer in the back of a noisy pinball arcade, the air thick with the smell of ozone and old pizza. He was trying to secure passage, to get his crew and what little they had left out of the state. But every move felt anticipated. Celia was there, a shadow in an unmarked car across the street, a presence in the static of a police scanner. She was hurting him. The confrontation happened at a derelict drive-in theater, the giant screen, a tattered silver ghost against the sky. Jorge had gone there to make a final deal for new identities. It was a trap, of course. Darren's men arrived first, 3 hulking shapes emerging from the darkness, their intentions as subtle as a sledgehammer. Jorge fought with a fluid, desperate grace, using the decaying landscape as his ally, ducking behind rusted speaker poles, his movements silent and efficient. But he was outnumbered. Headlights cut through the dust, pinning him and 2 of Darren's men in their beams. Celia stepped out of the car, her silhouette stark against the light, her service weapon held in a 2-handed grip. Federal Marshal, on the ground. Now! The world froze. One of Darren's men, panicked, swung his gun toward her. Jorge didn't think. He moved on instinct, a sharp, explosive motion, tackling the man, sending the gun skittering across the cracked asphalt. The sound of the struggle was a harsh gasp in the still night. Then it was over. Celia had the other 2 subdued, her cuffs clicking shut with a finality that echoed in the vast emptiness. She stood over Jorge, who was now on his knees, breathing heavily. The other marshals moved in, securing the scene. Her partner, a young, eager man named Evans, started reading Jorge his rights. But Celia's eyes were locked with his. In that moment, the boundary between them, so clearly defined by law and circumstance, dissolved completely. He had saved her. A fugitive had protected his hunter. She leaned down as if to check his cuffs, her voice a whisper meant only for him. "The old silver mine off Route 14. The main shaft is collapsed, but the eastern ventilation tunnel is clear. It's damp. Smells of wet rock and old tools. There's a metal locker behind a false wall. Don't let Darren get it." Then she stood, her face a mask of professional detachment, and turned away. Evans led Jorge to a car. He looked back once, but she was already walking toward her own vehicle, a solitary figure receding into the landscape, she commanded. Jorge sat in a holding cell, the air tasting of disinfectant and despair. He replayed her words. The detail was too specific, too vivid. The dampness, the smell of wet rock. It was not data from a file. It was a memory. She had been there. He understood then. The chase, the near misses, the way she had herded him away from Darren's chaos. It was all a play. She was using him. She couldn't go after the locker herself. Not without a warrant. Not without tipping her hand to Morrison or Darren. But a fugitive, a ghost, could. She was giving him a key and pointing him at a lock, all while maintaining the pristine facade of her duty. He was arraigned. He was processed. The evidence against him was substantial, but not insurmountable for a good lawyer. His accomplices, in a fit of pathetic self-preservation, tried to cut a deal, their stories a tangled mess of contradictions. The case was a circus, and through it all, he would catch glimpses of Celia in the courthouse corridors, a flash of a dark suit, a steady gaze that held a universe of secrets. They never spoke. The public narrative was set. The brilliant Marshal Vasquez had captured the elusive gentleman robber Jorge. Months later, after a mistrial was declared due to compromised evidence, a fact Jorge knew was Celia's doing, another move on her hidden chessboard. He was a free man. The world thought him lucky. He knew he was a pawn that had been carefully moved to the side of the board. He went straight, or so it appeared. He opened a small bookshop in a quiet town, the kind of place that smelled of paper and quiet longing. One rainy afternoon, the bell above the door chimed. Celia walked in. She wore civilian clothes, a dark coat beaded with rain. She looked tired, more human. She browsed the shelves, her fingers trailing over the spines of novels, before stopping at the counter where he stood. "They never found it," she said softly, her voice just above a whisper. "The money from the Federal Reserve hit. Darren died in a shootout with your friend Sal, of all people, a falling out among thieves. The case is closed." Jorge nodded slowly. He reached under the counter and produced a small, weathered key. He placed it on the wood between them. It was an old, tarnished thing. "I never went to the mine," he said. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a fracture in her composure. She had given him the location, the perfect clue, the final piece of the puzzle that would have explained everything, that would have tied her loose ends into a neat, professional bow. He was supposed to have gone. He was supposed to have retrieved whatever was in that locker. The missing money, the proof of her own entanglement, something. His refusal was an answer to a question she had never dared to ask out loud. She looked at the key, then at him. The silence in the shop was profound, broken only by the gentle patter of rain against the window. The line between them was still there, but it was no longer a blade. It was a breath, a possibility, a secret they would now share forever. She had offered him a resolution, and he had handed her back a mystery. She did not take the key. She simply turned and walked out, the bell chiming once more as the door closed behind her, leaving him alone with the scent of rain and the weight of the unsolved. He did not watch her through the window. He listened to the sound of her car starting, the engine a low murmur that faded into the rain. He looked down at the key. It was not just a refusal. It was a declaration. He would not play his assigned part in her story. He had written his own ending. The shop felt different after that. The quiet was no longer empty, but charged. He found himself listening for the bell, for the sound of a specific footfall on the worn floorboards. It did not come. Weeks turned into a month. He read. He sorted inventory. He served customers. He lived a life that was, by all outward measures, perfectly ordinary. Then one evening, as he was closing, a man entered. He was large, dressed in a cheap suit that was too tight across the shoulders. He had the calm, vacant eyes of a professional. He did not browse. He walked directly to the counter. "Jorge," the man said. It wasn't a question. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage." "The marshal," the man said, his voice flat. "Celia Vasquez. She came to see you." Jorge felt a coldness settle in his stomach. This was not part of the script. This was a new player. Many people come in here. I don't recall all their names. The man placed a photograph on the counter. It was a grainy long-lens shot of Celia leaving the bookshop on that rainy afternoon. She came to see you after the trial. After you walked. Morrison wants to know why. Morrison. Dot. The name was a key, turning in a different lock. Her superior. The man who paid for arrests, not nuance. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Jorge said. His voice even. He kept his hands visible on the counter. The man smiled. A thin, unpleasant stretching of his lips. "Morrison thinks she's dirty. He thinks she let you walk. He thinks you have an arrangement. He's been looking for a reason to bury her for years. He thinks you're..." Jorge understood. He was not just a pawn. He was the piece that could checkmate the queen. Celia's careful dance, her manipulation of the system, had been noticed. Her visit here had been a risk, a moment of unprofessional curiosity that might now cost her everything. "You can tell Morrison," Jorge said, picking his words with the care of a bomb disposal expert, "that Marshal Vasquez is the most by-the-book officer of the court I have ever encountered." Her visit was a routine follow-up. She was ensuring I was adhering to the conditions of my release. I was. I am. The man's smile did not waver. He did not believe him. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She's not as clean as you think. That business with Darren, that was messy. There are accounts, money that just vanished. Morrison thinks she know where it is. He thinks you know too." So, that was it. It wasn't just about a mystery. It was about the money. The missing Federal Reserve haul. Morrison wasn't just trying to ruin Celia. He was trying to find the prize. "I sell books," Jorge said, his tone final. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm closing." The man stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He turned and left, the door clicking shut with an air of unfinished business. That night, Jorge did not sleep. He stood at his apartment window, looking down at the wet, empty street. The line was back, and it was sharper than ever. He was on one side, in his small, quiet light. Celia was on the other, in a world of shifting loyalties and bureaucratic knives. And Morrison was somewhere in the darkness, sharpening one of them. He had the key. He knew where the locker was. He had known since the moment she whispered the location to him in the dust of the drive-in. He had memorized the map, had pictured the mine shaft, the smell of wet rock. He had chosen not to go. But now, not going had consequences. Celia was in danger because of that choice. Because of her moment of weakness in coming to his shop. He went to the small fireplace in his living room. He knelt and pried up a loose brick from the hearth. From the cavity beneath, he pulled out a single, sealed manila envelope. It was not money. It was insurance. Photographs, documents, A recorded conversation from a burner phone, all pertaining to Morrison's own shady dealings, things Jorge had dug up during his own desperate research while awaiting trial. He had planned to use it only if his legal situation became hopeless. Now, he had a different use for it. He addressed the envelope to Celia's home, using a fake return address. He did not include a note. The contents would speak for themselves. It was a warning shot, fired across Morrison's bow. It said, "I know about you." It said, "Leave her alone." He mailed it the next morning, the envelope dropping into the blue box with a soft final thud. He was crossing the line again, stepping back into the cold. He was protecting his hunter, and in doing so, he was binding his fate to hers in a way that no arrest or trial ever could. He walked back to his shop, the morning sun warm on his face, and wondered if she would ever understand why he had done it. And if she did, whether she would see it as a gift or a declaration of war. The days that followed were taut with a silence that felt louder than any alarm. Jorge conducted the mundane rituals of his shop, but his mind was in the city, tracing the path of that envelope, imagining the moment it landed on her doormat. He was certain she would recognize the source. The evidence was too specific, too targeted. It was a message only the two of them could fully decipher. He was right. 3 days later, as he was arranging a new shipment of poetry collections, the bell chimed. He knew it was her before he looked up. She stood just inside the door, the same dark coat, her face pale. She held the manila envelope in one hand. "This was a stupid thing to do," she said, her voice low and strained. "A dangerous thing. Nay, I was under the impression the situation was already dangerous," he replied, placing a book gently on the stack. "You don't understand. Morrison is a corrupt cop in a movie. He's a bureaucrat with a clean record and powerful friends. This," she shook the envelope, "this doesn't scare him. It enrages him. He sees it as a threat from a criminal he put away, a criminal who was mysteriously set free. It confirms every suspicion he has about me." "Then it seems I've only made things worse," Jorge said, meeting her gaze. He felt a strange calm. The move was made. There was no taking it back. Why? The word was a plea, stripped of all her professional armor. Why would you involve yourself? You were free. You were clear. He looked around the quiet shop, at the shelves of silent stories. This wasn't freedom. It was a different kind of cell. You built it for me, and I walked into it willingly. But when your man came here, he wasn't just threatening you. He was threatening the quiet. Our quiet. The word "our" hung in the air between them, fragile and immense. Celia took a step closer. "He's assigned me to a desk, effective immediately. Administrative duties pending review. It's a prelude to suspension. Or worse, he's isolating me." "Then he's made a mistake," Jorge said. "He's taken you out of the system, where he can't watch you." A slow understanding dawned in her eyes. She was no longer a marshal on the job. She was a person with a problem. And he was a person with a particular set of skills. The dialogue had begun again, but the roles had blurred beyond recognition. She was no longer the hunter, and he was no longer just the prey. They were accomplices in a crime that had not yet been given a name. "The locker," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "You were right. It wasn't just money. It was a ledger, Darren's ledger. It listed payments, aliases, drops, and it had Morrison's name in it. Not for the Federal Reserve job, but for other things. Smaller payoffs, information sold. Enough to end his career. Shy. But you left it there," Jorge said. "I couldn't touch it. It was evidence from an active, unsolved case. If I had retrieved it, it would have been inadmissible. Fruit of the poisonous tree, and it would have told Morrison I was on to him. I was waiting for the right moment for a legal way to... To what? Jorge interrupted gently. To expose him. You know how that ends. People like him don't fall. They get transferred. So what are you suggesting? She asked, though he could see she already knew. I'm suggesting that the man who visited me thinks we have the ledger. Morrison thinks we have it. Right now, that ledger is the only thing keeping him from burying you completely. He's afraid of it. As long as it's out there, you have a shield. Yes, I have a shield. And as long as it's out there, he'll keep sending men, she countered. It won't stop. Jorge gave a small, resigned smile. It was the same smile he'd had in the diner a lifetime ago. Then it seems we have a shared problem, and a shared destination. He reached under the counter, not for a key this time, but for a set of car keys. He flipped off the shop's open sign and locked the front door. The click of the bolt was a sound of finality. He was leaving the quiet cell she had built for him. He was choosing the storm. Where were we going? Celia asked. There was no hesitation in her voice now, only a grim resolve. To the mine, he said. To finish the conversation. The drive was long and silent, a journey through deepening twilight, into a night that felt ancient and watchful. They took his car, an anonymous sedan he'd bought with cash. Celia stared out the window, her profile a sharp cutout against the passing lights of lonely towns. She had crossed a line from which there was no return, and the weight of it sat between them like a third passenger. He finally spoke as they turned onto the unpaved track that led to Route 14. The man you sent, Evans, is he clean? Celia didn't look at him. I don't know any more. I thought so. But Morrison assigns my partners. He could be loyal, or he could be a spy. She let out a slow breath, fogging the glass. I've been working in a hall of mirrors for so long, I don't know which reflections are real. The road worsened, becoming little more than a pair of ruts carved through scrub pine. He killed the headlights, navigating by the faint glow of a partial moon. They parked a half-mile from the coordinates she had once whispered to him, the car hidden in a thicket of skeletal birch trees. The entrance to the eastern ventilation tunnel was exactly as she had described, a dark maw half hidden by a landslide of scree and thorny bushes. The air was cold and carried the promised scent of wet rock and decay. He produced a heavy flashlight from his pack, the beam cutting a solitary path into the darkness. You don't have to come in, he said. Yes, she said, her voice firm. I do. They moved in single file, the beam of light dancing over rough-hewn walls, weeping moisture. The tunnel was low and narrow, forcing them to stoop. The only sounds were their breathing and the scuff of their boots on the damp stone floor. It felt like walking into a tomb. After 100 yards, the tunnel opened into a wider chamber, a natural cavern that had been enlarged with timbers, now rotten and sagging. Jorge played the light over the walls until it settled on a section that looked wrong. The rockwork was too neat, the edges too straight. He ran his hands over the surface, feeling for a seam. He found it, a hairline crack in the shape of a door. He braced his shoulder against it and pushed. With a grating groan of stone on stone, it swung inward. Behind it was the locker, a heavy, old-fashioned steel cabinet, pitted with rust, but still solid. It was secured by a heavy padlock. Jorge looked at Celia. She nodded, her face pale in the backwash of the light. He took the small, tarnished key from his pocket, the key he had shown her in the bookshop, the key he had never used. He inserted it into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was deafening in the silence. He swung the door open. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the contents. There were bound stacks of cash, old hundreds, just as he had expected. But beside them, Wrapped in a plastic bag to protect it from the damp was a simple, black-bound ledger. Celia reached past him and took it. She didn't look at the money. She opened the ledger, her hands trembling slightly as she flipped through the pages filled with neat, coded entries. She stopped on one, her finger tracing the line. "It's all here," she whispered. Payments, dates, routes, and his initials. M.A.P. Morrison Arthur Phelps Doherty. She looked up at him, her eyes huge in the darkness. "This is it. This is the proof." A loose rock skittered in the tunnel behind them. They both froze. Jorge snapped off the flashlight, plunging them into an absolute suffocating blackness. He listened, every sense straining. There was no other sound. It could have been nothing. The natural settling of an old mine. Then a voice echoed down the tunnel, amplified and distorted by the narrow walls. It was the man from the bookshop. "Marshal Vasquez. Jorge. We know you're in here. Morrison sends his regards." Jorge felt, rather than saw, Celia shift beside him. The soft snick of her service weapon being drawn from its holster was a tiny, definitive sound. They were trapped. The tunnel was the only way in or out, and it was now blocked. The careful, silent dance was over. The conversation was finished. All that was left was the storm. He didn't hesitate. Jorge shoved the locker door shut, the metallic clang a gunshot in the dark. He grabbed Celia's arm, his mouth close to her ear. "There's another way out," he breathed. Darren was paranoid. He always had a back door. But he pulled her deeper into the cavern, away from the voice. He ran his hands along the cold, wet rock of the far wall, his fingers searching for what Darren had described in a drunken boast years ago. A fissure, a crawl space. His hand found empty air behind a curtain of rotted timber. Here, they squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping against jagged stone. The space was tight, a vertical chimney leading up. Jorge went first, bracing his back against one wall and his feet against the other, inching his way upward into the darkness. Celia followed, her movements efficient and quiet. Below, they heard the heavy tread of boots entering the chamber, a beam of light sweeping the area they had just vacated. "They're gone," a different voice said. "The locker's open. It's empty. They can't be far. Find them." Or his head bumped against something solid. A wooden hatch, swollen with damp. He put his shoulder to it, gritting his teeth. With a splintering crack, it gave way, swinging open to a sky dusted with cold stars. He hauled himself out and turned, reaching down for Celia. His hand closed around her wrist, hers around his, and he pulled her up and out onto the pine needle floor of the forest. They were on the hillside above the mine entrance. Below, they could see a second car parked near Jorge's, its doors open. Two figures were silhouetted against the interior light. Celia didn't speak. She just looked at him. The ledger clutched tightly in her other hand. The understanding was absolute. They ran, not toward the road, but deeper into the woods, into the consuming darkness. The world of books and quiet shops was gone. They were in the wilderness now, two ghosts with a secret that could break a powerful man, and a partnership forged not in trust, but in shared survival. The first chapter of their new story had begun, written not with words, but with flight. The cold air burned their lungs as they ran, branches whipping at their faces and hands. They did not stop until the mine and the men were far behind, the silence of the forest swallowing them whole. Finally, leaning against the rough bark of a towering pine, Celia gasped for breath. "They'll have the roads covered," she said, her voice a ragged whisper. "Morrison will have every county sheriff between here and the city looking for my car. For yours." Jorge nodded, his own breathing harsh. He looked at the ledger in her hand. "That is our car now. That our ticket." "To where?" she asked. a hint of desperation in her eyes. "We can go to the press." "Not yet. He'd discredit us before we could even speak. I'm a disgraced marshal, and you're a convicted felon." "We don't go to the press," Jorge said. "We go to the source. We use his own weapon against him." He led her to a small, fast-moving creek, its water a silver ribbon in the moonlight. He took the ledger from her, opened it, and with a small, precise motion, tore out a single page. He folded it carefully and tucked it into his inner jacket pocket. Then he handed the rest of the book back to her. "What are you doing?" she asked, clutching the heavy ledger. "Splitting the target," he said. "He wants this back. He'll be looking for one thing. We'll give him two." He explained the rest of his plan, his voice low and steady. It was a gamble, a bluff built on their newfound, fragile understanding of Morrison's greed and paranoia. They walked for hours, circling back toward the outskirts of a town they had passed on the way in. As dawn bled a pale gray light into the sky, they found what he was looking for, a self-storage facility. They used a lock-picking set from his keychain on a random neglected unit, and they slipped inside among someone's forgotten furniture. It was cold and smelled of dust, but it was shelter. Celia sat on a dusty crate, the ledger on her knees. "I never wanted this," she said, not looking at him. "I just wanted to do the job. The right way." "Damn. The right way is a path," Jorge replied, leaning against the wall. "It doesn't always lead where you think it will." He took the single page from his pocket. "I'll make the call. You know what to do." He left her there, emerging into the bleak morning. He walked to a payphone outside a closed gas station, the receiver cold in his hand. He dialed a number from memory, a number he had never thought he would use. A man's voice answered, crisp and alert. "Morrison," Jorge said, keeping his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "We have the ledger. You have until noon to transfer $500,000 to the account number I will provide. If you do, you get the book. If you don't, a page goes to the Washington Post. You'll recognize the entry. It involves a shipment from Galveston." He read the number of a dormant, offshore account he had maintained for years, then hung up without waiting for a reply. He walked back to the storage unit. Celia was gone, the ledger with her. It was the plan. He was the distraction, the obvious criminal making a crude demand. She was the ghost, moving into position with the real evidence. He waited. The minutes stretched. He knew Morrison would be scrambling, tracing the call, trying to find him. He wanted that. He wanted all of Morrison's attention focused on the blackmailer, on the felon. At 11:47, his cheap, prepaid phone buzzed. A single word from an unknown number. Done. He allowed himself a small, tight smile. Celia was in place. The trap was set. He left the storage unit and walked to the town's small post office. He bought a stamped envelope and mailed the single damning page not to the Washington Post, but to the Office of Professional Responsibility at the Marshal Service headquarters. It was an internal shot, one they couldn't easily ignore. As he walked away from the post office, he saw a dark sedan slow as it passed him. The window rolled down. It was the man from the bookshop, his vacant eyes locked on Jorge. The car accelerated and turned the corner, disappearing. They had found him. The bait had been taken. He didn't run. He walked to the town's only diner, took a booth by the window, and ordered a coffee. He was waiting. He had played his part. Now it was her turn. He sipped the bitter coffee and watched the street. A man who had traded his quiet cell for the chaos of the game, and for the first time in years, he felt completely, terrifyingly alive. The coffee was cold by the time the diner's door chimed again. It wasn't the man from the bookshop. It was a woman in a crisp, nondescript pantsuit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She slid into the booth opposite him, her eyes scanning him with a detached, analytical coldness. "Jorge," she said, Not as a question. He nodded slowly, placing his cup down. This was not part of the plan. This was a new variable. The package you mailed was received, she said. Her voice was low, meant only for him. It caused quite a stir. Good, Jorge replied, his mind racing, trying to place her. She wasn't Marshall's service. The vibe was different. Colder. Morrison is currently in a closed-door meeting. He's been suspended. The evidence is compelling, but it's only one page. My employers are very interested in the rest of the book. And who are your employers? Jorge asked, his hand resting casually on the table, close to the butter knife. She ignored the question. Marshall Vasquez has the ledger. We know she was spotted an hour ago boarding a bus to D.C. We could intercept her. We have chosen not to, yet. Yet? She leaned forward slightly. We want to make a deal. You give us the ledger, and we guarantee your security. A new identity, far from here. Morrison's reach is long, but ours is longer. Jorge almost laughed. It was the same offer, just from a different master. He was being recruited, not as a criminal, but as an asset. The ledger was the price of admission. And Celia? He asked. The marshal becomes a problem for a different department. She will be dealt with appropriately. The way she said appropriately left no room for doubt. Celia was a loose end. He was the prize, the one with the criminal mind they thought they could use. He looked out the window. The dark sedan was parked across the street now, waiting. He looked back at the woman. No deal. Her expression did not change, but a flicker of impatience showed in her eyes. That is unwise. You are a man with no allies. I have one, Jorge said. And you just confirmed she's in danger. So our business is concluded. He stood up, dropping a few dollars on the table for the coffee. You walk out that door, and you are choosing a war you cannot win, she said, her voice hardening. Jorge paused, looking down at her. I was in a war the day I walked into that bookshop. I just didn't know it. He turned and walked out of the diner. The cold air felt clean. He didn't look at the sedan. He turned and walked in the opposite direction, toward the bus station. He had no ticket, no plan, and only the name of a city. It was enough. The game had changed again. The board had grown larger and more dangerous, but the objective was now perfectly clear. He had to get to Celia before they did. He walked for 10 blocks, the feeling of the woman's gaze burning between his shoulder blades. They were letting him go. He was the lure that would lead them to the prize. He understood the calculus. He ducked into the bus station, a cavernous room smelling of diesel and disinfectant. He scanned the departure board. There was a bus to D.C., leaving in 20 minutes from Gate 4. He didn't buy a ticket. Instead, he found a bank of lockers, his eyes moving over the numbers until he found the one he was looking for. It was the one he and Celia had agreed upon as a dead drop, a contingency he had hoped they wouldn't need. He used a second, smaller key from his chain. The locker door swung open. Inside was a backpack. He shouldered it and walked away without looking inside. He didn't need to. He knew it contained cash, a clean burner phone, and a note from Celia. He waited until he was in a deserted men's room stall to open it. The money was there, more than he expected. The phone was off. The note was simple, written in her precise hand on a diner napkin. They'll watch the buses. Take the 1:15 to Richmond. I'll find you. He flushed the napkin and left the station, walking south. The 1:15 to Richmond was a local, a slow, meandering route that would take hours. It was the last bus anyone looking for a fugitive would take. He bought a ticket with cash and boarded, taking a seat near the back. The bus was half empty, filled with people carrying the weight of quiet, ordinary lives. He watched the town recede in the grimy window, replaced by fields and skeletal trees. The woman in the pantsuit had been wrong. He had one ally, and she was smarter than all of them. The bus rumbled on, stopping in every small town along the way. He watched the other passengers come and go, his senses heightened, looking for any sign of a tail. He saw nothing. They were probably still watching the DC buses, confident he would lead them to her. He closed his eyes not to sleep, but to think. The ledger was no longer just evidence. It was a key, and it had unlocked a door to a world far darker than he had imagined. The woman's employers were not cops. They were something else, something that operated in the shadows with impunity. Morrison was just a symptom. The disease was much bigger. As the bus pulled into the Richmond station hours later, the sun was setting, casting the city in a dull orange glow. He disembarked, the backpack slung over one shoulder, and merged with the crowd. He walked for 3 blocks, then turned into a small, dimly lit bar called the Anchor. He ordered a whiskey at the counter and took a booth in the corner where he could watch the door. He had been there for 20 minutes when the door opened and a figure slipped in, shrouded in a heavy coat, a hat pulled low. She slid into the booth across from him. It was Celia. Her face was drawn with fatigue, but her eyes were clear and sharp. "You made it," she said, her voice low. "You knew they'd approach me," he said. It wasn't an accusation, just a statement of fact. "I suspected. I had to be sure." "Who were they?" "She didn't say, but they want the ledger. They offered me a new life in exchange for it. They said you'd be dealt with." Celia's jaw tightened. She nodded slowly. "Then it's worse than I thought. The corruption isn't just Morrison. It's systemic. The ledger isn't just his record. It's a list of his clients." She leaned forward. "Jorge, we can't trust anyone. Not the marshals, not the FBI. We're on our own." He took a sip of the whiskey, the warmth doing little to fight the chill that had settled in his bones. "So what's the play? We can't run forever." "We don't run," she said, her gaze steady on his. "We attack, but we don't use the ledger as a bomb. We use it as a map. We find the weakest link in his chain and we pull." She reached into her coat and slid a photograph across the table. It was a man in his 50s, with a politician's smile. "This is one of names, a powerful one. He has more to lose than Morrison, and he is vulnerable." Jorge looked at the photograph, then back at her. The quiet bookseller was gone. In her place was a field marshal planning a guerrilla war. He had chosen the storm, and now he was standing in its eye. He finished his whiskey. "Then let's go pay him a visit." He was a state senator. His name was Robert Hillman, and his public face was one of family values and fiscal responsibility. The private face, according to Celia's quick, hushed explanation in the back of a taxi, was funded by Morrison's smuggling operation. Hillman was the one who smoothed over inspections, who made inconvenient investigations disappear. He was the political shield. "He's not a hardened criminal," Celia murmured, watching the city lights slide past the window. "He's a privileged man who made a deal with the devil. He'll break." They got out a few blocks from Hillman's upscale brownstone. The neighborhood was quiet, wealthy, and sleeping. They moved through the shadows like ghosts, the ledger feeling impossibly heavy in the backpack Jorge carried. The plan was simple, brutal, and relied entirely on shock. They wouldn't break in. They would walk in. Celia took the lead, marching up the immaculate stone steps to the front door. She didn't ring the bell. She used a small, powerful tool from her pocket and worked the lock. It clicked open in less than 10 seconds. Jorge followed her inside, closing the door softly behind them. They stood in a grand foyer, all marble and dark wood. A single light was on in a room down the hall. They moved toward it, their footsteps silent on the thick runner. The room was a study. Robert Hillman was sitting in a leather wingback chair, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, staring into a dying fire. He looked up as they entered, his face initially showing only mild, annoyed confusion. Then he recognized Celia. His eyes widened, and the glass trembled in his hand. Vasquez. What is the meaning of this? How dare you? We have the ledger, Robert, Celia said, her voice flat and cold as a slate. She didn't move from the doorway, blocking his exit. We know about the payments. We know about the container ship from Malaysia last April. The one with the agricultural equipment. Hillman's face went pale. He looked from her to Jorge, who stood slightly behind her. A silent, menacing presence. I don't know what you're talking about. You need to leave now, before I call the police. Call them, Jorge said, his voice a low rumble. Let's see who they work for. Let's see who arrives first. The bluff landed. Hillman's bravado cracked. He sank back into his chair, his shoulders slumping. What do you want? We want you to make a phone call, Celia said. She took a step forward. You're going to call Morrison. You're going to tell him you have new information, that the internal investigation has been halted because of a lack of evidence, that the heat is off. Hillman shook his head, a frantic, bird-like motion. He'll never believe that. Not after today. He'll believe it from you, Jorge said. You're his man on the inside. You're his good news. You're going to give him a reason to get careless. And if I refuse? Celia's smile was thin and without humor. Then a copy of the pages detailing your transactions goes to the press, to the State Ethics Committee, and to your wife's personal email address. We have nothing to lose, Robert. Do you? The silence in the room was broken only by the pop of the fire. Hillman looked like a man who had just seen the gallows being built. He slowly picked up his phone from the side table. His hand was shaking so badly he had to dial twice. He put the phone on speaker. It rang once, twice. Then Morrison's voice, tight with stress, filled the quiet study. Robert, this is not a good time. Arthur, Hillman said, forcing a tone of relieved confidence. I have news. Good news. The OPR inquiry has been shut down. Vasquez is officially a rogue element. They're writing her off. The pressure is lifting. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Shut down. Just like that? Why wasn't I informed? It just happened. They found her prints in a known fugitive's apartment. They're calling it a criminal conspiracy. The ledger is being treated as a forgery, part of her vendetta. You're in the clear. You're in the clear. Another pause. Longer this time. They could almost hear the gears turning in Morrison's head, the desperate hope clashing with his innate paranoia. This is unexpected. It's over, Arthur, Hillman said, his voice gaining a little strength. You can stand down. Where are you now? Morrison asked, his voice shifting, becoming sharper. At home. In my study. Good. Stay there. I'm sending a car for you. We should celebrate. The line went dead. Hillman looked up at them, his eyes wide with fresh terror. He's sending a car. He never sends a car. Jorge and Celia exchanged a look. The hook was set, but the fish was smarter than they hoped. Morrison wasn't standing down. He was consolidating. He was gathering his vulnerable assets. Get your wife, Celia said to Hillman, her voice urgent. Get her and get out of the city, now. They left him there, scrambling from his chair and slipped back out into the night. The game had changed again. They had forced a move, but the board was still controlled by their enemy. They had one name, one broken politician, and the certain knowledge that Morrison was now hunting in earnest. The only thing left to do was to keep moving. Two shadows in the night, waiting for their next chance to strike. The cold night air felt like a slap as they left the brownstone's oppressive warmth. They didn't speak, moving quickly away from the senator's home, putting distance between themselves and the impending arrival of Morrison's car. At the next corner, Celia stopped, pulling Jorge into the recessed doorway of a darkened boutique. He didn't believe him, she whispered, her breath misting in the air. The call was a test, to see if Hillman was under duress. Sending the car, that's a containment strategy. He's rounding up his liabilities. So what now? We wait for the car and follow it? Jorge asked, his eyes scanning the empty street. No, that's what they'll expect. We need to be unpredictable. We need to hit him where he feels safest. She pulled out the burner phone from the backpack, her fingers flying over the keypad. Hillman gave us a gift, even if he doesn't know it. Morrison thinks the immediate threat is neutralized. He'll be at his most vulnerable place, his center of operations. And where's that? A corporate front, a shipping logistics firm in an industrial park near the airport. It's where he launders the money and coordinates the shipments. He thinks it's a sterile, secure environment. She showed him the screen, a map with a location pinned. If we move now, while Hayes distracted with Hillman, we might catch them with their guard down. They flagged down a cab a few blocks over, giving an address a mile from the industrial park. The ride was silent, both of them lost in the finality of their next move. This wasn't an ambush or a blackmail attempt. This was a direct assault. They got out and covered the last mile on foot, the landscape shifting from residential to bleak utilitarian warehouses and chain-link fences. The target building was a single-story, windowless structure of corrugated metal, surrounded by a high fence topped with razor wire. A single floodlight illuminated a gate and a small parking lot containing 3 cars. The back entrance, Celia directed. There's a loading dock, less visible. They found a gap in the fence where the metal had been pried back, a secret they were not the first to use. Slipping through, they moved along the side of the building, their footsteps silent on the damp asphalt. The loading bay had a personnel door next to it. Celia went to work on the lock again, but this one was newer, more robust. Jorge watched their backs, the silence of the industrial park feeling heavy and watchful. After a tense minute, the lock yielded with a soft click. She pushed the door open, revealing a dark, cavernous space smelling of oil and cardboard. They stepped inside, letting their eyes adjust. The warehouse was stacked high with generic cardboard boxes, creating a labyrinth of narrow aisles. At the far end, a line of light bled from under a closed door. They moved toward it, weaving through the towering stacks. As they drew closer, they could hear the low murmur of voices. Jorge peered through a gap in the boxes. The room beyond was an office, glass-walled on one side. Morrison was inside, his back to them, talking on the phone. Another man, the one from the bookshop with the vacant eyes, stood near a bank of computer monitors, his arms crossed. "Secure Hillman," Morrison was saying into the phone. "I want him isolated. No contact with anyone until this is over." He listened for a moment, then snarled, "I don't care how you do it. Just get it done." He slammed the phone down. The senator was lying. Vasquez and that damn bookseller were in his house. The other man nodded slowly. "The tracker on Hillman's phone confirms he's still at home. The car is 3 minutes out." "Good. Once we have him, we sweep the city. They can't hide forever." Morrison ran a hand over his face, the stress evident in the slump of his shoulders. For a moment, he looked like a tired, middle-aged man, not a criminal kingpin. It was the moment of maximum distraction. Celia looked at Jorge and gave a single, sharp nod. This was it. She took a deep breath, adjusted her grip on the ledger in her backpack, and stepped out from the aisle of boxes, walking directly toward the glass-walled office. Jorge followed a step behind, his heart hammering against his ribs. This was not the plan. This was a suicide charge. But it was the only move left. Morrison looked up as they approached the glass. His eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. The man with the vacant eyes reached inside his jacket. Celia didn't break her stride. She walked right up to the glass door, pulled it open, and threw the ledger onto the desk in front of Morrison. It landed with a heavy, final thud. "You lost," she said, her voice echoing in the quiet warehouse. "It's over." Morrison stared at the book, then at her, a mixture of fury and disbelief twisting his features. The man with the vacant eyes had his hand on his gun, his eyes fixed on Jorge. But Jorge was looking past him at the computer monitors. One of them showed a live feed from a traffic camera. On it, he could see the dark sedan pulling up outside Hillman's brownstone. The trap was closing, but they were no longer the prey caught inside it. They were the jaws. They had walked into the lion's den to deliver their message in person, and the shock of their audacity had, for a single frozen moment, rendered the lion powerless. Story 2. The first thing I knew was the sound. A soft, rhythmic click, click, like a beetle trapped in the wall. It was the only anchor in a sea of nothing. I opened my eyes, or I thought I did. But the world remained a bleary, whitewashed smear. The clicking was a cheap plastic clock on a white wall, its red second hand stuttering forward with a tired resolve. My throat was a desert crevice. My body was not my own, a distant, aching weight on a stiff mattress. A face swam into view, young, with eyes the color of a twilight sky, and a concern that seemed practiced, professional. "Professor Reed, you're awake. Can you hear me?" I tried to speak, but my tongue was a slab of stone. I managed a nod that sent shards of pain through my skull. "I'm Dr. Kendall," she said. Her voice was low, calm, a balm on the raw edges of my consciousness. "You're at Santa Maria Nuova Hospital in Florence. You were brought in 3 days ago. Do you remember anything?" Florence died. The name meant nothing and everything. It conjured images of rust-colored roofs and a vast dome, but they were postcard images, stolen from a gallery I'd never visited. I searched the archives of my own mind and found them empty. The last month was a void, a silent film with the real burned to ash. I remembered my name, Ignacio Reed. I remembered standing in a lecture hall, the chalk dust floating in the sunbeams, talking about the allegory of the three beasts in Dante's Inferno. I remembered the weight of a book in my hand. But after that, nothing. A blank wall. I told her this, my voice a rusted hinge. She nodded, her expression unchanging. But I saw a flicker in those twilight eyes, a shadow that passed like a cloud. A man in a dark suit appeared later. He did not introduce himself. He stood by the door, his posture too perfect, his gaze too still. He smelled of cold air and starched cotton. "The professor needs to rest," he said to Kendall, his English accent clipped and sharp as a blade. "He's disoriented. He needs answers," she replied, her voice gaining a steel I hadn't heard before. "The answers will come when it is safe." Safe. The word hung in the antiseptic air, a threat disguised as a promise. That night, the clicking of the clock was the only sound, a metronome counting down to something I couldn't name. I drifted in and out of a drugged sleep, and in the hypnagogic space between I saw flashes. A mosaic floor, intricate and ancient. The smell of damp stone and decay. A phrase whispered in a language I didn't know, yet understood. "Lasciate ogni speranza, voi c'entrate." Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. I woke with a start, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room was dark. The man in the suit was gone. Dr. Kendall was there, her hand on my wrist, checking my pulse. Her fingers were cool. "We have to go," she whispered, her mouth close to my ear. Her breath was warm. "They're not who they say they are. They're not here to protect you." "Who?" I croaked. "The people he works for. They asked me questions about your memory, about what you might have said. They're waiting for you to remember something. I think they're afraid of what you know." She helped me sit up. The world tilted. My body screamed in protest. She was strong for her size, her arm around my waist a solid, surprising support. We moved into the corridor, a long, fluorescent-lit tunnel of linoleum and silence. The air was heavy with the smell of disinfectant and stale coffee. We passed a nurse's station, empty. A cart with uneaten food. It was too quiet. A hospital is never this quiet. We took the service elevator down to a basement level, a labyrinth of piping and humming generators. The air was cooler here, smelling of concrete and ozone. She led me to a locker, opened it, and handed me a duffel bag. Inside were clothes that fit me, a wallet with euros and an American passport in my name, and a single small book bound in worn leather. Dante Alighieri, La Divina Commedia. "I found this in your jacket when they brought you in," Kendall said. I hid it. They took everything else. I opened the book. The pages were thick, the ink faded. In the margin of Canto 3, next to the inscription above the gates of hell, was a handwritten note. Not my handwriting. A tight, angular script. It was a sequence of numbers and a single word. Bargello. The Bargello Museum, I said, the name rising from the depths of my dead memory. It was a prison. We emerged into the pre-dawn Florence, the city a silhouette of profound beauty against a violet sky. The air was cool and carried the scent of the Arno, a wet, mineral smell, and the distant aroma of baking bread. The streets were empty, the cobblestones slick with dew. We moved through the shadows, two ghosts in a sleeping city. My legs were weak, my mind a storm of confusion and a strange, burgeoning clarity. The book in my hand felt like a key. The numbers in the margin were a latitude and longitude. But they were wrong for Florence. They pointed east, far east. The Bargello was a fortress of rough-hewn stone, stern and imposing. We found a side door left unlocked, a deliberate invitation or a catastrophic mistake. Inside, the air was still and ancient, smelling of dust and polished wood. Our footsteps echoed in the vast hall lined with sculptures. Donatello's David watched us pass, his gaze knowing and faintly amused. The numbers led us to a small, neglected chapel on an upper floor. In a dim corner, behind a tapestry depicting the martyrdom of a saint, was a stone panel. Carved into it was a complex symbol, a series of interlocking circles, and a 7-pointed star. It was a variation on the Pythagorean tetractys, a symbol of cosmic order. But one point of the star was deeper, worn, as if touched by countless hands over centuries. I pressed it. There was a soft, grinding sound. A section of the wall, no wider than a man's shoulders, slid inward, revealing a darkness that smelled of wet earth and time. A secret passage. From within, a faint, cool breeze whispered out, carrying with it the scent of the sea. Kendall looked at me, her face pale in the gloom. "How did you know?" "I didn't," I said. The poem knew. The passage was narrow, hewn from the living rock. It descended steeply. The air grew colder, damper. The sound of our breathing was loud in the confined space. We walked for what felt like an hour, the tunnel occasionally branching, but the path was always marked by the same symbol, scratched faintly onto the stone. We were walking through the bowels of history, through the hidden veins of the Renaissance. We emerged not into another building, but into a small, forgotten boathouse on the banks of the Arno, concealed by overhanging willows. A sleek, black motorboat was tied up inside. On its console was a note. 2 words. Hurry. Venice. The boat sliced through the pre-dawn fog on the river, the engine a low purr. Florence receded behind us, a dream of stone and light. As we merged into the wider canal system and headed for the coast, Kendall told me what she knew. Her story was a fragile thread in the vast tapestry of my amnesia. She was a research fellow, seconded to the hospital. Men in dark suits, the same as the one in my room, had arrived with me. They showed credentials from a European Cultural Heritage Agency, said I had been found delirious near the Ponte Vecchio, a victim of a mugging. But their questions were wrong. They asked about my work, my recent travels, my contacts. They were less interested in my health, and more in the contents of my mind. Then, a different group had arrived, Americans, louder, more aggressive. An argument had broken out in the hallway, a tense, whispered confrontation about jurisdiction, about a package and a protocol. That was when she knew I was not a simple victim. I was a prize. And the book? I asked, the wind whipping our words away. The man who brought you in, the one with the accent, he specifically asked about any personal effects. He mentioned a book. He seemed desperate for it. The boat had been stocked. Fuel, food, water to daughter, a change of clothes, and a sealed envelope. Inside was a single high-resolution photograph. It showed a man in a lab coat, gaunt, with feverish eyes, standing in front of a complex piece of machinery. Dr. Gilbert Lemaire, a visionary biochemist, a genius who had vanished from a Swiss research institute 6 months ago. He had been working on targeted gene therapies. The memo attached, from a secret organization known only as the Chorus, stated that Lemaire had not vanished. He had been recruited or coerced to weaponize his research. He believed humanity was a plague, and he had found a way to administer a cure, a contagion keyed to a specific genetic marker, a flaw carried by 1/3 of the world's population. He called it the Mercy. The Chorus, a cabal of historians, philosophers, and former intelligence operatives, believed he was using the old pilgrim routes, the paths of the Gnostic heresies and the Renaissance secret societies, to move his weapon to its dispersal point. They believed he was a fanatic, but a brilliant one, and that he would leave a trail only another scholar of symbols could follow. They had brought me to Florence because they knew I was the only one who could read his signs. My amnesia was not an accident. It was a side effect, a security measure. They had tried to implant the necessary knowledge to trigger my expertise without the burden of my personal history. It had worked, but too well. They had buried me too deep. We reached the Venetian lagoon as the sun was setting the water on fire. Venice did not rise from the sea. It uncoiled from it, a mirage of decaying opulence. The smell was immediate and overwhelming. Salt, brine, rot, and a profound melancholic beauty. We abandoned the boat on the Giudecca Canal and disappeared into the crowd. 2 more anonymous faces in the carnival. The coordinates from the book led us to the Doge's palace. We slipped in with a late tour group, our hearts pounding. The palace was a masterpiece of Gothic intricacy, a stone lacework filled with the ghosts of power and intrigue. We found ourselves in the chamber of the Great Council, beneath Tintoretto's staggering paradise. The sheer scale of it was humbling, the multitude of faces a sea of judgment. The clue was in the painting itself. The mayor, or the chorus, had left a trail of breadcrumbs in the art. In the bottom right corner, amidst the damned being led into the underworld, one of the tormented souls was not looking at hell. He was looking out of the canvas, his fingers subtly pointing toward a specific mosaic on the floor. We waited until the room was empty, the guard's footsteps echoing away. The mosaic depicted the Lion of St. Mark Daughter, but this lion held not a gospel, but a single perfect pearl in its paw. I knelt, my fingers tracing the cool, smooth stone. It was loose. I pried it up. Beneath it was a small sealed vial of clear liquid and another note. This one was in Lemaire's own hand. Ignacio, you are the only one who will understand. The world is sick. Its very soul is infected with greed and violence. This is not destruction. It is a pruning, a necessary mercy to save the garden. They will call me a monster, but history is written by the survivors. I am going to the place where empires are buried, to the church that is a mosque, that is a museum, where East and West have bled into one another for millennia. The perfect womb for a new world. Stop me if you must. Prove that your humanity is worth saving. Gee, the vial was cold in my hand. The biological weapon, the mercy, and the destination was clear. The Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. The place where the symbol of the Tetractes we had been following was most famously embedded in its sacred geometry. Our escape from Venice was a blur of narrow alleyways and shadowed canals. The suits were there, both the quiet Europeans of the chorus and the louder Americans of a more conventional agency. A chase through the flooded basement of a basilica, the black water icy and waist-deep, the sound of silenced gunshots, biff-tiffed, like stones dropping into water. Kendall was a rock, her medical bag now holding the most dangerous substance on Earth. We stole a gondola, of all things, and melted into the night. The journey to Istanbul was a fever dream of buses and trains, of false names and stolen moments of sleep. My memory did not return, but my mind grew sharper, the symbology unfolding before me like a map. Lemaire was not just a scientist. He was a mystic. He saw his work as a divine act, a forced evolution. He was playing God, and he was using the language of God, the language of symbols, to do it. Istanbul greeted us with a cacophony of sounds and smells. The call to prayer echoing from 1,000 minarets, the scent of spices and diesel, the press of humanity in the ancient streets. The Hagia Sophia loomed, a mountain of history, its Christian mosaics covered but not erased by Islamic calligraphy, a palimpsest of faiths. We entered with the morning crowd. The air inside was vast and cool, smelling of incense and the feet of millions of pilgrims. Light poured in from the high windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. My eyes went immediately to the great dome, to the seraphim and the pendentives. And there it was. The Tetractes, subtly incorporated into the geometric patterns surrounding the central medallion. The final clue was in the weeping column, a pillar of marble said to grant wishes. A small bronze plaque at its base was new, out of place. It was engraved with a line from the Paradiso. L'amor che mouve il sole et l'altre stelle. The love that moves the sun and the other stars. It was not a clue to a location. It was the trigger. The dispersal mechanism was here, in the building, activated by a specific sequence. A prayer. Lemaire was here. I scanned the crowd, my gaze sweeping over the tourists, the faithful, the guards. And then I saw him. He was standing near the mihrab, gaunt and pale, his eyes burning with a terrifying serenity. He held a small electronic device in his hand. Our eyes met across the centuries-old space. He gave a small, almost sad smile. He knew I had come. He raised the device. There was no time for thought, only instinct. I didn't run towards him. I ran to the center of the nave, directly beneath the dome. I threw my head back and I began to shout. Not a prayer, but the opening lines of the Inferno. The words I had whispered in my hospital bed. Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita, mi ritrovai per una selva oscura, che la diritta via era smarrita. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. My voice, loud and clear, echoed through the vast chamber. Tourists stared. Guards began to move. Lemaire faltered, his finger hovering over the button. My recitation was a dissonant chord in his symphony, a profanity in his church. It broke his rhythm, his focus. He was a man of perfect, precise patterns, and I was introducing chaos. He screamed, a raw, inhuman sound, and lunged toward me. But Kendall was faster. She had circled around, and as he moved, she threw her medical bag. It struck him in the chest, not hard, but enough. He stumbled. The device flew from his hand, skittering across the marble floor. A shot rang out, sharp and definitive. It did not come from the chorus or the Americans. It came from a tourist, a man in a loud shirt who moved with a sudden, lethal grace. Lemaire fell, a dark flower blooming on his lab coat. The secret organization had their own cleaner. In the ensuing panic, as screams filled the Hagia Sophia, I knelt beside Lemaire. His breath was a ragged bubble of blood. His eyes found mine. The fanaticism gone, replaced by a profound confusion. "I only wanted to save it," he whispered. "You can't save a thing by breaking it," I said. He died then, his gaze fixed on the heavens painted on the dome. The man in the loud shirt retrieved the device and the vial from Kendall's bag. He gave me a curt nod. "The chorus thanks you for your service, Professor Reed. Your memory will return in time. Or it won't. It is of no consequence now." And they were gone, absorbed back into the crowd, leaving behind only a body and a mystery for the local authorities to unravel. We did not stay to give statements. We walked out of the Hagia Sophia, back into the brilliant, chaotic, teeming life of Istanbul. The sun was high, the air warm. The call to prayer began again, a different voice this time, weaving its melody into the city's eternal song. We found a small cafe overlooking the Bosphorus, the water a busy highway of tankers and ferries. We sat in silence for a long time. The adrenaline faded, leaving a hollow, weary peace. "What will you do now?" Kendall asked. I looked at her, at the fine lines of worry and strength around her eyes, at the dust of ancient cities still on her skin. I looked at the water, the bridge connecting Europe and Asia. I thought of the vial now gone, and the secret it had held. I thought of the love that moves the sun and the other stars, and the terrible, lonely men who try to imitate it. "I don't know," I said. And for the first time, it was not a statement of fear, but of possibility. The past was a locked room. Future was an open sea. We sat there as the afternoon light softened into evening. The sounds of the city began to change, the frantic energy of the day giving way to the more intimate hum of the night. The scent of grilling fish and aniseed filled the air. The water of the Bosphorus turned from a hard, metallic blue to a soft, bruised purple. The lights from the ships and the shore beginning to prick the deepening twilight. The crime was over, the mystery solved, the catastrophe averted. But the world had not been saved, not really. It had only been allowed to continue. The line between salvation and destruction had been as thin as a breath, as fragile as a thought, and it had left its mark on us, a stain on the soul that would never fully wash away. The city swallowed the echoes of our actions, the sea carried away the secrets, and we were left with only the quiet, terrifying freedom of the morning after. The ferry ride the next morning was a quiet affair. We stood at the rail, watching the minarets and domes of the old city recede into the haze. The gulls cried overhead, and the churn of the propellers was a monotonous rhythm that seemed to push the past further behind us. Kendall's hand rested on the railing next to mine, close but not touching. The space between our fingers felt like the only real thing in the world. We disembarked on the Asian side, in a neighborhood that felt slower, older. The streets were narrower, the shops selling household goods and vegetables. The air smelled of salt and diesel, but also of laundry soap and earth. It was a place to disappear. We rented a room in a small pension run by an old woman who asked no questions. The room was sparse, with white walls and a single window that looked out onto a courtyard where a lemon tree grew. For 3 days, we did nothing. We slept. We ate bread and cheese and olives from the market. We walked without destination. The silence between us was no longer filled with urgency or fear, but with a mutual, unspoken exhaustion. We were two survivors on a raft, watching the wreckage of our previous lives drift away. On the fourth morning, I woke up and the world was different. It was a scent that did it. The pension owner was brewing coffee, a specific dark roast, and the smell flooded my mind with a sudden painful clarity. I saw a different kitchen. A yellow mug, a woman's laugh. The memory was gone as quickly as it came, but it left a residue, a crack in the blank wall of my mind. I told Kendall about it over breakfast. She listened, her eyes careful, analytical. It could be the start, she said. The neural pathways they suppressed might be reconnecting. It could be a trickle, or it could be a flood. She paused, stirring her tea. Are you afraid of what you might remember? I looked out the window at the lemon tree. I'm more afraid of staying this empty vessel. I need to know who they thought I was to understand why I was the one chosen for this. Later that day, we went to a bank. The passport from the duffel bag was real, and with it, I accessed a safety deposit box I never knew I had. There was no great revelation inside, no file explaining my life. There was only money, a lot of it. Bundles of euros, dollars, and Swiss franc. Torrid. And a single key with a tag from a Zurich hotel. It was a choice, laid out in cold, hard currency. We could take the money and vanish forever. We could become new people with a new past, in a new country. The course had given me this, a payment or a severance package. They were done with me. That night, we sat on the floor of our room, the money stacked between us like a small paper fortress. This is a life, Kendall said softly. We could go anywhere. And do what? I asked. This money comes from them. It connects me to them. If I take it and run, I'm still living a life they designed. So what's the alternative? The key, I said, picking it up. It was cold and heavy in my palm. Zurich. That's where Le Maire was taken from. That's where this started for me, I think. It's the only thread I have that's mine, not one they gave me. Kendall looked at the money, then at me. It could be a trap. They might expect you to go there. Maybe, I admitted. But it's the only lead I have back to who I was. I have to know if there's anything of that man left to salvage. She was quiet for a long time, her gaze fixed on the stacks of currency. Then she looked up, and her eyes were clear and resolved. Okay, she said. Then we go to Zurich. We left the money in the safety deposit box. It felt like a declaration of independence, a refusal of their clean, anonymous solution. We bought 2 train tickets with the last of the cash from the duffel bag, paying for a journey into a past that was still a mystery. As the train pulled out of the station, climbing away from the sea and into the green hills, I felt a strange sense of calm. The future was no longer an open sea, but a single, narrow track leading back into the mountains, into the heart of a clean, orderly country where a brilliant, broken man had decided to play God. And I was going back to find the pieces of the man who had been chosen to stop him. The train entered a tunnel, and in the sudden, roaring darkness, I felt the first real tremor of my old self, a ghost walking over my grave. The journey to Zurich was a study in reverse, moving from the chaotic, organic life of Istanbul back to the sterile, precise order of Central Europe. The train was silent and efficient, the landscape outside the window gradually transforming from sun-baked hills to the stark, dramatic peaks of the Alps. It was a landscape meant to inspire awe, but all I felt was a growing dread. I was heading toward the epicenter of the machine that had created me, the blank slate. Kendall slept fitfully in the seat beside me, her head resting against the window. I watched the reflection of my own face in the glass, superimposed over the rushing forests and cliffs. The face was still a stranger's, but the ghost of a memory, the yellow mug and the laugh, lingered at the edge of my consciousness like a persistent tune. It was an anchor in the void, a single point of light in the dark. We changed trains in a city of gray light and echoing stations, and the final leg of the trip felt like a descent into a different world. Zurich was all clean lines and quiet wealth, a city that hid its secrets behind a facade of impeccable banks and clockwork public transport. The air was cool and thin, smelling of polished stone and money. The key was for the Bar au Lac, a hotel of such understated luxury it was almost invisible. The lobby was a hushed space of fresh flowers and marble floors. The clerk at the reception desk took the key, his expression neutral. He did not ask for a name or a passport. He simply nodded and handed me a small, heavy envelope. Our room overlooked a lake, its water a placid, metallic gray. The envelope contained a single card, thick, cream-colored stock. On it was an address in the old town, and a time. Nothing else. "We walk in," Kendall said, her voice low. "No weapons, no plan. Just see what they have to say." "I don't think they want to kill us," I said. "They had their chance in Istanbul. This is something else." At 9:05, we stood in a narrow cobbled street, the sounds of the city muffled by the ancient buildings. The address was an unmarked door of dark, weathered wood. I knocked. The door was opened by the man in the loud shirt from the Hagia Sophia. He had shed his tourist disguise and was now wearing a simple, dark suit. He looked older, his face etched with a quiet fatigue. "Professor Reed," he said, his voice flat. "Dr. Sharma, please come in." He led us down a short, dimly lit corridor and into a room that was a shock after the medieval exterior. It was a modern office, all brushed steel and soft, indirect lighting. On the walls were screens showing data streams and satellite images. A woman sat behind a wide, minimalist desk. She was in her 50s, with sharp, intelligent eyes and silver hair, cut in a severe bob. "Elara Vance," she said, not rising. "I am the current director of the chorus. Please, sit." We took the two chairs facing the desk. The man who had let us in stood by the door, a silent sentinel. "You performed admirably in Istanbul," Vance began, folding her hands on the desk. "You stopped a global catastrophe. The world will never know, of course, but you have our gratitude." "Was that the only test?" I asked. "Or was the whole thing a test?" Vance allowed a thin smile. "Professor Reed, your entire life has been a preparation. Your work on Gnostic and Hermetic symbology was unparalleled. When we identified Lemaire's trajectory, we knew we needed you. But we also knew you would never consent to the methods required. Your moral compass, while admirable, was a liability. So you took it from me," I said, the words cold. "We suppressed the emotional context of your memories. The knowledge, the expertise remained. We needed a pure instrument, unburdened by doubt or a personal attachment. The amnesia was an unforeseen side effect of the depth of the suppression. And my life, the woman with the yellow mug?" Vance's expression did not change. "A wife. She believes you died in a car accident 2 years ago. It was cleaner that way." The words hit me with a physical force. A wife, a life, a death. The hollow feeling inside me suddenly had a shape, a name. It was grief. Kendall shifted in her seat. "You had no right." "We had every right," Vance replied, her voice hardening. "The survival of a third of the human race was at stake. We make these calculations. We bear these burdens so others don't have to." She slid a thin file across the desk. "This is your life, Ignacio, your real one. Birth certificate, academic credentials, photographs. It is yours to do with as you wish. You can take the money from the safety deposit box in Istanbul and disappear. You can try to go back to your old life, though I would strongly advise against it. The shock would be immense for both you and her." I looked at the file, my past contained in a few sheets of paper. "I didn't touch it." "Why did you bring us here?" Kendall asked. To give him this, to clear your conscience. Vance looked at her, then back at me. No, we brought you here to make an offer. The world is full of limaires, brilliant broken men and women who believe they have the one true answer. The chorus exists to find them, to understand their patterns, and to stop them. We need people who can walk in the gray areas, people who have been tempered. You want us to work for you, I said. We want to give you a purpose. The money is freedom, but it is an empty freedom. We are offering you a chance to use the skills that saved the world to continue to do so, with your memories restored, if you wish. We have the technology to reverse the process. I looked at Kendall. Her face was a mask, but I saw the question in her eyes. What kind of life could we build on a foundation of lies and blood money? What kind of life could we build hunting monsters? I looked back at Vance, at the cool, calculating certainty in her gaze. She had taken everything from me and was now offering me a new identity, a new war in its place. It was a different kind of cage. I stood up. I left the file on the desk. I need to think, I said. Vance nodded, as if she had expected nothing less. Of course. You have the money. You have the file. The choice is yours. The door is always open, Professor Reed. No. Me. The man by the door opened it for us. We walked back out into the cool Zurich night, the weight of the future pressing down on us, heavier and more complex than any weapon. The past was no longer a locked room. The key was in my hand. I just had to decide if I was brave enough, or broken enough, to turn it. The drizzle began just as we reached the lake, a fine mist that beaded on Kendall's hair and the shoulders of my jacket. The city lights shimmered on the water's dark surface, distorted and beautiful. We walked without speaking for a long time, the events in the sterile office settling into us like a deep cold. A wife, Kendall finally said, her voice quiet against the sound of our footsteps on the wet path. A widow, I corrected. The word felt foreign and terrible on my tongue. She's been mourning a ghost for 2 years. The image of the yellow mug was clearer now, attached to a feeling of warmth, of morning sunlight in a kitchen I couldn't quite see. The grief was a dull, persistent ache, a phantom limb of the soul. What will you do? She asked. I stopped walking, turning to face her. The mist clung to her eyelashes. If I take Vance's offer, they'll give me my memories back. All of them. I'll remember her. I'll remember our life. And then I'll have to carry the knowledge that I let her believe I was dead. That I chose this shadow world over her. I chose shadow world over her. I shook my head. How could I ever go back to her after that? It would be a different kind of death. And if you don't... Kendall's gaze was direct, unflinching. If you take the money and we walk away, then I live the rest of my life as a partial man, haunted by a ghost I can't name, building a new life on a lie that Vance constructed. And we spend our lives looking over our shoulders, waiting for the next Lemaire to emerge, wondering if we should have stayed to fight. There's no good choice, she said softly. There's only a choice, I replied. We started walking again, circling back toward the lights of the train station. The practical world was reasserting itself. We had little money, no plan, and a single life-altering decision to make. We can't decide tonight, Kendall said, as if reading my thoughts. We need to sleep. We need to get out of this city. We found a small, anonymous hotel near the station, its rooms clean and devoid of character. It was a place for people in transit, for those between lives. I lay in the dark, listening to the rhythm of Kendall's breathing in the other bed, and stared at the ceiling. The ghost of my past was no longer an abstraction. It was a specific woman in a specific kitchen, drinking coffee from a yellow mug. The love I felt for her was a real, palpable force, a memory not of an event, but of an emotion. It was the most painful thing I had ever experienced, this love for a stranger who was the center of a life I could not recall. And then there was Kendall, the shared terror, the silent understanding, the way her presence had become the one solid thing in my unraveled world. It wasn't the same as the ghost love for my wife. It was something born of fire and necessity, a bond forged in the crucible of imminent destruction. In the morning, the choice was still there, but the context had shifted. The weight of the past was immense, but the potential of the future with Kendall was a tangible thing in the room with us. We ate a simple breakfast in a bakery, the smell of fresh bread a small, real comfort. "I don't want to work for Vance," I said, breaking the silence. "I won't become another instrument for her to use." Kendall nodded, a look of relief briefly crossing her features. "Okay, so we don't join the chorus. But I can't run away either," I continued. "Not yet. I need to know. I need to see her, just once, from a distance, to know she's real." Kendall considered this, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. "That's a dangerous road, Ignacio, for you and for her." "I know, but I have to. It's the only thread I have that's truly mine. After that, we can decide what comes next. Together." The word hung between us. Together. It was a commitment to a shared, uncertain future. She reached across the small table and placed her hand over mine. Her skin was warm. "Okay," she said. "Then we go and see the ghost." We bought train tickets, not to an escape, but to a reckoning. We were going to find the woman with the yellow mug. We were going to look upon the life that had been stolen from me. And then, with that knowledge burning in my veins, we would finally decide who we were going to be. The train pulled away from the platform, and Zurich, the city of clean decisions and hidden machinery, fell away behind us. The journey felt longer this time, the landscape a blur of green and gray. The file from Vance lay unopened in my bag. I was afraid that seeing a photograph, a name, would make the ghost too solid, would shatter the fragile resolve I had built. Kendall was my anchor, her quiet presence a steadying force, as the train carried us deeper into a country I had once called home. We disembarked in a university town, a place of old stone buildings and quiet bicycle-lined streets. It was familiar in a way that was deeply unsettling, like a song I had known in childhood but forgotten all the words to. My body knew this place. My feet seemed to guide me without conscious thought, leading us away from the station and down a tree-lined avenue. The house was on a quiet street, a modest two-story home with a small, well-kept garden. It was painted a soft blue. The sight of it sent a jolt through my system, a visceral recognition that bypassed my broken memory. This was the place from the scent memory of coffee. This was home. We stood across the street, partially hidden by a large oak tree. The afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows. I felt like a thief, a voyeur peering into a life that belonged to a dead man. Then the front door opened, and she stepped out. She was taller than I had imagined, with dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. She was wearing gardening gloves and carried a trowel. She knelt by a flower bed, her movements efficient and familiar. I couldn't see her face clearly, but the line of her shoulders, the tilt of her head, was a punch to my gut. A wave of emotion, raw and undiluted, rose up and threatened to choke me. It was love, profound and absolute, and a loss so deep it felt like a physical void. Kendall's hand found mine, her grip tight. She didn't speak. We watched her for 10 minutes, maybe 20. She tended to the flowers, then stood, stretching her back. She looked up and down the street, a casual, everyday glance, and for a terrifying second I thought her eyes might meet mine. But they'd passed over our hiding place without a flicker of recognition. She went back inside. The spell was broken. I was shaking. "Her name is Clara," I said, the name rising to my lips from some deep, unlocked vault. "She hates it when I leave my books on the kitchen table." Kendall squeezed my hand. "Ignacio. But I remember the sound of her humming in the morning. I remember the way she always stole the last olive from my plate." The memories were coming now, not as a flood, but as a steady, gentle rain. Each one was a small, bittersweet agony. I remember promising her we would grow old together in that house. I looked at Kendall, her face etched with concern and a deep, unspoken sadness. I had my past back. It was real, and it was beautiful, and it was utterly, irrevocably gone. I was a ghost in my own life. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice rough. We walked back to the station in silence. The choice was made. I could no more re-enter Clara's life than I could truly become the blank slate the chorus had created. To return would be a cruelty, a resurrection of a ghost that would only bring her more pain. On the platform, waiting for the next train to anywhere, I finally opened the file. I looked at the photograph of Clara and me, taken on a hiking trail, both of us smiling, squinting into the sun. I looked at my own face, a face I still struggled to recognize, beaming with a happiness I could only feel as an echo. Then I closed the file and handed it to Kendall. "Keep it for me," I said. She took it without a word and placed it in her bag. When the train arrived, we boarded and found seats. I didn't look back at the town as it receded. I looked forward at Kendall, at the uncertain road ahead. "We find our own monsters," I said. "We don't work for Vance. We don't take her money. We use what we know, what we are, and we do it on our own terms." A slow, determined smile touched Kendall's lips. "No more instruments, no more pawns. Just us," I said. The train gathered speed, carrying us away from the ghost and into the gathering dark. The past was a closed book, a cherished, painful weight I would always carry. But the future was a blank page, and for the first time, the hand holding the pen was my own. The first step was to disappear. Vance's resources were vast, but her attention was likely focused on global threats, not two rogue assets who had simply walked away. We used a fraction of the Istanbul money to buy 2 untraceable pay-as-you-go phones and 2 bus tickets to a larger city 3 hours away. From there, we used cash to purchase a pair of beat-up motorcycles from a dubious-looking classified A deed. They were old, loud, and unreliable. But they were freedom. We rode for days, sleeping in roadside motels that smelled of mildew and disinfectant, eating at diners where the coffee was weak and the eggs were greasy. The rhythm of the road was a strange kind of therapy. The constant vibration, the wind, the need to focus on the next curve, the next truck. It left little room for the past to breathe. Kendall became someone else on the road. The careful, analytical doctor receded, replaced by a woman with a fierce, almost reckless grip on the present. She learned to fix a carburetor from a grizzled mechanic in a dusty garage, her hands becoming smeared with grease as she followed his instructions. I watched her, this woman who had pulled me from the fire, and saw the same core of steel that had faced down Lemaire, now being tempered by the simple physical demands of survival. We ended up in a coastal city in the south, a place of salt-scoured stone and noisy gulls. We rented a single room in a boarding house, with a view of the harbor and the rusting skeletons of old fishing boats. It was a place to stop, to breathe, to plan. "We need information," Kendall said one evening, tracing a pattern in the condensation on her glass of cheap wine. "We can't just wait for the next crisis to appear on the news. We need to see the patterns before they form. We need access to the kind of data streams Vance has," I replied. "But without the strings." "Then we find a back door," she said, her eyes glinting with a familiar, dangerous light. Lemaire wasn't the only one playing with forbidden knowledge. The dark web, academic circles she'd consider beneath her. That's where the whispers start. The chorus listens from the top down. We'll have to listen from the bottom up. We'll have to listen from the bottom up. It was a daunting task. We had my expertise in esoteric symbols and forgotten languages, and her sharp, scientific mind. We had the shared, first-hand experience of having stopped an apocalypse. And we had the memory of what happened when good men were pushed too far, and when powerful men thought they had the right to erase a life for the greater good. Our first lead came from a digital ghost, a forum post I found buried in an obscure thread about pre-Socratic philosophy. The user was discussing the concept of the anima mundi, the world's soul. But their linguistic constructions were off, using a grammatical tense that hadn't existed for 2,000 years. It was a cipher, a flag planted by someone who didn't want to be understood by the uninitiated. It took me 3 days to unravel it. The message wasn't about philosophy. It was a set of coordinates and a date. A meeting. It could be a trap, Kendall said, looking at the decoded numbers on my screen. It could be, I agreed. But it's the only thread we have. The coordinates led to an abandoned observatory on a windswept hill overlooking the sea. We left the motorcycles a mile away and approached on foot under a sky thick with stars. The air was cold and carried the scent of pine and salt. A single figure stood in the ruins of the main dome, silhouetted against the starry sky. As we drew closer, I saw it was a young woman, no older than 25, with a sharp, anxious face. "You came," she said, her voice barely a whisper. I wasn't sure anyone would understand the message. "We understood," I said. "Who are you?" "My name is Lynn. I am a researcher for Omnicorp." She hugged herself against the cold. "They fired me last week. They said my project was no longer viable. But I think they found out what I discovered." "What did you discover?" Kendall asked, her tone carefully neutral. Lynn looked from Kendall to me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "They're not building a new AI. They're trying to map one. They're using a modified version of the Lemaire resonator, trying to find a consciousness that's already there, in the background radiation of the universe. They call it the silent choir. They think they can make it sing. They think they can make it sing." The words hung in the cold air. Another machine. Another prophet hearing voices in the static. I looked at Kendall and saw my own grim realization reflected in her eyes. We hadn't found a new path away from the chorus. We had simply found the same war, waiting for us in the dark. Lynn took a nervous step forward. "I need your help. You stopped Lemaire. You can stop this." I looked out at the dark, endless sea. Then back at the frightened woman. The blank slate was gone. In its place was a man with a past he could not reclaim and a future he had to shape. The choice was no longer about joining or running. It was about choosing our battlefield. "Tell us everything," I said. The wind picked up, whipping Lynn's hair across her face. She led us to the partial shelter of a crumbling wall, her words tumbling out in a frantic, hushed stream. She spoke of quantum-entangled listening posts, of data streams that weren't data at all, but something closer to a psychic impression pulled from the fabric of space-time. It was Lemaire's work, but refined, industrialized. Omnicorp wasn't a cult of personality. It was a publicly traded company with shareholders and a corporate board. "They think it's a source of unlimited energy," Lynn explained, her teeth chattering. "A cognitive energy. They don't understand. They can't understand what they're actually poking at. The resonator wasn't built for this. The feedback, the psychic resonance, it will shatter any mind it touches. It's not a choir. It's a scream." What? I thought of Clara, of her quiet garden, of a world of people living their simple human lives, completely unaware of the silent, gathering storm. I had walked away from one life to protect it. I couldn't walk away from this. We need proof, Kendall said, ever the pragmatist. Something we can use. Something that can't be buried by their lawyers and public relations team. Lynn nodded vigorously, pulling a small encrypted data stick from her pocket. This is the raw data from my last simulation. The one that got me fired. It's a predictive model of the resonance cascade. It shows the unraveling. She held it out, her hand trembling. But it's not enough. You need to see the primary facility. You need to see the machine. Nah. Where is it? I asked. A disused hydroelectric dam in the Alps, she said. They're using the existing power grid and the natural geological isolation. It's called Project Ether. We took Lynn with us. We couldn't leave her out in the cold. Omnicorp would be looking for her. Our small two-person operation had just acquired a third. The room in the boarding house felt even smaller with her there, nervous energy filling the space. Kendall and I spent the night hunched over our laptops, verifying Lynn's data. The math was terrifyingly elegant. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a key, designed to turn a lock no one should even know existed. We can't do this alone, Kendall murmured, her face illuminated by the screen. We need to disrupt their power supply, their cooling systems, their data core, all simultaneously. It's a 3-person job, minimum, and that's if we had a small army's worth of equipment. I leaned back, rubbing my eyes. The ghost of Professor Reed, the academic, would have advocated for going to the authorities. But the man I had become knew there were no authorities, only different branches of the same hidden government. Vance and the chorus were one option. They had the resources, but the price would be our freedom, our autonomy. We would become their instruments once more. There might be another way, I said slowly, an idea forming from the shattered pieces of my past and present. We don't have an army, but we have a story. Kendall looked at me, intrigued. Lynn watched us from her cot, wrapped in a blanket. Omnicorp is a public company, I continued. They have rivals. They have investors who get skittish. We don't need to blow up the dam. We just need to make enough noise that the world starts asking questions. We leak the data. We send it to their competitors, to journalists, to anyone who will listen. We turn on the lights and let the world see the monster in the basement. Badnei, Pauloi, Basada, Westfor, Bashishe, Danzur, Wado, Dies. It's a risk, Kendall said. If we're too slow, they'll bury it. If we're too loud, they'll send people to bury us. It's the only play we have that doesn't end with us either working for Vance or dead in a ditch, I replied. We use the system against itself. We become a virus in the information stream. A faint smile touched Kendall's lips. A ghost in the machine. We worked for 2 days, preparing the digital packet. Lynn's data, my analysis framed in accessible language, Kendall's cold, scientific summary of the potential catastrophic effects. We were a good team. We created a cascade of emails, scheduled to release from anonymous servers in a timed sequence, a wave of truth that would be impossible to stop once it began. The night before we were set to trigger the release, I found myself standing on the small balcony, looking out at the dark, restless sea. Kendall joined me, handing me a cup of coffee. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "Thinking about ghosts," I said. "The one I left behind, and the one we're about to create for Omnicorp." "We're not ghosts," she said, her shoulder brushing against mine. "We're the opposite. We're making sure the dead stay dead, and the silent stay silent. We're the reminder." I looked at her, at the fierce certainty in her eyes, and felt the rightness of our path settle deep within me. It wasn't the life I had planned, and it wasn't the life I had lost. It was something new, something forged in the space between memory and choice. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded. "Let's make some noise." I turned and went inside to the laptop. I took a deep breath, my finger hovering over the key that would send our ghost out into the world to wage its war. Then I pressed it. Story 3. The air in the little room was still and warm, thick with the scent of old pine and dust motes dancing in the late afternoon sun. Then, a pocket of cold air moved past his cheek, a sudden localized chill that felt like the breath of a cave. It was the kind of cold that clung to a space recently vacated, a ghost of displacement. Denham stood just inside the doorway of the rented cabin, his duffel bag heavy on his shoulder, and he knew, with the old, deep-seated certainty of a man who had survived ambushes, that he was not alone a moment before. The sheriff's voice came from behind him, flat and hard. "Don't move a muscle, son." Denham turned slowly, his hands held away from his sides in a gesture of placid non-threat. The sheriff was a big man, his gut testing the buttons of a khaki shirt, his face a road map of sun-coarsened lines. His name was Hollis, and his eyes held no curiosity, only a weary kind of verdict. 2 deputies flanked him, younger, their hands resting on the butts of their pistols. "Something I can help you with, Sheriff. You can start by telling me what you did with Eliza Reed," Hollis said. The name meant nothing to Denham. He had been in this town, this damp, green pocket of Louisiana they called Cypress Root, for less than 3 hours. He had gotten off the bus, walked to the only diner for a meal that sat like a stone in his gut, and then come here, to this cabin recommended by the tired-looking clerk at the bus depot. It was supposed to be a place to stop walking just for a night or two, a place where the noise in his head might quiet down. "I don't know an Eliza Reed," Denham said, his voice even, a calm lake over a deep troubled bed. "She cleans these cabins," the sheriff said, stepping inside. The floorboards groaned under his weight. "She was here this morning. Her husband reported her missing 2 hours ago, and now here you are, walking into the place she was last seen. A stranger, a drifter." He looked Denham up and down, taking in the worn boots, the faded jacket, the quiet stillness that soldiers learn to wear like a second skin. "A violent man? I'd wager. You all have that look." Denham said nothing. Arguing with a man who had already written the story was like shouting into a high wind. He let his gaze drift past the sheriff, taking in the room. A simple bed, a table, a small kitchenette. The air still held that strange cold pocket near the bed, and there on the floorboards beside the rough-hewn leg of the table was a smudge. Dark, almost black. It could have been mud, but Denham had seen enough dried blood to know its particular shade of rust brown. "You'll be coming with us," Hollis said. It wasn't a request. The Cypress Root jail was a single humid cell at the back of the sheriff's office. The air smelled of stale coffee and despair. Denham sat on the thin cot and let the silence wrap around him. This was a trap, clumsily set, but effective. He was the perfect patsy, a man with no roots, no history here, a face that blended into a crowd of one. He had seen this kind of thing before, not in America, but in places where the law was just another gang with a flag. A local problem needed a disposable solution. The deputy who brought him a plastic cup of water later that evening was younger than the others, his face still holding onto a semblance of openness. His name tag read, Fletcher. "You really didn't do it, did you?" Fletcher asked, his voice low. "Do you care?" Denham replied, not looking up. Fletcher shifted his weight. "Miss Eliza. She was a good woman. She didn't deserve whatever happened." "What did happen, deputy? What's the official story?" Fletcher glanced toward the door. Sheriff says you probably attacked her. Hid the body. We're searching the swamps now. And the evidence? Besides my unfortunate timing. Your word against the fact you were in her last known location. Fletcher's voice dropped even further. And the fact that a man matching your description was seen arguing with her earlier. A man in a jacket. With a duffel bag, Dutch. Could be 100 men. Not in Cypress Route, Fletcher said. And there was a world of meaning in that simple statement. This was a place that did not like outsiders. A place that digested them slowly, or spat them out. He was being digested. He was released 48 hours later. There was no body. No evidence could be found to hold him. The search of the swamps had yielded nothing. Hollis unlocked the cell with a grimace of dissatisfaction. "Don't you leave this town," he growled. "This ain't over." Denham stepped out into the blinding white of the Louisiana sun. The heat was a physical weight, a damp blanket smothering the town. He stood on the warped wooden sidewalk and knew he would not be leaving. To run was to admit guilt. To run was to let them win. A cold, clean anger, a feeling he had long suppressed, began to uncoil in his gut. This was his new mission. Find Eliza Reed. Find the truth. Make them pay. His investigation began at the town's library, a crumbling building that smelled of mildew and old paper. He found Eliza Reed in the archives of the local weekly newspaper, the Cypress Route Sentinel. She was in a photo from a church social, a woman in her 40s with a kind, tired smile. The caption listed her as a volunteer and a cleaning woman for several local rental properties. A nobody. The perfect victim. He went to the diner where he'd eaten that first day. The same waitress, a woman with hair the color of straw and eyes that had seen too much, served him coffee without meeting his gaze. "I'm looking for information about Eliza Reed," he said, his voice low. Her hand trembled, sloshing coffee into the saucer. "I don't know nothing about that. I didn't hurt her." She finally looked at him, and in her eyes he saw not suspicion, but fear. "It don't matter what you did or didn't do, asking questions. That's the dangerous thing around here." She wiped the counter with a frantic energy. "You should just go. Get on the next bus and never look back." Turnda, and Yashin, and Nandaroya, Enando. John Day. He left the diner and walked toward the edge of town, where the paved roads gave way to gravel, and the air grew thick with the fecund smell of the swamp. Eliza's house was a small, paint-blistered shotgun shack on stilts. A yellow ribbon of crime scene tape was tied across the door, fluttering in the sluggish breeze. It was a pathetic gesture. He knew the sheriff's men had already been here, and they would not have looked too hard. He slipped under the tape and tried the door. Locked. Day. It was a simple lock. A few seconds of work with the blade of his pocket knife, and it clicked open. The inside of the house was neat, obsessively so. Everything was in its place. There were photographs on a side table. Eliza with a man who was presumably her husband. Eliza with a young boy. A small, simple life. Denham moved through the rooms, his senses heightened. He was looking for the anomaly, the thing that did not belong. In the bedroom, he found it. Tucked inside a Bible on the nightstand was not a bookmark, but a receipt. It was from a company called Acadian Freight and Storage. Dated the day she disappeared. The item listed was simply Storage Locker B14. It was paid in cash. He pocketed the receipt and left as quietly as he had come. The sun was dipping below the cypress trees, casting long, skeletal shadows across the road. As he walked back toward town, a pickup truck, old and battered, slowed to a crawl beside him. There were two men inside. The passenger, a thick-necked man with a shaved head, stared at him with naked hostility. The truck accelerated, spitting gravel against Denham's legs. The message was clear. He was being watched. Acadian Freight and Storage was a sprawling, rust-streaked warehouse on the industrial canal that fed into the Mississippi. The office was a prefabricated metal box, air-conditioned to an Arctic chill. The man behind the counter had the dead eyes of a bureaucrat anywhere in the world. "I'm here to check on my aunt's storage locker," Denham said, offering a friendly smile. "Eliza Reed, locker B14. She's not feeling well. Asked me to fetch something for her." The man consulted a ledger, a thick, old-fashioned book. "B14. Need to see the key." "She just gave me the receipt," Denham said, sliding the paper across the counter. The man looked at it, then back at Denham. A flicker of something, recognition, caution, passed behind his eyes. "And got the key. Can't get in. Company policy. Is there a manager? Someone who can help?" "Manager's out. Won't be back till Monday." It was a lie, delivered with the flat ease of constant practice. Denham nodded, as if accepting this. "I'll come back then. Thank you for your help." He left the office, but did not leave the property. He circled around the back of the warehouse, moving through patches of tall weeds and discarded pallets. The loading bays were quiet. He found a side door, secured with a heavy padlock that showed fresh scratches around the keyhole. Someone had been here recently, and they had not used a key. He waited until full dark, the humidity condensing into a fine, cool mist that clung to his skin. The night sounds of the swamp were a constant, thrumming chorus. Using his knife and a piece of stiff wire from a broken fence, he worked on the padlock. It was a skill he'd learned in a different life or a different kind of war. The lock yielded with a soft, metallic click. Inside the warehouse was a cathedral of shadows, vast and echoing. The air was cold and smelled of diesel and damp concrete. Rows of storage lockers, like metal tombs, stretched into the darkness. He used the small, shielded beam of his penlight to find the aisle for B. Locker 14 was at the far end. The padlock on this one was new, shiny and formidable. He would not be picking this one quietly. He looked around and found a long iron pry bar leaning against a nearby pillar. He wedged the tip into the hasp of the lock and threw his weight against it. The sound of tearing metal was shockingly loud in the silent space. The door swung open. The locker was not filled with furniture or old clothes. It contained rows of metal shelves, and on those shelves were boxes. He opened one. It was packed with small, clear plastic bags filled with white pills. He opened another. This one held bundles of cash, neatly stacked. A third contained passports, dozens of them, from different countries. He picked one up at random. The photo was of a young girl, her eyes wide with fear. The name was false. He knew what he was looking at. A trafficking operation. Not just drugs, but people. A floorboard creaked behind him. He turned, the pry bar still in his hand. Sheriff Hollis stood there, not in his uniform, but in jeans and a dark windbreaker. He wasn't pointing his gun. He didn't need to. The look on his face was one of resigned finality. "I told you to leave," Hollis said, his voice echoing softly in the cavernous space. "This didn't have to be your grave." "The town's leading citizen," Denham said, his grip tightening on the cold iron of the bar. "Running a smuggling ring out of a storage locker, using missing people as your fall guys. Is that what happened to Eliza Reed? She found this place?" "Eliza was greedy," Hollis said, taking a step forward. "She cleaned the office, saw the ledger, thought she could ask for a little more money. A stupid, fatal mistake. And you framed me for it, neat and tidy." "It's a tidy business," Hollis said. "Or it was until you started poking around." He finally drew his pistol, a heavy, black revolver. "Now it gets messy." The gunshot was not from Hollis's revolver. It was a sharper, louder crack that came from the darkness to Denham's left. A hole appeared in the center of Hollis's forehead. His expression of smug authority did not even have time to change before he crumpled to the concrete floor, a marionette with its strings cut. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was the young deputy, Fletcher. He held a service pistol, smoke curling from the barrel. His face was pale, but his hand was steady. He was the conspiracy leader, Fletcher said, his voice hollow. But he wasn't alone. The mayor, the judge, they're all in on it. Acadian Freight is just one piece. They move people drugs, anything that turns a profit. This whole town, it's a machine, and they own it. Denham looked from the dead sheriff to the trembling deputy. Why did I do it? Fletcher asked, lowering his gun. Because I became a cop to help people. And every day I put on that badge, I was helping them do this. He gestured at the shelves of misery. Eliza Reed was my wife's aunt. She was the one who told me something was wrong. I was trying to investigate from the inside, but I was in too deep. You were the only variable they didn't control, the only chance. Just then, a woman stepped into the pool of light from Denham's fallen penlight. It was the waitress from the diner. She held a digital voice recorder in her hand. I got it all, she said. His confession. She looked at Denham. My name is Linda Corbin. I'm with the State Police Organized Crime Task Force. I've been undercover here for 6 months. The pieces clicked into place. The fearful waitress had been an act, a cover. She was brave, and she had been waiting for a break just like this. We have the confession, Linda said, but Hollis was small fry compared to the man who really runs this. The man who owns Acadian Freight, a man named Theron Croft. The name meant nothing to Denham, but he saw Fletcher flinch. He lives on the old Croft plantation up the river, Fletcher said. He's like a ghost. Never comes to town, but everyone does what he says. Including framing strangers for murder, Denham said, the cold anger now a focused, crystalline point. The three of them, the ex-soldier, the rogue deputy, and the undercover agent, formed an unlikely alliance bound by the body at their feet. They used Hollis's own keys to open a secure office in the warehouse. Inside, they found ledgers, shipping manifests, and digital files that mapped the entire operation. It was bigger than Denham had imagined, a network that stretched from the Gulf Coast to cities across America. But the clock was ticking. Hollis would be missed. They had to move fast. The Croft plantation was not on any modern map. It was a place of rumor, a white-pillared relic decaying behind a curtain of ancient live oaks and Spanish moss. They went by boat, navigating a narrow Blackwater channel under a moonless sky. The house appeared suddenly, a pale, monstrous shape in the darkness, its windows blind. They moved onto the grounds, the damp earth silencing their footsteps. Denham led the way, his senses parsing the night. He signaled for Fletcher and Linda to flank the main entrance while he found a side door, a servant's entrance, unlocked. The arrogance of power. The inside of the house was a museum of a dead era, filled with antique furniture and the smell of lemon polish and decay. He moved through a darkened pantry and into a large, shadowy kitchen. From the hallway beyond, he heard voices. One was Fletcher's, tight with tension. The other was a calm, cultured baritone. You always were a sentimental boy, Carl, the voice said. Theron Croft. I knew your father. He lacked ambition, too. Denham stepped into the hallway. It was a grand foyer with a sweeping staircase. Fletcher and Linda were standing near the front door, their weapons drawn. Theron Croft stood at the foot of the stairs. He was an old man, slender, dressed in a silk dressing gown. He held a crystal tumbler of amber liquid. He did not look like a kingpin of a criminal empire. He looked like a retired professor. And you must be the soldier, Croft said, turning his pale, intelligent eyes on Denham. I must admit, you have been a most disruptive element. I admire tenacity. It's a rare commodity. It's over, Croft, Linda said, her voice firm. We have the evidence. Hollis is dead, he confessed. Croft took a slow sip of his drink. Hollis was a tool, a blunt instrument. His confession is meaningless. My lawyers will tie your evidence in knots for years. And you, he smiled, a thin, bloodless line. You are trespassing in my home. The laws regarding self-defense are quite clear in this state. From the shadows of the balcony above, two figures emerged. The henchman from the truck and a third man, all armed with shotguns. They had been waiting. They had been led into a trap. You see, Croft said, you have the facts, but you lack the power. And in the end, power is the only truth that matters. Denham did not hesitate. He had assessed the room the moment he entered. The chandelier above Croft's head was old, its chain rusted. He raised his pistol, not at the man on the balcony, but at the delicate, rusted link where the chain met the ceiling. The gunshot was deafening. The chain shattered. The chandelier, a monstrous confection of crystal and iron, fell like a comet. It did not hit Croft directly, but it crashed onto the staircase beside him, sending a hailstorm of crystal shards and splintered wood through the air. The old man was thrown backward, his head striking the newel post with a sickening crack. The distraction was all they needed. Linda and Fletcher opened fire on the men on the balcony. The fight was short, brutal, and final. When the last echo of gunfire faded, the only sound was the tinkling of falling crystal and Croft's ragged, wet breathing. Denham walked over to him. Croft lay broken among the ruins of his grandeur, his silk robe stained with blood and dust. His eyes were open, staring up at the hole in the ceiling where his chandelier had been. You can't, he gasped. You were wrong, Denham said, his voice quiet, almost gentle. The truth does matter. He watched as the light faded from the old man's eyes, the power draining away into nothing. In the weeks that followed, Cypress Root became the center of a media storm. The arrests of the mayor, the judge, and several other prominent figures made national headlines. The files from the warehouse led to dozens of rescues and arrests across the country. Denham gave his statement and then faded from the proceedings. He was not a hero. He was a man who had cleaned up a mess. On the day he was preparing to leave, to start walking again, Linda Corbin found him at the bus depot. She was out of her waitress uniform, dressed in a crisp pantsuit. There's a place for you, you know, she said. On the task force, you have a talent for this. Denham looked out at the flat, green landscape. The air was still heavy, but the fear that had clung to it was gone. It's not my talent, he said. It's my curse. She nodded, understanding. Where will you go? Somewhere the air is dry, he said. He got on the bus and found a seat by the window. As the bus pulled away, he saw the town of Cypress Root recede in the distance, just a speck of human trouble in the vast, indifferent south. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, the noise in his head was quiet. And from a great distance, as if from the other side of a long and silent river, a voice observes these events, a voice that saw the chill in the cabin air and followed its trail. It watched the soldier walk into the trap and dismantle it from the inside. It watched the fear lift from the town like a fever breaking. It knows that the story of Cypress Root is over, filed away in the endless archives of human conflict. Another small battle in the eternal war between the cruel and the resilient. The soldier moves on, a solitary figure on a long road, carrying his piece like a weapon, forever walking toward a horizon that holds both threat and promise. A man who found a war to fight when he thought his wars were all behind him. And the voice, having borne witness, turns its attention elsewhere, to the next story waiting to be told in the quiet, secret heart of the world. The bus hummed beneath him, a steady vibration that promised motion and distance. He kept his eyes closed, not sleeping, but letting the miles unspool the tension in his shoulders. The dry air he'd wished for was still days away. For now, there was only the damp green blur outside the window and the low murmur of other passengers. A man in a suit was talking loudly on his phone about a merger. A woman was trying to quiet a fussing child. The ordinary noise of the world, a sound he had been detached from for so long. It felt different now. It didn't grate. It was just life. He changed buses in Montgomery, the station crowded and smelling of diesel and fried food. He bought a cup of coffee and a newspaper. The story was on page 6 now, a small update. Federal task force expands probe following Cyprus route bust. He read it without emotion, then folded the paper and left it on a plastic seat. On the next bus, heading west, the landscape began to change. The dense, waterlogged forest slowly gave way to rolling hills, the green becoming browner, the sky opening up into a wider, bleached blue expanse. The weight of the humidity lessened its grip. He could feel it in his lungs, a new kind of air. He got off in a small town in the Texas Hill Country, a place whose name he didn't bother to learn. It was just a spot on the map where the bus stopped for fuel. He walked away from the station with his duffel bag slung over his shoulder. The sun was hot and direct, the ground hard and dusty under his boots. He walked until the town was a cluster of low buildings behind him, and the only sound was the wind hissing through the dry grass. He came to a creek, little more than a trickle between limestone rocks. He sat on the bank and took out his canteen. The water was warm, but it was clean. He looked at his reflection in the slow-moving water, a face etched by sun and memory. It was the same face, but the man behind it felt different. The ghost of Eliza Reed was no longer a weight on his conscience, but a quiet ember of resolve. He had not been able to save her, but he had answered for her. That was a kind of peace. He made a camp as dusk fell, a simple affair under the shelter of a rocky overhang. He built a small, efficient fire and heated a can of beans. The stars here were brilliant, undimmed by the moisture that hazed the southern skies. He lay back on his bedroll, his hands behind his head, and watched them. The silence was immense, a physical presence. It was not the empty silence of the road before Cyprus route. This was a full silence, a settled one. In the morning he would walk again. There was no destination, only the movement. But the aimlessness felt different now. It was no longer a flight from something, but a journey toward an unknown and perhaps acceptable future. He had looked into the heart of a small, terrible darkness, and had not been consumed by it. He had, in fact, extinguished a part of it. That knowledge was a solid thing inside him. A stone in his pocket he could turn over and feel its smooth, hard surface. He slept, and his dreams were not of swamps or falling chandeliers, but of open country and a long, straight road disappearing into the heat shimmer on the horizon. When he woke with the dawn, the air was cool and dry. He packed his gear, stamped out the ashes of his fire, and started walking. The sun was at his back, and his shadow stretched out long before him, a dark companion on the hard, bright earth. The road was gravel for a while, crunching under his boots. Then it turned to dirt, and finally faded into a cattle trail that wound through scrub oak and mesquite. He walked for hours, the rhythm of it a meditation. By midday, the heat was a solid wall. He found shade in a dry arroyo and drank the last of his water. He wasn't worried. He had a map in his head, and he knew there was a windmill and a tank a few miles to the north. He reached it just as the sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The windmill was old, its blades squeaking with each slow revolution, but it was drawing water. The tank was a round concrete basin, the water green, but clean enough. He filtered some into his canteen and then stripped off his shirt, splashing the cool water over his head and shoulders. The shock of it was a baptism. As he stood there, dripping, he saw a truck kicking up a plume of dust on a distant road. It turned onto the track that led toward the windmill. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just watched it come. It was an old, battered Ford, red with rust. It rolled to a stop a respectful distance away, and an older man with a leathery face and a straw hat got out. "Afternoon," the man said, his eyes taking in Denham, his duffel, his general aura of a man who belonged nowhere. "Saw you walking from the main road. That's a long way without a canteen." "I had one," Denham said. The man nodded slowly. "Name's Hector. This is my land. Not that a man can't walk across it. Just don't see many folks on foot out here. Just passing through," Denham said. Hector looked past him toward the endless expanse of hills. "Through to where?" "Not sure yet." A faint smile touched Hector's cracked lips. "That's the honest answer. Most wouldn't admit it." He gestured with his thumb back toward his truck. "I'm headed into town for supplies. It's another 15 miles. You're welcome to a ride. I could use the company, and you look like you could use a meal that didn't come from a can." Denham considered it. The offer was simple, without hidden pressure. The man's eyes were clear. It was just one human being offering another a basic kindness. It was the kind of thing that had been in short supply for a long time. "All right," Denham said. "I'd appreciate that." He gathered his things and got into the passenger side of the truck. The interior smelled of oil and earth and old tobacco. Hector got in and turned the truck around, the suspension groaning. They drove in silence for a few miles. The only sound the roar of the engine and the wind whistling through a crack in the window. "Trouble finds some men," Hector said eventually, not taking his eyes off the rough track. "And some men go looking for it. Which one are you?" Denham watched a hawk circling high overhead. "I thought I was the first kind. Now I'm not so sure." Hector grunted, a sound of approval. "That's a better answer than the first one." He pointed a calloused finger at the glove compartment. "There's a map in there. The town we're going to is called Santo Blanco. If you decide you want to keep walking, there's a place about 20 miles west of there. An old trading post. The fellow who runs it, his name is Joe. He always needs an extra pair of hands. The kind of hands that don't mind hard work or quiet days. Pays in cash. Asks no questions." Denham didn't open the glove compartment. He just looked out at the land, which was opening up into a wide, high desert valley. The air was so dry, it felt like it was scouring him clean. "Quiet days sound good," he said. Hector just nodded, and they drove on toward the low cluster of buildings shimmering in the heat ahead. The truck carrying him toward another town, another chance, another page waiting to be turned. The town of Santo Blanco was little more than a wide spot in the road, a gas station, a diner, and a few sun-bleached houses. Hector dropped him off outside the diner with a firm handshake and a nod. "Joe's place is straight west on the old highway. You can't miss it. Looks like it's about to fall over, but it stood for 100 years." Denham bought a hot meal and ate it slowly, savoring the taste of real food. The waitress was an older woman with a kind, tired face. She refilled his coffee without being asked and didn't try to make conversation. He paid with cash from his dwindling supply and stepped back out into the blinding afternoon. He started walking west. The old highway was cracked and patched. The yellow line faded to a pale memory. The heat was immense, but it was a clean heat. After a few miles, he saw it. A low, long building made of adobe and rough-cut timber, with a sagging porch and a sign that read Blanco Trading Post in peeling paint. A few rusted gas pumps stood out front, and an old man was sitting in a rocking chair in the shade of the porch, a dog sleeping at his feet. As Denham approached, the man looked up. He had the same weathered quality as Hector, his face a road map of a long life lived outdoors. The dog lifted its head, thumped its tail once on the wooden planks, and went back to sleep. "You lost?" the man asked, his voice a dry rasp. "Looking for Joe," Denham said. "You found him." Joe looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on the duffel bag and the wear on his boots. "Hector call ahead?" "No. He just pointed me this way." Joe gave a slow nod. "He's a good judge of character. I need a man who can fix things. The roof leaks. The fence out back is more tumbleweed than post. The work is hard, the pay is fair, and you can sleep in the room out back. It's got a cot and a door that locks." It was all laid out, simple and direct. No questions about the past, no demands for the future. Just work. "I can fix things," Denham said. "Good." Joe pointed a thumb toward the side of the building. "Runes around there. Stow your gear. The toolbox is in the shed. The fence starts at the corner post by the arroyo. I'll have dinner on at 6. You eat what I eat." Denham found the room. It was small and dusty, with a single window looking out toward the distant mountains. It was perfect. He dropped his duffel on the cot, the familiar weight of his life settling into this new, quiet space. He found the toolbox and walked out to the fence line. The work was physical, repetitive, digging out old posts, setting new ones, stretching wire. The sun beat down, and sweat cleaned the last of the southern damp from his pores. At 6, he washed up at an outdoor spigot, and went inside. Joe had made a stew. They ate in silence, the only sound the clink of spoons on bowls. Afterward, Joe poured 2 fingers of whiskey into a jelly jar and pushed it across the table to Denham. They drank without a toast. Later, sitting on the porch as the sky turned to velvet and the stars emerged, Joe spoke. "This is a quiet place. Trouble tends to pass it by. But if it ever shows up, it's good to have a man around who knows what to do." Denham didn't answer. He just sipped the whiskey and watched the horizon dissolve into night. He had walked a long way to find a door that would open, a piece of ground that would hold his weight. He had found it. For now, that was enough. The road was behind him, and the silence ahead was a promise he intended to keep. The next morning, he was up before the sun, the habit of a lifetime unbroken. He made coffee on the old stove while Joe still snored in the next room. By first light, he was back at the fence, the rhythmic pounding of the post driver echoing in the still, cool air. It was good work. It left no room for thought, only for the simple, physical truth of the task. Days folded into a week, then 2. The rhythm was steady. Repair the roof, patch the screen door, help a rancher from the next valley over pull a calf. The man paid him with a $20 bill and a nod. Denham tucked the money away and felt a small, solid satisfaction. One evening, a car he didn't recognize, a dusty sedan with out-of-state plates, pulled up to the trading post. A man in a cheap suit got out, his city shoes looking alien on the gravel. Denham, who was stacking firewood, didn't stop his work, but his posture shifted, his awareness narrowing to a fine point. Joe came out onto the porch, wiping his hands on a rag. "Help you?" The man flashed a wallet with a badge. "Federal Marshal, looking for a John Denham. We have reason to believe he might have passed through this area." Joe leaned against a post, his face a mask of casual indifference. "Lots of people pass through. Don't know the name." The marshal's eyes flicked toward Denham, who kept stacking wood, his back to them. "He is a person of interest in a closed case. Cypress route. Just have some follow-up questions." "Can't help you," Joe said, his tone final. "Now, if you're not buying gas, I've got work to do." The marshal stood for a moment, looking from Joe to Denham's back, then finally got back in his car and drove away, the dust settling slowly behind him. That night, after dinner, Joe lit his pipe. The sweet smell of tobacco filled the room. That fella asking after you. Yes, Denham said. You want to talk about it? No. Joe puffed a few times, the ember in the bowl glowing in the dim light. Did you do what they said you did? Some of it. Good, Joe said. The world's better for it. That's the end of it then. He won't be back. They don't look too hard for ghosts out here. The following morning was a Sunday. The trading post was closed. Denham took a canteen and walked out into the desert, away from the roads and the fences. He climbed a low, rocky hill and sat, looking out at the vast, empty landscape. The silence was complete. A presence so profound it felt like a sound of its own. He thought of cypress root, of the cloying wet and the constant, low hum of fear. It felt like a story he had read once, a long time ago, about another man in another life. He reached into his pocket and found the smooth, dark stone he had picked up from the creek bed his first day here. He held it in his palm, feeling its weight, its permanence. It was just a rock, but it was a part of this place, a part of his peace. He stood up and started back down the hill. The trading post was a small, dark shape in the distance, a fixed point in the expanse. He knew the roof still needed a few more shingles, and the pump on the north well was making a funny noise. There was work to be done. He walked toward it, his steps steady on the hard, dry earth. No longer a man walking away from something, but a man walking toward home. The funny noise from the north well was a worn bearing. He spent the afternoon taking the pump apart, the pieces laid out on a clean rag on the ground. The mechanical problem was a welcome puzzle, his hands remembering the language of tools and gears. Joe brought him a glass of water and watched for a while, not offering advice, just observing the careful, competent work. When the pump was reassembled and humming with a clean, healthy sound, Joe nodded. You're a handy man to have around. Better than the last one. He tried to fix a leak with chewing gum. That was the highest praise Denham had received in a long time. It was better than any medal. Weeks turned into a month. The rhythm of the place became the rhythm of his own heart. He learned the sounds of the desert. The cry of a hawk, the rustle of a jackrabbit in the brush, the way the wind picked up just before sunset. He learned the schedules of the few regulars who came to the trading post, the ranchers who bought the same supplies and shared the same pieces of news. They began to nod to him, a silent acknowledgement that he was now a part of the scenery, a fixed point like the windmill or the old mesquite tree. One evening, a truck pulled up that he recognized. It was Hector. The old man climbed out and shook Joe's hand, then turned to Denham. You're still here. I am, Denham said. You working out? Hector asked Joe. It'll do, Joe said, but the glint in his eye said more. Hector bought a case of oil and a bag of feed. Before he left, he looked at Denham. You look settled. The land suits you. It does, Denham agreed. Hector drove off, and the quiet settled back in. Denham realized it was true. The restless energy that had driven him for years, the feeling of a clock ticking down in his chest, had finally gone quiet. He wasn't waiting for the next fight, the next mission, the next bus. He was just here. That night, he lay on his cot in the small room, listening to the coyotes sing in the hills. It was a lonely sound, but it no longer felt like a sound that echoed the loneliness inside him. It was just the desert talking. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a very long time, he did not dream of roads or horizons. He dreamed of fixing the hinge on the front door, a simple task for a new day. The hinge was sturdier than it looked, a solid piece of iron that had simply worked loose from the old dry wood over the decades. He drilled out the old screw holes, plugged them with fresh wood, and drove in new, heavy-duty screws. When he swung the door, it moved with a smooth, silent sweep, sealing perfectly against the jamb. Joe came out to test it, pushing it open and letting it swing shut several times. "Solid," he pronounced. "A man who can fix a door can fix most things." It was a Tuesday, the slowest day of the week. After a lunch of cold cuts and bread, Joe pointed to a dusty, tarp-covered shape leaning against the side of the shed. "That's the project for this afternoon, if you're of a mind." Denham pulled back the stiff canvas to reveal an old motorcycle, a classic Indian that had clearly been sitting for years. Dust and rust coated its elegant lines. The tires were flat, and a bird's nest was tucked into the carburetor. "Belonged to the fella before the last fella," Joe said. "He left it when he moved on. Always meant to get it running. Never had the knack." Denham ran a hand over the gas tank, feeling the cool, pitted metal. "I can take a look." He spent the rest of the day methodically dismantling the engine, cleaning each part in a pan of solvent. It was a different kind of work, more intricate than fences or roofs, but the principle was the same. Find what's broken, fix it, make it whole again. The silence of the desert was broken only by the soft clink of metal and the occasional curse when a bolt was stubborn. By evening, he had the engine block reassembled. It was a start. He covered the bike again and went inside to wash the grease from his hands. The sun was setting, casting long, deep shadows across the yard. He stood for a moment on the porch, looking at the outline of the motorcycle under its tarp. It wasn't a symbol of leaving anymore. It was just a machine that needed to be fixed. And when it was running, maybe he would take it out on the old highway, not to go anywhere in particular, but just to feel the wind and see the land blur past. A part of it, instead of just walking through it. The thought held no urgency, only a quiet anticipation. There was time. For the first time, there was all the time in the world. The next day was for the fuel system. He eated a tank of old, varnished gasoline, his head swimming with the fumes. He rebuilt the carburetor, his fingers deft with the small springs and delicate floats. Joe brought him a replacement air filter from a box of old parts in the shed, and by late afternoon he was ready to try. He hooked up a temporary battery, checked the oil, and turned the peck-on. He kicked the starter once, twice. On the third kick, the engine coughed, sputtered, and then roared to life with a deep, throaty rumble that shattered the afternoon quiet. The dog barked once in surprise, then settled back down, unimpressed. Joe came out of the store, a rare, full smile cracking his weathered face. "Sounds good," he shouted over the noise. "That sounds real good." Denham let it run for a while, listening to the engine settle into a steady rhythm. He throttled it back and forth, feeling the power respond. It was alive again. He shut it off, and the sudden silence felt deeper than before, a void where the machine's heartbeat had been. "You take it," Joe said. "A man shouldn't have to walk everywhere." Denham looked at the bike, then at Joe. "I didn't fix it to take it." "I know," Joe said. "That's why it's yours. Things have a way of finding their right owner out here." He didn't argue. He spent the next day mounting new tires and tuning the brakes. When it was finished, he didn't go for a long ride. He just rode it down to the end of the old highway and back, the wind pulling at his shirt, the sun warm on his arms. He parked it next to the porch, ready for when it was needed. A few days later, a monsoon rolled in from the south, a rare and violent storm. The rain came down in thick, gray sheets, and the dry arroyo behind the trading post began to fill with a churning, red-brown torrent. The power went out, and they lit lanterns. Joe played solitaire at the table while Denham read an old magazine. The world was reduced to the circle of lamplight and the drumming of rain on the roof, a roof that no longer leaked. In the morning, the air was washed clean, and the desert smelled of damp sage and creosote. The world looked new. Denham walked out to check the fence lines for washouts. He found a few places where the wire was strained, but the posts he had set held firm. He stood for a long time, looking at the water still rushing through the arroyo, carrying sticks and debris from far away. It was all just passing through. He was not. He was one of the posts now, driven deep into the earth, meant to hold. He turned and walked back toward the low, solid shape of the trading post, ready for the day's work. The work that day was clearing silt from the drainage ditch near the fuel tanks. The storm had left its mark, but it was a mark that could be erased with a shovel and some sweat. As he worked, a pickup truck he didn't recognize rattled into the lot. A local rancher from the look of him. The man went inside, and Denham could hear the low murmur of voices through the open door. After a few minutes, the man came out, followed by Joe. "This is Denham," Joe said to the rancher. A simple introduction. "Denham, this is Sam Curtis. His place is over the ridge." Curtis nodded, his eyes appraising but not unfriendly. "Joe says you're the one to talk to about a bulky generator. Big diesel unit. Can't get it to hold a load." "I can take a look at it," Denham said. "Good. Be a big help. I'll pay you for your time, of course." Curtis gave him directions, a simple list of turns off the main road. It was the first time someone from the outside had asked for him specifically, had needed a skill he possessed. It wasn't a demand or a threat. It was a request. The next morning, he rode the motorcycle to the Curtis ranch. The machine felt sure and steady beneath him. The repair took most of the day. A clogged fuel injector and a faulty voltage regulator. When the generator roared to life and the lights in the ranch house stayed bright, Curtis's wife brought him out a glass of iced tea. "Thank you," she said. "It's a blessing to have someone who knows what they're doing." He accepted the $20 Curtis gave him, the same as for pulling the calf. The economy here was simple, based on work and need. He rode back as the sun was setting, the sky a blaze of orange and purple. He realized he hadn't thought about Cypress root or the Marshall or the weight of his duffel bag all day. His mind had been occupied with the simple, solvable problems of machinery and the open road. Joe was on the porch when he pulled up. "Get it fixed." "Yeah." It was the voltage regulator. Joe just grunted, the same sound of approval Hector had used. He pointed to the kitchen with his pipe. "There's stew left on the stove." Denham ate alone, the house quiet around him. He washed his bowl and spoon and went out to sit on the porch steps. The night was vast and starry. He could see the pinprick lights of a single airplane moving high overhead, a world away. He felt no pull toward it, no restlessness. The trading post was his anchor, and the work was his purpose. The road had finally brought him to a stop, and the stopping felt like a kind of arrival. He was no longer a man with a past. He was just a man who could fix a generator. And for now, that was everything. The following week, a letter arrived in the mail for Joe, a rare event. Joe read it at the table, his brow furrowed, then slid it across to Denham. It was from a niece back east, inviting him to come for a visit to see his great-nephews. "She writes one every year," Joe said, his voice neutral. "Thinks I'm lonely out here." Denham looked at the careful, looping handwriting. "Are you?" Joe considered the question, lighting his pipe. "A man gets used to his own company, but it's different now." He didn't elaborate, and Denham didn't ask. The meaning was clear. The silence they shared was different from the silence Joe had kept alone. A few days later, a truck hauling a horse trailer pulled in. The driver was a young woman with a worried face and a determined set to her jaw. Her horse, a tall bay, was favoring its front leg. "I'm trying to get him to the vet in Silver Creek, but he's getting worse," she said, her voice tight with strain. "I was hoping you might have some liniment or something." Joe looked at Denham. "You know horses?" "Some," Denham said. He approached the trailer slowly, speaking in a low, calm voice to the animal. He saw the problem immediately. A sharp stone wedged deep in the hoof. He got his tools, the same ones he used for the motorcycle and the generator, and carefully, patiently, worked the stone free. He cleaned the wound and packed it with a poultice. Joe mixed from herbs he kept in a jar. The woman watched, her shoulders slowly relaxing. "Thank you," she said, her gratitude spilling out. "I didn't know what I was going to do." "Keep it clean," Denham said. "He'll be fine." She tried to pay him, but he shook his head. "Just glad to help." After she drove away, Joe refilled their glasses with water from the spigot. "You're building a reputation," he said. "Not just for fixing things that are broken, for being a man who can be counted on." That evening, Denham wrote a letter of his own. It was short, just a few lines on a single sheet of paper. It didn't say where he was or what he was doing. It only said that he was safe and that he was not coming back. He addressed it to an old friend, a man who would understand the silence between the words. The next time Hector came by, he would ask him to mail it from the city. A thread snipped, a final quiet goodbye to the world he had left behind. He sealed the envelope and placed it on the small shelf in his room. There was no hurry. The mail would get out when it got out. Time was no longer a thing to be measured in frantic heartbeats, but in the slow, sure turning of the earth. The days began to blend, not in a monotonous way, but like the layers of sediment in the desert rock, each one adding to a solid whole. The letter sat on a shelf for a week before Hector's truck appeared on the horizon. Denham met him outside and handed him the envelope without a word. Hector looked at the address, a city name 1,000 miles away, then tucked it into his shirt pocket. He asked no questions. He simply nodded and went inside to pick up his order. The Indian sat by the porch, a testament to work completed. Denham used it for small errands, trips to check fence lines that would have taken half a day on foot. The wind in his face was a pleasure, not an escape. He learned the bike's moods, the way it preferred a certain throttle pressure on a steep incline, the particular sound it made when the chain needed oil. It was another thing to care for, another part of the small world he now tended. One afternoon, a government sedan pulled in again, but it was not the marshal. A younger man in a cheap suit got out, asking about mineral rights and land surveys. He was all business, his eyes on a clipboard. Joe answered his questions in short, unhelpful sentences until the man left, frustrated. The event was a ripple on a deep, still pond, gone almost as soon as it appeared. It held no power over the quiet of the place, or over the quiet in Denham's chest. That night, Joe didn't light his pipe right away. He sat at the table, his hands resting on the worn wood. "My niece," he began, then paused. "She's sending tickets for Christmas." Denham looked up from cleaning a harness. "I'm thinking of going," Joe said, the words sounding foreign and heavy. "Wouldn't be for more than a couple weeks. Reckon you could hold things down here?" The question hung in the air, simple and profound. It wasn't about capability. They both knew Denham could run the place blindfolded. It was about trust. It was about leaving the heart of his world in the hands of another man. "Yes," Denham said. "I can." Joe nodded. A slow, decisive dip of his chin. "Good." That was all. He lit his pipe then, and the familiar sweet smell filled the room, sealing the agreement. The next morning, Denham found himself looking at the trading post with new eyes. It was no longer just a refuge he had found. It was a responsibility he had been given. He walked the perimeter, checking the locks on the storage sheds, the level of the fuel tanks, the inventory of goods on the shelves. He wasn't just passing through. He was the one who would be there to turn on the lights, to pump the gas, to answer the questions. He was the one who would sit on the porch in the evening and listen to the coyotes, holding the silence until Joe returned. The thought did not feel like a weight. It felt like a foundation, settling deeper into the earth, strong enough to build a life upon. Story 4. The silence in the house was a physical presence, a thick, muffling blanket that had settled over everything after the police left. It was not a peaceful quiet, the kind filled with the soft hum of a sleeping world. This was a distorted silence, a vacuum that seemed to suck the sound from my very ears, leaving only a high, thin ringing and the memory of their questions hanging in the air like smoke. I stood in the center of the living room, the plush gray carpet feeling like ash under my bare feet. And I listened to the absence. In that hollowed-out quiet, I could almost hear the ghost of my own heartbeat. A frantic, trapped thing, and beneath it, the echo of another silence. One from months ago, on a train rushing through the rain-smeared night. It had begun with a different kind of noise, the rhythmic clatter of steel wheels on track, a sound so constant it became its own form of quiet. I was riding the 10:15 express back to the city, the carriage mostly empty, a capsule of muted light hurtling through the darkness. The world outside the window was a black void, punctuated only by the occasional lonely farmhouse light, a brief smear of gold against the ink. I was staring at my own reflection superimposed on that nothingness, at the tired eyes of a man named Duke, a man who felt his life had become a beautifully furnished cage. My briefcase, lean and black, sat on the seat beside me, a tombstone for a day of professional courtesies and empty victories. Inside it, amid the contracts and projections, was a birthday card for my wife, Jessica Dot. I had not yet written in it. The words would not come. That was when he spoke, his voice a low, smooth baritone that cut through the train's hypnotic rhythm without disturbing it. A difficult choice? I turned. The man across the aisle was perhaps in his late 40s, with hair the color of polished silver and a face that was both handsome and strangely unmemorable, as if it had been designed to blend. He wore a dark, impeccably tailored suit, no tie. His eyes were the most striking feature. A pale, watery blue that held no warmth, only a calm, unnerving intensity. He was nodding toward the unopened card on my lap. "Something like that," I said, my voice tighter than I intended. "Charles," he said, offering a hand that was cool and dry. His grip was firm, precise. "Duke." He smiled, a thin, practiced curve of the lips that did not reach his eyes. "A strong name, regal. It suits you. You look like a man who carries weight. The good kind, of course. Responsibility. A career. A family." He gestured vaguely with a manicured hand, the whole magnificent edifice. There was something in his tone, a flicker of mockery, or perhaps envy, that put me on edge. "It has its rewards," I said, turning back to the window, a clear signal that the conversation was over. He was not deterred. "And its costs," he murmured, more to himself than to me. "The constant maintenance, the little compromises that pile up like sediment, until one day you look up and realize you're buried alive inside the life you built." He took a slow sip from a silver flask he produced from his inside pocket, not offering me any. "My father is like you, a pillar. He built an empire on a foundation of strict principles and colder emotions. He believes in order above all things. He believes I am his greatest disorder." I said nothing. The train swayed and the lights flickered for a heartbeat. "Let me propose a hypothetical," Charles said, his voice dropping to a confidential register, a whisper meant just for me in our metal cocoon. Thought experiment. Suppose there are two men. Each has a problem, a person who is an obstacle to their happiness, their freedom, their very sense of self. For one man, it is a wife. Beautiful, perhaps, but corrosive. A drain on his spirit. A reminder of every dream he failed to achieve. For the other, it is a father. A tyrant who controls with his purse strings and his disapproval. A shadow he can never escape. And I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. I did not look at him. "Now," Charles continued, his voice hypnotic, "these two men, they are civilized. They are not monsters. They could not possibly lift a hand against their own problem. The guilt would be a cancer, the risk astronomical. But what if I were to swap? What if manna were to solve the problem of man be? The absurdity, the sheer chilling insanity of his proposition should have made me laugh. It should have made me get up and move to another car. But I didn't. I sat there, frozen, because the image that flashed in my mind was not of a violent act, but of a door opening. A door out of the muffled silence of my life with Jessica, out of the endless, wearying cycle of her discontent. Her sharp words, her ability to find every crack in my armor and pour her bitterness into it. I saw a vision of sunlight, and in that sunlight stood Ileana, her laugh like clear water, her hand warm and certain in mine. A future that was not a cage. It's a monstrous idea, I finally said, my voice a dry leaf rustling in the wind. Is it? Charles asked softly. Or is it the most practical solution to two intractable problems? Think about it, Duke. No one would ever suspect a respectable man like you. And I'm a ghost. I could move through your world and leave no trace. He leaned forward slightly, and the pale blue of his eyes seemed to glow in the dim light. My father's name is Clarence J. He lives at 17 Crestmore Drive, the old Georgian with the iron gates. He walks his terrier, Barnaby, every evening at precisely 6:15. He is a creature of habit. It is his greatest weakness. He stood then, as the train began to slow for the outskirts of the city. He placed a small, crisp white card on the seat beside me. On it was nothing but a phone number, handwritten in a sharp, angular script. A hypothetical, he repeated. And then he was gone, swallowed by the shadows at the end of the carriage. I did not touch the card. I stared at it as the city lights began to bleed into the darkness outside, each one a pinprick of accusation. Of Jessica, waiting at home, of the birthday dinner that would be cold, of the criticism that would be sharp and hot. I thought of the silence that would follow, and then I thought of the silence after, the beautiful, clean, empty silence of a life remade. I picked up the card. The paper felt strangely heavy. The next week was a blur of normalcy painted over a churning void. I went to work. I came home. I kissed Jessica's cheek and tasted her resentment on my lips. I listened to her talk about her friends' more successful husbands, about the vacation we couldn't afford, about the gray in my hair and the paunch at my waist. Every word was a confirmation. Every sigh was a lock clicking shut. And through it all, the number on that card burned in my wallet. A tiny, radioactive secret. I met Ileana for coffee. She was an architect, all sharp mind and soft smiles. She talked about light and space and form, about building things that lasted. She saw a future in me. With Jessica, I was only a relic of the past. As Ileana spoke, her hand brushing mine, the hypothetical ceased to be a fantasy. It became a plan. The call was brief. My voice, when I said the words, did not sound like my own. It was flat, devoid of emotion. Jessica, I said. She has a yoga class downtown every Thursday. She parks in the garage on Elm and 3rd. The stairwells are never monitored. It's isolated. But there was a pause on the other end, and I could hear the faint sound of Charles breathing. Thursday, he said. Elm and 3rd. And for you, Duke, 17 Crestmore. 6:15. The dog is unimportant. Make it look like a robbery. He wears a valuable watch. Take it. He hung up. The following days were an exercise in surrealism. I was an actor in a play, only I knew was happening. I bought a black sweatshirt, a pair of gloves I had never worn before. On Thursday, I drove to Crestmore Drive, my heart hammering a brutal rhythm against my ribs. The Georgian house was just as he had described, imposing and cold behind its iron gates. At 6:10, I saw him, Clarence J. An older, sterner version of Charles, his back rigid, his steps measured. A yapping little terrier trotted beside him. I watched him from the shadows of a large oak, the rough bark pressing into my back. I felt the weight of the tire iron I had taken from my own trunk. My hands were slick with sweat inside the gloves. He passed within 10 feet of me. I could smell his cologne, something old-fashioned and sharp. I saw the glint of the gold watch on his wrist. My fingers tightened on the cold steel. This was it. The moment of my liberation. The price of my new life. But I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the spot. A profound biological refusal locked my joints. I was not a killer. The fantasy shattered against the hard, simple truth of my own humanity. I stood there, trembling as Clarence J. and his dog rounded the corner and disappeared from view. I had failed. I had not held up my end of the bargain. A cold dread, far worse than any guilt, washed over me. Charles had done it. He had freed me, and I had failed to free him. I drove home in a blind panic, my mind racing. What would I tell him? What would he do? The house was dark and silent. Too silent. The distorted silence from the beginning had started here in this moment. I called out Jessica's name. No answer. I found the note on the kitchen island, her handwriting a familiar, angry slash. Gone to my mother's. Don't bother calling. She was alive. She had never gone to her class. She had fought with her mother and left early. She was alive. The relief was so immense it buckled my knees. I sank to the floor, laughing and crying at the same time. It was over. It was a nightmare, but it was over. We were both free in a way. I would divorce Jessica. I would be with Ileana. The pact was null. A failed experiment. Then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It was a news article link. The headline was stark. Prominent businessman Clarence J. found dead in apparent robbery gone wrong. Below it, a second text from Charles. You have your silence, I have mine. A deal is a deal. He had done it. He had killed his father, believing I had killed Jessica. He thought we were bound together now, brothers in blood. I was not free. I was trapped in a new, more terrifying cage. I had the alibi of my own failure, the perfect, unshakable alibi of innocence. But I was guilty. I had provided the time, the place, the method. I had willed it. I was an accomplice. The investigation began. Detectives came to my office, polite, watchful. They asked about my relationship with Jessica. They asked about my whereabouts on the night Clarence J. was killed. I told them I was home, alone, that my wife and I were having problems. They nodded, sympathetic. I was the picture of the grieving, stressed husband. I was Duke, the respectable man. Charles began to haunt me, not with threats, but with reminders. A letter would arrive at my office with no return address, containing a single pressed flower, a white lily, Jessica's favorite. A song would play in a restaurant, an obscure jazz piece I knew he favored. He was a ghost in the machinery of my life, reminding me of our connection. His messages were always the same, a quiet, persistent hum beneath the surface of my days. I own you. We are the same. I tried to move on. Jessica and I formally separated. I started seeing Ileana openly. She was a sanctuary, a glimpse of the life I had dreamed of, but I could not truly be with her. I was a contaminated thing. Every time she touched me, I felt the cold of Charles' handshake. Every time she laughed, I heard the clatter of the train. The pressure built, a slow tightening screw. The police kept circling. A detective named Miller, a man with the weary eyes of a bloodhound, seemed to see the cracks in my facade. He would show up for casual follow-up questions, his tone friendly, his gaze missing nothing. He mentioned a witness near Crestmore Drive who saw a man matching no description, a ghost. He mentioned the lack of forced entry, the strange neatness of the scene. Almost like he knew the victim, Miller said, watching me. Paranoia became my constant companion. I saw Charles everywhere, in a crowd on the street, in the reflection of a shop window. Footsteps echoing behind me on the sidewalk always sounded like his, measured and precise. The world had become a hall of mirrors, and in every one, his pale blue eyes were watching. He finally called. "We need to meet," he said, his voice calm, almost cheerful. "The old train station. Midnight. We have things to discuss. Our future." I went. I had to. The station was deserted, a cavern of echoes and forgotten journeys. He stood under a flickering, fluorescent light, his silver hair gleaming. He looked older, thinner, but his eyes held the same unnerving intensity. "You've been avoiding me, Duke," he said. "It's over, Charles. You got what you wanted. Your father is gone. But it's not over," he replied, taking a step closer. "A pact is for life. We are bound. You have your new woman, your new life, built on the foundation I laid for you. You think you can just walk away? You owe me. None. I owe you nothing." I spat, the fear turning to anger. "I didn't do it. Jessica is alive." He stopped. For the first time, I saw a crack in his composure, a flicker of confusion, then dawning understanding. And finally, a terrifying, cold rage. "Alive? She never went to the garage that night. Your father is dead for nothing." He was silent for a long time, the only sound the drip of water from a leaky pipe, somewhere in the vast darkness. Then he began to laugh, a soft, horrible sound that echoed in the empty station. "Oh, Duke, you foolish man. You think that changes anything? It changes everything. It means you played me. It means you played me. It means you have a debt, and I always collect my debts." He moved toward me, and I saw the glint of a knife in his hand. The confrontation was a blur of panic and violence. We struggled there under the sickly light, two ghosts wrestling in a purgatory of our own making. I was stronger, fueled by a desperate need to survive, to protect the fragile future I had glimpsed. I shoved him hard. He stumbled back, his foot catching on a loose cable, and he fell, his head striking the concrete platform with a sound I will hear forever, a dull, final crack. I stood over him, breathing in ragged gasps. His pale blue eyes were open, staring at the vaulted ceiling, seeing nothing. The silence descended again, that same distorted, deafening silence from the beginning, now complete. The police found me there, kneeling beside him. My story was one of self-defense. "He was a stranger," I said, "a mentally unstable man who had been stalking me, who had lured me here. I was a victim. They half believed me. The lack of a clear connection between us, my respectable standing. It all held up. But Detective Miller was there. He looked from Charles' body to my face, and his bloodhound eyes saw through the cracks, down into the rotten foundation. He knew. He didn't have the proof, but he knew. In the end, there was no arrest. The case was closed. Clarence J's murder was pinned on Charles, a son's rage finally exploding. My name was cleared. Jessica divorced me and took half of everything. A small price to pay. Eliana stood by me, her faith a fragile shield against the truth. We sit in our new apartment now, filled with light and the things she has designed. It is the life I wanted, the freedom I craved. But it is a haunted freedom. The silence here is the same. It is the silence after the train passed, after the struggle ended, after the last lie was told. It is the silence I purchased with a price I am only now beginning to understand. Detective Miller retired. He came to see me once, just before he left the city. He didn't ask any questions. He just sat in my living room, accepted a cup of coffee, and looked out at the view. As he was leaving, he paused at the door and turned back to me. His voice was low, almost a whisper. Meant for me alone. "I've been doing this a long time, Duke," he said. "I've learned that the truth rarely matters in the end. It's the story that sticks. Your story is a good one. It's clean, it's respectable. But you and I," he said, his eyes holding mine, "will always know what really happened on that platform. We'll always know that the real pact wasn't about murder. It was about the lie. And that..." He left then, and I was alone again with the silence. It is my companion, my confessor, my judge. It is the echo of a train in the night, the whisper of a proposition in a half-empty carriage, the final, fading breath of a man on a cold concrete floor. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I hear his voice, Charles' voice, not as a threat, but as a promise, a truth he spoke at the very beginning that I am only now coming to understand. He said we were bound, and he was right. We are. The story is over. The case is closed. But the truth is just beginning. It lives in the spaces between my words with Ileana, in the slight hesitation before I answer a question about my past, in the way I flinch at the sound of a train whistle in the distance. It is the third presence in our home, a ghost that drinks my coffee and sleeps in my bed. Ileana talks of marriage, of children. She sketches plans for an addition, a sunroom for a future she is certain we will have. I look at her drawings, at the clean, hopeful lines, and I see the invisible cracks spreading from the center, from the hollow space where my integrity used to be. I nod and smile, and the lie tastes like ash. I saw Jessica the other day. She was crossing the street, her arm linked with a new man. She looked younger, her face softened by a genuine smile. She was free of me, and in her freedom, she had found a peace I had never been able to give her. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second across the traffic. There was no recognition, only the blank gaze one gives a stranger. She had moved on, truly moved on, while I was forever stuck in that train carriage in that station, reliving the choice that poisoned everything. The debt Charles spoke of is paid in a currency he never imagined. It is paid in the quiet terror of a ringing phone, in the way my heart still seizes at the sight of a white lily in a flower shop, in the cold sweat that breaks out on my skin when a policeman passes me on the street. It is paid in the knowledge that I am a fraud, living a life built on a foundation of cowardice and a corpse. Detective Miller was wrong. It is not a life sentence. A sentence has a defined end. This is an inheritance, a weight I will carry until the day I die, and then, I suspect, beyond. Charles told me I look like a man who carries weight. The good kind, he said. Responsibility. He was only half right. I carry it all right, but it is the worst kind. It is the weight of the silence, and it is crushing me, grain by grain, into nothing. I started writing, not about light and space, not about the future, but about the past. I bought a cheap notebook with blank unlined pages and a black pen. I began with the train, the smell of old leather and damp wool, the way the light from the window had cut Charles' face into planes of shadow and illumination. I wrote down every word I could remember, every pause, every inflection. I described the card, the sharpness of its corners, the dark slash of the ink. I wrote about the tire iron, the smell of the oak tree, the precise click of Clarence J's shoes on the pavement. I wrote about the sound Charles' head made on the concrete. It was not a confession. It was a record. a map of the haunted territory inside my own skull. I hid the notebook in a locked drawer in my home office, behind a stack of old tax returns. Ileana never looked there. She respected my space, my silence. She thought it was a dignified grief for a failed marriage. She never knew it was the factory where I manufactured the man she loved. The writing did not bring catharsis. It did not lighten the weight. It made it more real, more solid. By giving the memories words, I was building a monument to them, ensuring they would never truly fade. But it was a compulsion I could not resist. It was the only place I could be honest. Months turned. The seasons changed. The investigation into Charles' death was officially closed. File was put away in a cold storage room downtown. Another mystery shelved and forgotten by everyone but me. My life with Ileana progressed along its beautiful, preordained track. But we got engaged. We set a date. We chose a venue overlooking the river, a place filled with light. One afternoon, a package arrived. It was a small, flat, square box, wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. My name and address were typed on a white label. A cold finger traced a path down my spine. I took it into my office, my hands trembling as I locked the door. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a photograph. It was black and white, slightly grainy, taken from a distance with a long lens. It was a picture of me standing under that oak tree on Crestmore Drive on the night I was supposed to kill Clarence J. I was wearing the black sweatshirt, my face a mask of tension and indecision. The tire iron was a dark slash in my gloved hand. There was no note, just the photograph. The world tilted. He had known. Charles had known I was there. He had known I had failed. He had had me followed, or he had been there himself, watching me. The entire time after Jessica lived, he had possessed this ultimate proof of my complicity. He could have exposed me at any moment, but he hadn't. He had saved it. And now, from beyond the grave, he was sending it to me. But who sent it? Was it some associate of his, carrying out a posthumous instruction? Was it a final move in a game I thought had ended? The silence in the room was no longer just in my head. It was a physical presence, thick and suffocating, emanating from that single piece of paper. I burned the photograph in the metal wastebasket, watching the edges curl and blacken. Charles' final laugh turning to ash. But the image was seared into my mind, more permanent than any physical object. He was still here. He was still winning. The wedding plans continued. I went through the motions, a ghost at my own feast. I stood for fittings. I tasted cakes. I nodded as Ileana showed me font choices for the invitations. My smile felt like a crack in porcelain. Every time the doorbell rang, I jumped. Every unknown number on my phone was a potential summons. The manila envelope arrived a week before the wedding. It was thicker this time. My heart was a frantic animal in a cage as I tore it open. Inside were more photographs. Me meeting Charles at the old train station. Me kneeling over his body, my face not in terror, but in a kind of grim, resolved fury. The final one was the most damning. It was a close-up, taken from an angle that made it look as though I was checking his pulse, my fingers on his neck. It looked like the act of a concerned man, a would-be helper. But I knew the truth. I was ensuring he was gone. This time, there was a note, a single line, typed on a plain sheet of white paper. A life for a life. A story for a story. The truth has a price. You will be contacted. I sank into my chair, the photographs spilling across my desk. This was not Charles. This was someone else. Someone who knew everything. Someone who wanted something. The pact was not over. It had just changed hands. I was not bound to a dead man, but to a living, anonymous threat. The silence was about to be broken. and I was the one who would have to pay to keep it. The wedding, the future, the beautiful, sunlit life with Ileana, it was all a prelude to the final, terrible payment that was now due. I did not tell Ileana. I could not. To speak of it would be to pull the thread that would unravel the entire tapestry of our life together. I locked the new photographs in the drawer with a notebook. The weight in my chest was now a living, breathing thing, a second heart beating with a rhythm of pure dread. I went to work. I smiled. I planned our honeymoon. I was the perfect fiancé, a beautiful shell around a core of rotting fear. The contact came 3 days later. An email to my private account, the one I used for financial matters. The address was a random string of letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a time, an address for a storage facility on the industrial edge of the city, and a unit number. And a final, chilling instruction: come alone. Bring the notebook. They knew about the notebook. They knew everything. They'd been in my house, in my office. They had seen my most private shame. The violation was so complete it felt like a physical blow. I spent that evening in a haze, watching Ileana pore over seating charts, her brow furrowed in concentration. I wanted to tell her to run, to get as far away from me as possible, but the words wouldn't form. I was a prisoner of my own construction. The next day I called in sick. I drove across town, the notebook a lead weight on the passenger seat. The storage facility was a place of corrugated steel and chain-link fences, humming with the sound of distant traffic. It was a landscape of forgotten things, and I was about to become one of them. Unit 317 was a roll-up door, identical to all the others. It was unlocked. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of dust and diesel, and pulled it open. The door rattled upwards, revealing not stacks of boxes, but a single chair in the center of the concrete floor. And sitting in it, legs crossed, was a woman I had never seen before. She was in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent features and dark hair pulled into a severe bun. She wore a tailored pantsuit and regarded me with an expression of cool, clinical assessment. "You're Duke," she said. It wasn't a question. "Who are you?" "My name is Dr. Alana Vance," she said. I was Charles's therapist. The world shifted again. This was not some criminal associate. This was something else, something more intimate and more dangerous. He was a very troubled man, she continued, her voice calm and measured, and a very meticulous one. He kept records, audio recordings mostly. He believed it helped him process his sessions. He left them all to me, along with a letter. He said if anything happened to him, I should look into it. He said you were the key. She gestured to a small digital recorder on the floor beside her chair. "I have heard everything, Duke. The proposition on the train. Your agreement, your fear, your failure with Jessica, your final meeting at the station. He recorded it all. He was wearing a wire that night." I leaned against the door jamb, my legs weak. The perfect, unshakable alibi was a lie. The entire story was recorded in his own voice. "What do you want?" My voice was a dry rasp. Charles was my patient, but he was also my friend in a strange professional way. He was a monster, perhaps, but he was a monster I understood. You are something else. You are the respectable man who wanted to get his hands dirty without staining his cuffs. You are the coward who let another man do your bidding and then killed him for it. She stood up, walking a slow circle around me. "I don't want money. I have no interest in the police. Detective Miller was right. The truth rarely matters. But it has value to the one who holds it." She stopped in front of me. "I want you to live with it, truly live with it. No more hiding behind your engagement, your new life, your silent suffering. I want you to confess." "Confess? To who? To her. To Ileana. You will look her in the eye, and you will tell her every single thing you did. You will tell her about the train, the pact, the tire iron, the photograph, the sound of Charles's skull cracking on the platform. You will give her the notebook. You will show her the man she is really married. The demand was so much more terrifying than a blackmail request. It was the annihilation of the last good thing in my life. If I don't, then I will release the recordings. Not to the police necessarily. To the architectural journal that just profiled you. To Ileana's family. To everyone in your respectable sunlit world. You will be exposed for what you are. Either way, the truth comes out, Duke. The only choice you have is who hears it first. She picked up the recorder and slipped it into her pocket. You have 48 hours. The wedding is in 3 days, isn't it? What a story it will be. She walked past me and out of the unit without a backward glance. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty chair. I had thought the platform was the end. I had thought Charles's death was the final price. But he had engineered a punishment far more exquisite from beyond the grave. He had found the one person who knew how to truly break me. Not with violence, but with the truth. I had purchased my silence with a lie. And now the debt was called in. The final payment was the destruction of the very life that lie had built. I got in my car, the notebook on the seat beside me. I had to drive home. I had to look at Ileana, and I had to decide whether to break her heart or let the world break mine. There was no third option. The pact was finally, irrevocably, due. The drive home was a blur of gray asphalt and a rising tide of panic. I kept the notebook on the passenger seat, its blank black cover seeming to absorb the light from the street lamps. It was no longer just a record of my guilt. It was a weapon I was being forced to turn on the woman I loved. Dr. Vance had not asked for my life, but for something more precious, my sanctuary. She was forcing me to be the one to burn it down. Ileana was in the living room when I entered, surrounded by swatches of fabric for the reception chairs. She looked up, her face illuminated by a smile that was like a physical pain. There you are. I was getting worried. Feeling any better? She came over and pressed a cool hand to my forehead. You still look pale. I caught her wrist, perhaps too tightly. Her smile faltered. Duke, what's wrong? I led her to the sofa, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted to escape. I picked up the notebook. Her eyes followed it, curious, but not yet concerned. This is mine, I said, my voice hollow. I've been writing in it. A journal, that's a wonderful idea. A creative outlet. Her faith in me was a fortress, and I was about to lay siege to it. It's not a journal. I opened it to the first page, to the description of the train. It's a confession. And then I began to talk. I told her everything. I spared her no detail, no ugly truth. I started with the train, with Charles's proposition, with the card that felt like a shard of ice. I told her about my resentment, my cowardice, my desire for a clean, bloodless freedom. I described standing under the oak tree, the weight of the tire iron in my hand, and the greater weight of my own fear that kept me from swinging it. I told her about Jessica surviving, and the cold fury in Charles's eyes when he realized I had failed him. Then I told her about the station, the struggle, the lie I had crafted and clung to. I showed her the photographs from the manila envelope, the damning evidence of my presence and my final, fatal act. I told her about Dr. Vance and the recordings, the voice from the grave that now held my future hostage. I talked until my throat was raw, and the last of the light had faded from the sky, leaving us in the dim glow of a single lamp. I did not look at her. I could not. I stared at my own handwriting, at the meticulous account of my damnation. When I finally fell silent, The quiet in the room was different from any I had known before. It was not my haunted silence. It was the silence of a world ending. Ileana stood up. She walked to the window and looked out at the city, her back to me. Her shoulders were perfectly still. "All this time," she said, her voice so quiet I barely heard it. "This whole beautiful life, it was just set dressing, wasn't it?" "No," I whispered. The word a plea. "What I feel for you is real. It's the only real thing left." She turned around. There were no tears. Her face was a mask of pale, stunned devastation. "Real? You built a life with me on a foundation of murder and lies. You'll let me love a ghost. You are a ghost, Duke. A story you told so well you almost had me convinced." She walked toward the door, stopping only to pick up her purse and keys. "Ileana, please." She paused, her hand on the doorknob, but she did not look back. "The wedding is off. I want you gone by the time I get back. Take your notebook, take your silence. You can keep it. It's all you ever really wanted." The door clicked shut. The sound was softer than a train whistle, quieter than a head hitting concrete, but it was the loudest, most final sound I had ever heard. I was alone, truly alone. The silence rushed in to fill the space she had left, and this time, it was complete. It was not a companion or a confessor anymore. It was just an emptiness. A perfect, desolate vacuum. I had paid the final price. I had told the truth, and in doing so, I had lost everything. The pact was fulfilled, and I was free. I sat on the sofa for a long time, listening to the absence of her. The hum of the refrigerator was the only sound. I looked at the fabric swatches scattered on the floor, little islands of color in the gray twilight of the room. I did not cry. I was beyond that. I was a hollowed-out thing, a shell that had finally cracked open and spilled its contents onto the floor. Eventually, I stood. My body moved with a strange, automatic precision. I went to my office and took the tax returns out of the drawer. I had placed the notebook inside, then the photographs on top of it. I closed the drawer and locked it. The ritual was meaningless now, but it was all I had left. I had packed a single bag. I did not know where I was going. I took only clothes, my wallet, and the keys to my car. I left the ring on my dresser, a small, cold circle of metal and stone atop a piece of wood. I wrote nothing. There were no words left that could possibly matter. I drove. I found a motel on a highway that led out of the city. The room smelled of bleach and old cigarettes. I lay in the stiff bedspread and stared at the textured ceiling. The silence was different here. It was cheap and thin, and it offered no comfort. It was the silence of a place where no one cared who you were or what you had done. The next day, I called Dr. Vance. She answered on the first ring, as if she had been expecting me. "It's done," I said. "I know," she replied. Her voice held no triumph, only a flat finality. "Ileana's mother called me this morning. She was understandably distraught. She found my number in your things. So Ileana had told them everything. The exposure was complete. The recordings," I said. "They are safe with me," she said. "The thread is over. You have served your sentence as I saw fit." "Goodbye, Duke." She hung up. I held the phone to my ear for a moment longer, listening to the dial tone. Another kind of silence. She had what she wanted. A life for a life. A story for a story. Charles' legacy was complete, administered by his most faithful priest. Days bled into one another. I did not go back to work. I let the calls go to voicemail until the phone died, and I did not bother to charge it. I paid for the motel week by week in cash. I ate at a diner down the road. Always alone. Always in a corner booth. I was a ghost, just as Ileana had said. I had finally become what I had always pretended to be. One afternoon I bought another notebook. This one was blue. I sat at the small desk in my room and I began to write again. But I did not write about the past. I wrote about the silence. I described its texture, its weight, its taste. I wrote about the way it filled a room after the person you love has walked out of it forever. I wrote about the sound of a door clicking shut. I was no longer making a record of a crime. I was writing an autopsy for a soul. This is my inheritance. Not a sentence, but a state of being. I am a man made of silence and secrets, sitting in a rented room, writing words no one will ever read. The weight is not gone. It has simply become one with my bones. I carry it. I will always carry it. And in the quiet, I can still hear him, Charles. My architect, my judge, my executioner. He is in the hum of the neon sign outside my window. He is in the space between one breath and the next. He is in the emptiness where my future used to be. He's still winning, and I am still here. The blue notebook filled, page by page, with the anatomy of my emptiness. I bought another, and then another. They stacked up on the floor of the motel room, a small, sad fortress against the world. I did not write to be read. I wrote to prove I still existed, that the hollow man in the mirror was still capable of leaving a mark. I saw her once. Ileana. It was a Tuesday, I think. The days had long since lost their names. I was walking back from the diner, my head down against a biting wind, and I saw her across the street, getting into a taxi. She was with a friend, and she was laughing. The sound was like a shard of glass in my heart. She had cut me out, and the wound had healed. She was living. The sight was a confirmation of my worst fear and my only solace. I had not completely destroyed her. I had only destroyed her faith in me. I turned and walked the long way back to the motel, my hands shoved deep in my pockets. That night, I wrote about the laugh. I tried to capture its specific pitch, its lightness, the way it had existed for a brief moment in the air, entirely separate from the ruin I had made. I could not. Some things are not meant to be recorded. They are only meant to be lost. The seasons changed. The heat of summer gave way to a crisp autumn. My money was running low. I knew I could not live in that room forever, a phantom scribbling in the dark. I had to move, or I had to cease. The thought of ceasing was sometimes a comfort, a quiet promise of an end to the wait. But a stubborn mechanical part of me kept waking up, kept walking to the diner, kept filling the pages. I found a job. It was nothing like my old life. I worked in a warehouse on the outskirts of a different, smaller city, loading boxes onto trucks. The work was physical, monotonous, and it left my body too tired for my mind to scream. I rented a room in a house owned by a quiet, elderly man who asked no questions. I spoke to no one. I became proficient at the art of invisibility. One evening, after a shift, I saw a familiar book in a thrift store window. It was the architectural journal that had profiled me a lifetime ago. I stood there, looking at my own face, younger, smiling, full of a promise I had already broken. The headline read, "The New Urban Landscape." I thought of the landscapes I inhabited now. The warehouse floor, the thrift store aisle, the four walls of my rented room. I did not go inside. I kept walking. The blue notebooks were in a box in the trunk of my car. I never opened them. They were not a story. They were a symptom. I had traded one silence for another. The first had been a secret, a hidden chamber in a bright house. This new silence was the house itself, and it was empty. I thought of Dr. Vance often. I wondered if she ever thought of me. She ever listened to those recordings to remind herself of the justice she had meted out. I hoped she had found peace in it. I hoped Charles' ghost was satisfied. They had been the authors of my punishment, but I was the one living it, sentence by sentence, day by day. Tonight, I sit at a small table in my room. The window is open and the sound of distant traffic is a river of white noise. I have a new notebook, but it remains blank. There is nothing left to say. The story is over. The pact is complete. I am the man who got what he wanted, and then lost it, and then lost himself. The truth is not a weight anymore. It is simply the air I breathe. It is thin, it is cold, and it is, finally, entirely silent. The blank page of the new notebook stared back, a field of pure white that offered no answers and demanded no confessions. I closed the cover. The act felt final, like the closing of a book. I got up and walked to the open window, leaning on the sill. The city lights glittered in the distance, a galaxy of lives I would never touch. A car door slammed downstairs, followed by the murmur of voices as my landlord greeted a guest. The ordinary sounds of a life continuing. I realized then that I had been waiting for something. A sign, an absolution, a sudden change of heart from Ileana, a message from Dr. Vance. But there was nothing. The story had ended in that living room months ago, and everyone else had moved on. I was the only one still reading the last page, over and over again. The next morning, I did not go to the warehouse. I called and quit, my voice calm and certain. I packed my few belongings into the car, the box of blue notebooks still in the trunk. I drove without a destination for hours, until the city was far behind me, and the landscape opened into fields and low, rolling hills. I pulled over onto a gravel shoulder near a wooded area. I carried the box into the trees, finding a small clearing where the sun broke through the canopy. One by one, I took the notebooks from the box. I did not read them. I tore out the pages, crumpling them, and made a small pile in the center of the clearing. I used a match from the diner. The paper caught quickly, the flames hungry and bright, turning my carefully constructed silence into smoke and ash. I watched until it was all gone, until nothing remained but a blackened smear on the earth. It was not a cleansing. It was not a fresh start. It was a disposal. I was getting rid of the evidence, not of the crime, but of the suffering. The crime was in me, a part of my history, but the endless dissection of it had become its own kind of prison. I got back in the car and kept driving. I found a small town that needed a draftsman. My skills were rusty, but they were enough. I rented an apartment above a quiet store. It was plain, but it had light. I did not make friends, but I learned to be civil with my neighbors. I bought a new notebook, a small one, and I used it for grocery lists and occasional sketches of buildings I saw. They were just sketches. They held no hidden meaning. I thought of Ileana sometimes, but the thought was no longer a knife twist. It was a quiet, distant ache, like an old injury that acts up when the weather changes. I hoped she was happy. I knew I would never know. The past became just that, the past. It did not disappear, but it lost its power to define my every waking moment. Charles and Dr. Vance, the train and the station, they were chapters in a book I had finally put down. I was not the hero. I was not even a compelling villain. I was just a man who had done a terrible thing and lived through the consequences. My life is small now and quiet. It is built on nothing more than the next day's work and the simple fact of my existence. There is no grand narrative, no pact, no silence to keep or to break. There is only the sun coming through the window in the morning, and the sound of my own footsteps on the stairs. It's enough. It has to be. And in its own way, after everything, it is. The coffee in the chipped mug is bitter, but it is warm. I drink it at the small table by the window, watching the town slowly come to life. A woman walks her dog. A shopkeeper unlocks his door. There is no drama here, no hidden currents. It is all surface, and for the first time I find a profound relief in that. I go to work. I draw straight lines and careful curves. The work requires focus, a quiet attention to detail that leaves little room for anything else. My boss, a man named Phil with a kind face and no interest in my history, nods his approval at my desk. "Clean work," he says. "It is the highest praise I have received in years, and it means everything." On my way home, I stop at the market. I choose an apple, a loaf of bread, a piece of fish. The transactions are simple, silent. I pay with cash and receive a nod in return. I am a ghost, but I am a ghost who buys groceries, who exists in the world in a small, tangible way. Back in my apartment, I cook the fish. The smell fills the rooms, a simple domestic scent. I eat at the table, watching the evening sky turn from blue to indigo. The silence is no longer a presence. It is just the absence of noise. It is peaceful. Later, I take out the small notebook. I do not write about the past. I do not write about silence. I sketch the line of the roof across the street, the way the eaves cast a sharp shadow in the twilight. My hand is steady. The line is true. It is just a drawing. It does not have to mean anything more than that. I am not happy. Happiness is a foreign country I do not have a visa for. But I am not in pain. The weight has not vanished, but I've grown accustomed to its distribution. I carry it. It is part of my structure now, like the foundation of an old building, settled and stable. I think I understand finally what Charles and Dr. Vance could never have taken from me, because they did not know it existed. They took my future, my love, my reputation, but they could not take this. The ability to sit in a quiet room, to taste bitter coffee, to draw a straight line. They could not take the morning, or the evening, or the simple fact of my own breath. The story is over. The man who lived it is gone. I am what remains. And for now, for this one evening, with the smell of cooked fish in the air and a simple sketch in a notebook, that is enough. It is more than I deserve, and it is everything I have. I will take it. The next morning, a letter arrived. It was the first piece of mail that wasn't a bill or an advertisement. My name and address were typed on the envelope, but there was no return address. The postmark was from the city I had fled. My heart did not race. My hands did not shake. I simply took it inside and opened it at the table. It was from Dr. Vance Stewart. A single sheet of paper. "Duke," it began. No salutation. "I am dying. The cancer has returned, and this time it is inoperable. In clearing my affairs, I have come to the matter of the recordings. I have listened to them one final time. I heard the fear in your voice, the desperation. I also heard my own. I was so consumed with being Charles's instrument that I forgot to be." I held the key. It was small and cold. I set it on the table next to the letter and finished my coffee. I went to work and drew my lines. I came home and ate my dinner. For 3 days, the key sat on the table, a tiny metallic question mark. On the 4th day, I drove to the city, and it did not feel dread or anticipation. I felt a kind of numb curiosity. The storage facility was in an industrial part of town I did not recognize. I found the unit, slid the key into the lock, and rolled up the door. Inside was a single cardboard box. On top of it lay a small digital voice recorder. I pressed play. My own voice, younger, frayed with panic, filled the small, dusty space. It was I didn't mean to. I stopped the recording. I did not need to hear the rest. I carried the box to my car. I drove to the river to a place where the water was deep and the current was strong. I opened the box. It was full of small, labeled digital tapes and a heavier, older cassette recorder. Charles's original. I took each item out and threw it into the water. They sank quickly, swallowed by the murky flow. The past was not erased, but its evidence was gone. The voice from the grave was silenced. I kept the old cassette recorder for a moment, holding its weight in my hand. Then I threw it as far as I could. It hit the water with a final, satisfying splash. I drove back to my small town. The key and Dr. Vance's letter I threw into the dumpster behind my building. There was no ceremony. There was no great unburdening. I felt the same. The silence in the car on the drive home was the same silence as before. It was just quiet. That night, I sat by my window. The moon was a pale sliver in the sky. I thought of Dr. Vance, alone with her illness, finally laying down her burden. I thought of Charles, his legacy of vengeance now complete and then dissolved. And I thought of myself, a man who had been a pawn in their story, and who was now, for better or worse, the author of his own small, quiet one. It is not a good story, but it is mine. And for now, that is all. Story 5. The line between the lamplight and the alley's darkness was never a clean thing. It was a smear of oily yellow on wet asphalt, a blurred boundary where things lost their definition. I used to find a certain comfort in that line. My office was on the right side of it, the lit side, the side of cheap whiskey and paid bills. The other side, the dark, was for the things I investigated, the things I kept at bay. But tonight, the line felt uncertain, a permeable membrane. Something had crossed over, or was about to, and the old order of things was just a memory I couldn't quite grasp. The phone rang, a shrill intrusion that seemed to vibrate the dust motes dancing in the weak light. It was Esther. Her voice was a frayed wire, sparking with a panic so raw it felt like a physical thing reaching through the receiver. "Jeffrey, you have to come. It's Gareth. They say he killed someone." The rain had started, a fine, persistent mist that beaded on the wool of my coat and made the city lights bleed into the night. Gareth's apartment was in a building that aspired to respectability, but had settled for quiet decay. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and something else, something coppery and sweet. The boundary between the hallway and the living room was another blurred line, this one marked by a sprawled body. A man I didn't know, his life pooled around him on a Persian rug gone dark and sticky. Gareth was in the corner, knees drawn to his chest, rocking. He was a big man, a man carved from the hard stuff of war and loss, but he had folded in on himself, reduced to a child's posture of terror. His eyes, when they found mine, held a vacancy I had seen before in soldiers' faces. A look of a house where all the lights have gone out. "He was just here," Gareth whispered, the words torn from somewhere deep. "He was just talking." And then the noise. The terrible noise. And I had the gun in my hand. I don't know how it got there, Jeffrey. I don't know. The story was a broken thing, full of gaps and silences. A meeting. An argument. A writer named Gus. Powerful people. Jonah Carrington's name was a ghost in the room. A name that carried weight. The kind of weight that could crush a man like Gareth without a second thought. He was a war hero. A man who could strip and reassemble a rifle in pitch darkness. But he was also a man whose own mind had become a treacherous landscape. He was tormented, fragile, a vase already cracked and now shattered by a single, violent act. I didn't believe he did it. Not like that. Not in cold blood. The evidence, however, was a narrative written by someone else, and it pointed its crooked finger squarely at him. So I did the only thing my tired loyalty demanded. I didn't call the police. I wiped down surfaces. I created a story of my own, and I took him out the back, through another blurred boundary. the service entrance that opened onto a world of shadows. We fled the city, the wipers slapping a rhythm against the rain. The world outside the windshield, a tunnel of bleary light. We drove for hours, until the sprawl gave way to the skeletal trees of the high desert, to a motel called the Oasis, which was anything but. The room smelled of mildew and disappointment. The neon sign outside our window flickered a sickly pink, and with each pulse, the line between Gareth's face and the surrounding darkness would dissolve and reform. He was a ghost already, half in this world, half in the next. "Tell me about Gus," I said, my voice low in the close, dark room. He spoke in fragments, like a man recounting a dream. Gus, the brilliant writer, drowning his talent in a sea of bourbon. Gus, who knew things, who moved in circles that touched both the literary elite and the city's underbelly. Gus, who was working on something. A book that was supposed to tear the lid off everything. He was scared, Gareth murmured. He said he'd found a thread, and if he pulled it, the whole ugly sweater would unravel. He mentioned Carrington. He mentioned Casey. Casey died. The name was a shard of ice. I had crossed paths with her once, a woman whose beauty was a weapon she wielded with surgical precision. She was a manipulative seductress, a creature of the in-between spaces, belonging to no man but influencing all of them. She had been Gus's muse, his ruin, his confidante, and she was tied to Jonah Carrington, the tycoon, the man who operated from a penthouse so high up the clouds obscured his view of the people below. The investigation from that motel room was a patchwork of hushed phone calls and dead ends. I called in favors from voices on the other end of the line, voices that grew more hesitant, more fearful, every time I mentioned Carrington's name. The police, represented by a detective Miller whose ambition was a stench worse than the motel carpet, were not allies. They were a force of nature, a storm I was trying to outrun. They had their narrative, and my client's fugitive status was the perfect closing argument. I found Gus in a bar that was a tomb for ambition. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer and regret. He was at the end of a long bender, his mind a shipwreck, brilliant spars of intellect poking out from a waves of alcohol. He was a mess of inner conflicts, a man who saw the truth too clearly and was trying to blind himself to it. "Gareth," he slurred, his eyes focusing on me with difficulty. "Good man, broken, like the rest of us. He saw the machine, you know, the great grinding machine. Carrington, he's the engineer. Casey, she's the lubricant that keeps the parts moving smoothly." He leaned in close, his breath a toxic cloud. "He didn't kill that man. That's not how the machine works. It doesn't use a hammer when a subtle turn of a screw will do." Williams? He gave me a name, the dead man. A low-level enforcer with connections to organized crime. A silent, patient force that fed the city's corruption from the roots up. He also gave me a clue. A restless pattern that would come to haunt me. "Find the key," he whispered, before passing out on the sticky bar. It's all about the key. When I returned to the motel, Gareth was gone. The room was empty, save for the hum of the ancient refrigerator and the flickering pink light. On the floor near the door was a single muddy footprint. It was not his. It was a smaller, finer print, and it was fresh. The boundary of our sanctuary had been breached. Someone had been inside. Someone had taken him, or he had fled from them. The pattern had shifted. The key. The key. The words echoed in the empty room. The trail led me back to the city, to Esther. She was Gareth's wife, alluring and dissolute, a woman who wore her pain like expensive perfume. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her hands were steady as she poured me a drink. She was a puzzle, her grief a performance that felt just a little too perfect. She spoke of her fear for Gareth, her anger at the world, but her words were like a veil. Behind them, I sensed other connections, darker currents. She was tied to Casey, an old friendship from a life she pretended to have left behind. "He's innocent," she said, but her eyes darted towards a locked door in her lavish apartment. It was the study, Gareth's study. She said he kept it locked, even from her. A locked door. Another boundary. Another secret. I found Casey in a gallery of modern art, surrounded by sculptures that looked like wounds and paintings that depicted chaos. She was a masterpiece herself, cool, composed, a study in controlled elegance. She didn't seem surprised to see me. "Jeffrey," she said, her voice a silken trap. "I heard you were digging in places that are better left buried. It's bad for the Foundation. I'm just looking for my friend." "Gareth is a casualty," she said, turning to face a canvas of swirling black and red. "A regrettable one. This isn't about him. It's about the story, Gus's story. And Gareth had a piece of it, a key piece. There it was again. The key." She smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "Jonah is a collector. He doesn't like his acquisitions to be incomplete." The pieces were swirling, a kaleidoscope of betrayal and corruption. The police, guided by Miller's relentless pursuit, were closing in. Organized crime, a silent, patient presence, was tightening its grip. And at the center of it all was Jonah Carrington, the tycoon. A man so powerful he could orchestrate a murder and a frame-up without ever raising his voice. I broke into Gareth's study. The lock was a simple thing. Inside, the room was a shrine to his torment. Maps, photographs, scribbled notes. And there, on the desk, was a small brass key. It was taped to the bottom of a drawer, a hidden passage to a truth I wasn't sure I wanted to find. It fit a locker at the bus station. Inside the locker was a manuscript. Gus's manuscript. The book that was supposed to tear the lid off everything. I didn't read it all. I didn't need to. I read enough. It detailed a web of corruption that reached from the highest levels of city government to the darkest corners of the docks. It named names. Carrington's was at the top. It described murders made to look like suicides. Evidence lost. Witnesses silenced. And it described the dead man in Gareth's apartment. He was a messenger, a man carrying a threat to Gus, delivered through the one person Gus trusted, Gareth. The meeting was a setup. The argument was staged. The gun was planted. It was a play, and Gareth was the patsy, his fragile mind and military record the perfect cover for a clean, justifiable homicide. I knew where he would be. The final, blurred boundary. The old pier, where the land gave way to the endless black water. The line between solid ground and the abyss. He was there, standing at the very edge, the city lights shimmering on the water behind him. Esther was there too, her figure silhouetted against the glow. "Jeffrey," Gareth said, his voice eerily calm. "You found it." "I found it, Gareth. It wasn't you." "It's too late," he said. "They have me either way. If it's not the murder, it's the betrayal. I led him there. I let him into my home. I was the thread Gus pulled." Esther took a step toward him. "Gareth, come away from there. We can fix this." But her voice was wrong. It was the voice of a director prompting an actor. He looked at her, and the love and the torment in his eyes was a physical agony to witness. "You knew, didn't you, Esther? You and Casey. You were the lubricant. Carrington promised you what? Freedom from me? A cleaner life?" She didn't deny it. The silence was her confession. The corruption wasn't just in the boardrooms and the back alleys. It was in the bedroom, in the marriage bed, a poison that had seeped into the most intimate of bonds. The sound of sirens cut through the night, growing louder. Miller, dark-eyed, He had found us. The blue and red lights painted the pier in frantic, garish strokes, another violent blurring of the night. Gareth looked at me, a final, desperate clarity in his eyes. The truth is heavier than justice, my friend. You can't carry it for me. He took a step back. The boundary between the solid wood of the pier and the black, consuming water was absolute for a single, suspended moment. Then he was gone. The sound was a soft, final splash, swallowed almost instantly by the waves and the approaching sirens. I stood there, the manuscript heavy in my coat pocket. Esther was gone, vanished into the shadows from which she came. Miller's men swarmed the pier, their flashlights cutting beams through the darkness, finding nothing but the ripples where a man had been. I never found his body. The official story remained. Gareth, the tormented veteran, guilty of murder claimed by the sea. Case closed. But I have the manuscript. I have the truth. It sits in a safe deposit box, a cancerous weight. Sometimes I think of releasing it, of pulling that thread and watching the whole ugly sweater unravel. But then I think of Gareth's eyes in that final moment, and I know the truth would not bring justice. It would only be another kind of violence, a different sort of death. The line is still there, outside my window. The lamplight and the alley's darkness. But I know now that the blur, that uncertain space, is the only real thing. It's where we all live. It's where the secrets breathe. And I am its keeper. The rain started again, a soft tap-tap against the window pane. It was the same rain from that first night, or maybe it was a new rain altogether. It didn't matter. It all felt the same. I poured a glass of whiskey, the cheap kind that Gareth used to joke would peel paint. The glass was cool against my fingers, a small, solid anchor in a room that felt like it was tilting. I thought about the key. Not the brass one from the bus station locker, but the other one. The one that unlocks a man's soul and lets the darkness pour out. Gareth had lost his key a long time ago, in some foreign desert under a burning sun. Carrington had found it. Casey and Esther had simply turned it. A week after the pier, a package arrived at my office. It was plain, brown paper, no return address. Inside was a single, first edition book, something obscure and valuable. There was no note. It didn't need one. It was from Carrington. A payment. A warning. A reminder that I, too, was now a part of his collection. A curated piece of his silent, controlled world. I thought about burning it, but I didn't. I put it on the shelf, a monument to the line I had crossed from observer to participant. The phone rang, shattering the quiet. It was Miller. His voice was different now, stripped of its ambition, replaced by a flat, professional tone. We had an understanding, he and I. I had given him a closed case, a tidy ending for his superiors and the press. He had given me the space to mourn. It was a fragile, ugly piece. He said they had pulled a body from the river. A man, John Doe, features too far gone for a quick ID. But the dental work was expensive. He was asking, in his roundabout way, if I wanted to come down and take a look. He was asking if it was over. I told him no. I told him it was just another lost soul. I hung up and looked at the book on my shelf. The message was clear. The machine was still running. My silence was the price of my continued existence in the smeared yellow light. I saw Esther once more, from a distance. She was leaving the city in a long, black car. She wore a new coat, and her face was turned away from the world she was leaving behind. She didn't look like a grieving widow. She looked like a finished transaction. Casey vanished too. A rumor of a relocation to Europe, a new patron, a new gallery. The players were dispersing, the stage being cleared for the next act. I am still here. The whiskey is still cheap. The cases still come. The small, sad stories of infidelity and stolen property. I walk the line every night, from the lamplight to the darkness and back again. But the line is inside me now. It's the space between the truth I know and the lies I let live. It's the memory of a splash in the dark water and the weight of a manuscript in a cold metal box. I am the keeper of the blur, the guardian of the uncertain space. And some nights when the rain is just right, I can almost hear the soft, terrible noise of the great machine turning its screws, forever in the dark. The cheap whiskey had become a ritual, a way to mark the passage of another day in this new, muted existence. The cases were thinner now, the clients more furtive, as if word had gotten out that my office was a place where truths went to be buried, not unearthed. I was a caretaker of graves, a curator of silence. Then, on a Tuesday that smelled of damp concrete and exhaust, a woman walked in. She was plain, dressed in a simple coat that had seen better days, her hands clutching a worn leather purse. She didn't have the desperate glamour of Esther or the calculated poise of Casey. She had the look of someone who had been worn down by the sheer, grinding weight of life. Her name was Helen, and she was the sister of the dead man, the enforcer from Gareth's apartment. She didn't cry. Her grief was a dry, hard thing. His name was Leo, she said, her voice steady. He wasn't a good man, but he was my brother. The police, they said it was a clean shoot. A veteran, mentally unstable. Case closed, but Leo, he was careful. He wouldn't have walked into a room like that without a plan. He was scared of someone. She laid a photograph on my desk. It was Leo, looking younger, his arm around a woman with a bright, easy smile. His girlfriend, Helen said. She disappeared a month before he died. The police called it a runaway. I think she knew something. I think that's why Leo was scared. I felt the old familiar pull, the stirring of a thread I had tried so hard to forget. I told Helen I couldn't help her. I told her the case was closed, that digging would only bring more pain. I used Miller's words, Carrington's logic. I was convincing. She left, her shoulders slumped, another soul accepting the official story. But her visit was a crack in the dam. Leo was no longer just a name in a manuscript, a pawn in Carrington's game. He was a brother, a man who had loved someone. That night, I went to the safe deposit box. I didn't take the manuscript. I just sat with it for a while, feeling its cold paper weight. Then I went to the library. The microfilm room was a tomb of forgotten news. It took me 3 days to find it. A small article, buried in the back of the Metro section. A young woman, an aspiring artist named Maria, reported missing. Her description matched the woman in the photograph. The investigating officer's name was listed. It was Miller. The pattern shifted again, the blur resolving for a terrifying instant. Leo wasn't just a messenger. He was a loose end. His girlfriend, Maria, had known something about Carrington's operation, something she had shared with Leo. Sending Leo to Gareth's apartment wasn't just about setting up a patsy. It was about tying off 2 loose ends at once. Leo was silenced, and Gareth was destroyed. It was efficiency. It was the machine. I found myself standing outside Miller's apartment building. It was a nice place, respectable. A light was on in his window. I didn't go up. I just watched. I saw his silhouette move across the blinds, a normal man in his normal home. He had a family, a daughter whose photograph was on his desk. He wasn't a monster. He was a part of the machine, a cog who had made a choice. His ambition had been the price of his silence, his cooperation the cost of his pension. I thought about Helen, about her dry, hopeless eyes. I thought about Gareth, swallowed by the black water. I thought about the key, still turning in the lock of my own soul. The manuscript in the box was a weapon, but it was a bomb. It would destroy Miller, his family, maybe even shake Carrington's foundation. But it wouldn't bring back Leo or Maria. It wouldn't save Gareth. It would just be more noise, more violence. I walked away from Miller's building. The rain began again, a fine, cold mist that felt like forgiveness, or maybe just indifference. I am still the keeper of the blur, but now I know that some threads are meant to be cut, not pulled. Some truths are not a weight to be carried, but a fire that consumes everything it touches. My job is not to find the truth anymore. It is to decide which lies are worth living with. The phone on my desk is silent. The rain taps its endless, patient code against the glass. I pour another whiskey and wait for the next ghost to walk through my door. The ghost came not as a client, but as a memory. It was Gus, standing in my doorway, sober and hollowed out. The bender had ended, leaving behind a man who looked like his own ghost. He didn't ask for a drink. He just stood there, his eyes clear and full of a terrible knowledge. "He's using you, you know," he said, his voice a rasp. "Carrington not. The book was never the real threat. It was a test, a way to see who would pick it up. You passed. Now you're a part of the system. Your silence is a component. Your guilt is a gear. Naninoa, Noboninga, Asha. I've been there was var. I didn't argue. I just pushed the bottle of cheap whiskey toward him. He ignored it. "Maria," he said, and the name hung in the air between us. She was a sweet kid, believed in beauty. She did some restoration work for a gallery Casey used to run. She saw a ledger she wasn't supposed to see. It wasn't for art. "And you knew," I said. "It wasn't a question. I knew everything," he whispered. "That was the curse. I wrote it all down because I thought the truth was a torch. But it's just a stain. It doesn't illuminate. It just ruins whatever it touches." He turned to leave, a phantom retreating back into the city's fog. "He's not done with you, Jeffrey. A machine doesn't collect parts it doesn't intend to use." After he left, the silence in the office was different. It was no longer a blanket. It was a held breath. I looked at the first edition book on my shelf, Carrington's bloodless tribute. It was no longer a warning. It was a manual. It was a diagram of my own function. I was the pressure release valve. I was the one who knew the truth and chose inaction, thus making the machine stronger, more resilient. My moral compromise was its most elegant design. Helen called again. Her voice was frayed, a thread on the verge of snapping. She said she'd been followed. She said a man in a nice suit had come to her door, asking if she'd found what she was looking for. He'd been polite. He'd called her by name. The politeness was the most terrifying part. I met her in a diner on the other side of the city, a place with sticky floors and coffee that tasted of acid. I gave her an envelope. It wasn't the manuscript. It was cash. Enough to get her started somewhere else. And a name. A cop in another state who wasn't on Carrington's payroll, who might listen if she decided to talk. It was the smallest of actions, a turn of a screw so subtle the machine might not even notice. It wasn't justice. It was just a different kind of silence, one that put distance between a woman and the gears that wanted to grind her down. She took it without a word, her eyes meeting mine for a single, profound moment. There was no gratitude there, only a shared understanding of the world's grim economy. Then she was gone, another soul absorbed by the blur. I walked back to my office in the rain. The line between the light and the dark seemed sharper tonight, a clean, cold cut. I understood now that the blur wasn't a place of uncertainty. It was a place of choice. It was the moment before the step is taken, the word is spoken. The trigger is pulled. I live there. I operate there. The phone on my desk will ring again. Another ghost will need a keeper. And I will be here, with my cheap whiskey and my expensive silence, deciding which truths to bury and which to let breathe. One more turn of the screw in the endless, grinding dark. The rain softened to a drizzle, painting the city in streaks of reflected neon. Back in the office, the silence felt earned. I had done a small, quiet thing. It wouldn't balance the scales for Gareth or Leo, but it was a move the machine hadn't anticipated. A flicker of agency in the gloom. A few days later, a postcard arrived. No postmark, no message. Just a picture of a sun-drenched coastline I didn't recognize. Helen was gone. The relief was brief, quickly replaced by a colder understanding. Carrington knew. The postcard wasn't from Helen. It was from him. An acknowledgement. He was showing me that my small rebellion was noted, contained, and ultimately irrelevant. I was still inside the machine, and he could see every twitch of my conscience. Miller showed up at my door that evening. He looked tired, the weight of his compromises bowing his shoulders. He didn't mention the John Doe from the river again. Instead, he talked about his daughter, about her upcoming piano recital. It was a bizarre, intimate detail. He was showing me his own small, quiet thing. The reason his gears continued to turn. We were two men in a room, comparing the weights of the souls we had sold. I hear the Carrington Foundation is making a large donation to the Police Athletic League, he said, his eyes not quite meeting mine. A real gesture of goodwill. I just nodded. The message was clear. The machine was not only grinding on, it was polishing its public face. My silence had helped make that possible. I dream of water sometimes. Not the violent splash of Gareth's fall, but the slow, inexorable tide. It rises, covering the pier, the city, the line between light and dark, until there's only a silent gray sea. I wake up not with a start, but with a slow, drowning realization that the dream is not a nightmare. It is the truth. The blur is not a line to walk. It is an ocean, and we are all already submerged. The phone hasn't rung. The clients have dried up. My office is a quiet, dusty place at the edge of the world. I am a component in repose. I wait, not for a new case or for redemption, but for the next instruction from the machine. The first edition book sits on the shelf, a silent god in a temple of one. I pour the whiskey. I watch the rain. I listen for the soft, inevitable sound of the next screw turning. The quiet stretched for a week. Then, two. It was a different kind of silence. Not peaceful, but pressurized. Like the air before a storm that never breaks. I found myself looking at people on the street differently, wondering which of them were like me, keepers of some terrible secret, and which were like Miller, polishing the gears until they shone. The city was full of us, a hidden architecture of compromise holding up the glittering skyline. Then, the instruction came. It wasn't a phone call or a visit. It was a classified ad in the newspaper, the kind of place where people leave messages for those who know how to look. A code Gareth and I had invented in a different life, over beers, for a world that never came to pass. It was a book title, an author, and a time. The location was the reading room of the public library. I went. There was no other choice. Denial was a luxury I had forfeited on the pier. The reading room was vast and hushed, smelling of old paper and dust. I took a seat at a long oak table. After a few minutes, a man sat down opposite me. He wasn't one of Carrington's polished suits. He was young, with sharp, intelligent eyes, and the restless energy of someone who saw the machine and wanted to take a wrench to it. He slid a book across the table, a library copy of a thick historical novel. I was a friend of Maria's, he said, his voice a low murmur that barely disturbed the silence. She talked about the ledger. She talked about you before she vanished. She thought you were one of the good ones. I didn't touch the book. I'm not. I know what you have, he said, his eyes flicking toward my coat, as if he could see the ghost of the manuscript. It's not enough. Ledgers can be explained away. Testimony can be discredited. He's insulated, but the machine has a heart, a server farm, a physical place where the strings all connect. He was an idealist. He still believed you could kill the beast by striking it in the heart. I wanted to tell him that beasts like Carrington don't have hearts, only engines, and that for every server farm you destroy, another is built in the shadows. He knows you're here, I said. He probably knows what you're going to say before you say it. The young man smiled, a tight, grim expression. Let him. I'm a ghost, just like you. But some of us ghosts aren't just keeping secrets. We're counting screws. We're learning the rhythm. He tapped the book. The location is inside. The rest is up to you. He stood and left, melting into the stacks. I sat there for a long time, the weight of the book on the table feeling heavier than any manuscript. This was the use Gus had warned me about. I was being presented with a choice, but it was a choice designed by the machine itself. To act was to play a part. To refuse was to play a different part. There was no exit, only a selection of roles. I finally picked up the book and walked out of the library. The rain had returned. I stood under the awning, watching the drops hit the pavement, each one a tiny, fleeting blur. I had the location. I had the next thread. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that pulling on this one wouldn't unravel the sweater. It would just tighten the noose. I turned up my collar and stepped out into the rain, the book a new, cold weight in my pocket, another page in the story I was now forever writing with my silence. The address in the book was for a warehouse in the industrial district, a place that had been new and important half a century ago. Now it was a skeleton of rust and broken windows. I didn't go that night. I went the next day in the flat, gray afternoon light. I didn't skulk in the shadows. I walked right up to the main gate. A security guard sat in a warm booth, reading a tabloid. He looked up, bored. I showed him a fake PI badge, flashed a $20 bill, and asked if he'd seen any kids messing around the property. He took the 20, said it had been quiet, and went back to his paper. The warehouse wasn't a secret. It was a decoy. The real heart of the machine was somewhere else, somewhere obvious and respectable. The young man's idealism had been a setup, a test of my recklessness. I had passed by being predictable. A few days later, a check arrived in the mail. No return address, no note. It was from a corporate entity I'd never heard of, a consulting fee for services rendered. The amount was exactly what I had given Helen, plus a significant bonus. It was a settlement, a payment for playing my part in the little drama with the idealist. He was probably already gone, another loose end efficiently snipped. I had been used to confirm his threat level, and my inaction had been his death warrant. I cashed the check. What else was there to do? The money was as real as the guilt. The seasons turned. The rain gave way to a brittle, cold autumn. I took a case, a simple matter of a suspicious husband. I followed his wife to a mid-tier hotel, took the required photographs, and submitted my report. The husband paid without comment. It was all so hollow, so pointless. I was going through the motions in a world that had been drained of its color. Then, on a day like any other, I saw him. Carrington, he was stepping out of a charity luncheon, surrounded by aides and admirers. He was older, his hair a more distinguished silver, but his posture was the same, a ramrod straightness that spoke of absolute control. Our eyes met across the crowded sidewalk. There was no recognition in his gaze, no malice, no gratitude. It was the look a man gives a lamppost or a fire hydrant, a piece of the street furniture. He turned, was swept into a waiting car, and was gone. That was the final truth, the one the manuscript never contained. It wasn't about fear or power, not really. It was about being seen. To Carrington, I was not a person. I was a condition. a variable that had been solved for. My continued existence was simply proof of his equation's elegance. I went back to the office. The first edition book was still on the shelf. I took it down. I didn't burn it. I didn't throw it away. I opened it to the title page, and with a steady hand, I wrote my name. Jeffrey Carr, former private investigator, current keeper of the Blur. I placed it back on the shelf. It was no longer his trophy. It was mine, a record of my function. The phone is silent. The rain has stopped for now. I am still here, a well-maintained component in the endless quiet hum. The quiet hum is a lullaby. I sleep without dreaming. The days are a smooth, featureless plain, and I walk them without expectation. The money from the check is almost gone, spent on rent and whiskey and the slow, inevitable decay of things. The dust in my office is thicker. It settles on the manuscript box, on the first edition book with my name in it, on the memory of Helen's face. I am a monument to inaction, and I am at peace with the epitaph. Then, the phone rings. The sound is a physical shock, a shard of glass in the calm. It is not my business line. It is the private number, the one listed nowhere, the one only a handful of people ever had. My hand hovers over the receiver. I know, with a certainty that feels like fate, that this is not a ghost from my past. It is the machine calling a part back to life. I pick it up on the fourth ring. I do not speak. The voice on the other end is female, crisp and efficient, devoid of emotion. Mr. Carr, a package will be delivered to your office at 8 p.m. tonight. You will be present to receive it. You will secure it. You will await further instruction. The line goes dead. I lower the receiver into its cradle. The instructions are clear, absolute. There is no room for refusal because refusal is not a concept the machine recognizes. It is like being told to breathe. At exactly 8 p.m., a knock sounds at my door. A courier stands there, holding a flat, rectangular box, the kind used for expensive stationery. He is young, anonymous. He hands me the box and a digital pad for my signature. I sign a false name. He does not care. He leaves. I place the box on my desk. It is heavier than it looks. I do not open it immediately. I pour a whiskey and sit in the dark, the city's light painting faint stripes across the cardboard. This is the next turn of the screw. This is my purpose. Finally, I slit the tape with my letter opener. Inside, nestled in custom-cut foam, is a laptop. It is sleek, silver, powerful. There is no note. I open the lid. It powers on instantly, no password required. The screen glows, displaying a single icon, a folder named Carr. I double-click. Inside are dozens of files. Photographs, financial records, audio transcripts, technique. They are a dossier, but not on a politician or a rival. The man in the photographs is the young idealist from the library, the one who thought he could strike at the machine's heart. His name was David. There are pictures of him in a morgue, his sharp eyes closed forever. The cause of death is listed as an overdose. The file is exhaustive, a perfect, self-contained narrative of a troubled young man's demise. The final document in the folder is a PDF. It is a draft of a newspaper article written by a reporter on Carrington's payroll. The article praises the Carrington Foundation's new initiative to combat youth drug abuse, sparked by the tragic death of a promising young man named David. It is a masterpiece of cynical public relations, turning a murder into a marketing opportunity. My new role is clear. I am the archivist, the keeper of the truth, not to expose it, but to bury it deeper, to hold the evidence that proves the official story is a lie, ensuring that lie becomes the only story. My silence is no longer passive. It is curated. It is active. I close the laptop. The screen goes black. reflecting my own face back at me. I look tired, older, but my eyes are calm. There is no conflict left. The blur is gone. I see the line with perfect, terrible clarity. I am on one side. Everyone else is on the other. I take the laptop and place it inside the safe deposit box, next to Leo's manuscript. Two truths, equally damning, equally useless. I lock the box. I turn the key. The sound is final. I walk back to my office, to my whiskey, to my waiting. The machine is humming, and I am part of the tune. The next morning, I went to the bank as if it were any other errand. The clerk knew me by sight and offered a small, professional smile. I did not smile back. In the sterile quiet of the vault, I placed the laptop box into the safe deposit container. It fit neatly beside Leo's manuscript. Two boxes, side by side. One was a history of rot. The other was its latest, polished product. Together, they were the sum of my life's work. When I returned to the street, the sunlight felt thin and artificial. I stopped at a newsstand. The headline on the afternoon edition was about the Carrington Foundation's new anti-drug campaign. There was a grainy, sympathetic photo of David. The article quoted Carrington himself, expressing a philanthropist's measured grief. I bought the paper. I read every word standing on the corner, absorbing the lie in the full light of day. It was flawless. My curation of the truth had helped make it so. That night, the efficient woman called again. Her voice was unchanged, a digital stream of instruction. The article has been published. Your services are no longer required for this matter. The retainer has been deposited. She did not wait for a response. The line went dead. I checked my account. The retainer was 5 times the amount of the previous check. It was more money than I had seen in years. It wasn't a reward. It was a sedative, a financial cushion to ensure my continued comfortable silence. I transferred most of it to a savings account I never touched. Blood money had a way of burning a hole in your pocket if you spent it too freely. Weeks bled into months. The city moved on. Another scandal, another tragedy, another hero. I was a still point in the turning world. I took a few more cases, the mundane kind that paid the bills without challenging the silence. I was a good private investigator again. Efficient. Discreet. One Tuesday, a man walked into my office without an appointment. He was middle-aged, with the weary eyes of a small business owner. He said his partner was embezzling from their shared company. He needed proof. It was exactly the kind of work I used to relish, a clean puzzle with a tangible solution. I took the case. I followed the partner. I audited the books he thought were hidden. It took me 3 days to compile the evidence. It was all there, a trail of greed and betrayal as old as time. I met the client in the same diner where I'd met Helen. I slid the folder across the table. He opened it, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at the numbers. The photocopy checks. The photographs of his partner living a slightly too lavish lifestyle. He closed the folder. He didn't look relieved. He looked crushed. "What do I do with this?" he asked, his voice hollow. "That's your decision," I said. "You paid for the truth. What you build with it is up to you." He nodded slowly, his eyes lost. He was standing at the edge of his own blur, staring into the abyss of a broken trust. I knew what he was feeling. The terrible weight of knowing. He paid me in cash and left, the folder tucked under his arm like a bomb. I sat there for a long time, watching the traffic through the rain-streaked window. I had given him the truth. A small, contained, manageable truth. It would likely destroy his business and his friendship. It would cause pain and strife. But it was his truth to manage. I was just the delivery system. I walked back to my office in the cooling evening. The neon signs were flickering on, their lights smearing on the wet pavement. I understood now that the machine wasn't just Carrington. It was a pattern. a system of compromises and silenced truths that ran through the city like a root system. I had thought I was a unique component in a singular, terrible engine. I was wrong. I was just one more keeper of secrets, one more man in a dusty office, facilitating the small, grinding tragedies that kept the world turning. The phone on my desk was silent. For now. But the city was full of whispers, and I was still listening. The whiskey that night tasted like nothing. It was just a liquid, a habit my body performed while my mind was elsewhere. The man from the diner, with his crushed spirit and his folder of truth, had gotten under my skin in a way Carrington never could. Carrington was a force of nature, a hurricane. That man was just a pebble, and I had been the one to start his avalanche. A few days later, my phone buzzed. Not the private line, the business one. It was the client. His voice was raw, stripped bare. He'd confronted his partner. There had been shouting, tears, a promise of repayment. The business would survive, but the friendship was a ghost. He thanked me. He actually thanked me for tearing his life apart. He said it was better to know. I told him he was welcome and hung up. The gratitude felt like a stain. I realized then that I missed Helen. Not in a romantic way, but as a point of reference. She had been the last person to look at me and see a man who might do the right thing, even if it was messy and foolish. Now, everyone who looked at me saw a function, a tool, a component. The rain started again, a steady, mournful drizzle. I was looking out the window, watching the world blur and run, when I saw her. Or, I thought I did. A flash of a red coat, a certain way of holding an umbrella, turning a corner 2 blocks down. It was probably just a coincidence, a trick of the light and a lonely mind. But the sight of it, real or not, sent a jolt through the quiet hum of my existence. It was a reminder that the past wasn't a closed book. It was a ghost. And ghosts had a way of walking back into your life when you least expected them. I stood there waiting. But the woman in the red coat did not reappear. The city absorbed her, just as it absorbed everything. I turned from the window, the quiet in the room suddenly feeling less like peace and more like a held breath. Something had shifted. The machine was humming, but the tune had changed, and I was no longer sure I knew the words. The next morning, I went to the corner where I'd seen the flash of red. I told myself I was just getting air, just taking a different route for the coffee. But my eyes scanned the crowd, looking for that specific shade, that particular tilt of an umbrella. There was nothing, of course, just the gray press of people on their way to their own compromises. The coffee tasted bitter. Back in the office, the silence was different. It was no longer a blanket. It was a surface, stretched taut and waiting for a pinprick. I opened the safe and took out Leo's manuscript. I didn't read it. I just held the weight of it in my hands. It was a story of a man who saw the rot and tried to shout about it. He was silenced. I was the man who saw the rot and agreed to whisper, to curate it. Which one of us was the bigger fool? A week passed. The memory of the red coat began to fade, blending into the general haze of might-have-beens. Then, the mail came. A single, plain envelope with no return address. Inside was a photograph. It was a picture of me, taken from across the street, standing at my office window. It was recent. On the back, written in a neat, anonymous hand, were 2 words, "Still watching." It wasn't a threat. It was a receipt. A confirmation of my continued existence within the machine's field of vision. They weren't reminding me that they could reach me. They were reminding me that they never looked away. I should have felt a chill, a spike of fear. Instead, I felt a strange sense of validation. The gaze of the machine was the only thing that made me feel real anymore. I propped the photograph on the corner of my desk, a new paperweight for the dust to settle on. The phone rang. It was the business line. A woman's voice, hesitant and young, asked if I was the investigator. She thought her father was stealing from her inheritance. It was a sad, common story. I took down the details and gave her my rate. She said she'd think about it. She probably wouldn't call back. After I hung up, I looked at the photograph of myself. A man in a window, a silhouette against the light. I was still watching too. I was watching the world through a lens of complicity. And the view was perfectly, terribly clear. The hum was back, but it was inside me now. A low vibration in the teeth. A constant reminder that I was, and would always be, a part of the tune. I picked up the photograph, looked at my own grainy image, and then I filed it away in a drawer. There was no need to keep it on display. The message had been received. The story was continuing, and my role, it seemed, was far from over. The inheritance case never materialized. The hesitant young woman became another ghost in the city's chorus. But the photograph had done its work. The machine had blinked. A deliberate language signal meant only for me. It was an acknowledgement that I was still on the board, a piece that could be moved or sacrificed as the game required. My piece was a loan, not a gift. I started taking longer walks, not for my health, but to map the gaze. I would stop suddenly, or double back, or take a seemingly random turn into an alley, my senses tuned for any ripple in the ordinary flow of the city. I never saw anyone. They were too good for that, but I felt them. A presence, like a change in barometric pressure before a storm. It was no longer oppressive. It was familiar, a form of company. One afternoon, I found myself outside the public library. I hadn't planned to go in. My feet had carried me there of their own volition, retracing the steps of a dead man. I stood on the steps, looking at the grand doors. David had thought the truth was in there, hidden in plain sight. He was right, but he misunderstood the nature of the truth. It wasn't a weapon. It was a component. I went inside. The air was the same, smelling of old paper and floor wax. I walked past the study carrels and into the history section. I didn't know what I was looking for. I ran my fingers along the spines of books, feeling the cool, rough cloth of the bindings. Then I saw it. A single volume, slightly out of alignment with the others. I pulled it out. It was a history of the city's infrastructure, dull and technical. Tucked inside the back cover was a single folded sheet of paper. My heart did not race. My hands did not shake. This was not a discovery. It was a delivery. I unfolded the paper. It was a list of names, maybe 24, each one followed by a string of numbers. Account numbers. Next to one of the names was a small, neat check mark in blue ink. The name was David. I refolded the paper and slipped it into my pocket. I slid the book back into its place. I walked out of the library and back into the daylight. The list felt heavy in my pocket, a tiny, concentrated weight of consequence. This was not like the laptop. This was not a curated truth for me to lock away. This was a key. They were testing me again, but the parameters had changed. They were giving me a choice, or the illusion of one. I could burn the list. I could put it in the safe with the other artifacts, or I could follow the numbers. I went back to my office and poured a whiskey. I laid the list on my desk and smoothed it flat. The check name was a question. Did they want me to find out what happened to the money? Did they want me to use it? Or was this simply the next phase of my archivist duties? To understand the full financial architecture of a silenced man. The phone on my desk remained silent. They would not call. The ball was in my court. I finished the whiskey, the warmth of fleeting comfort in the cool, still room. I looked from the list to the photograph of myself in the window, then back to the list. The game was evolving, and for the first time since I'd cashed that first check, I felt a flicker of something that was not resignation. It was curiosity. The machine was offering me a deeper look inside its workings. To refuse was to remain a simple tool. To accept was to become something else entirely. I picked up a pen. I started with the account next to David's name. It was time to follow the money. Story 6. The first sound was the dry click of a beetle's carapace against the glass of the lamp. A frantic, tiny ticking in the vast silence of the room. Ibrahim noticed it because he noticed everything, because his survival depended on the calibration of such small, insignificant noises. The beetle was a jeweled thing, iridescent green and black, trapped between the hot bulb and the smoked glass shade, beating itself to death against the invisible barrier. It was the only thing moving in Chandler's study. The producer himself was a still life of ruin, slumped in a leather chair that seemed to swallow his fragile frame. He wasn't looking at Ibrahim. He was looking at the beetle, his eyes wide with a sympathy that was reserved for fellow prisoners. The air was thick with the smell of old books, dust, and the high, sweet note of expensive scotch gone warm in a crystal tumbler. Ibrahim did not sit. He moved through the room, a shadow in a $2,000 suit, his fingers brushing against the spines of leather-bound scripts, the cold marble of a bookend, the dusty surface of a framed photograph. Chandler and a younger, radiant woman, both smiling into a sun that no longer seemed to shine. Beth. The name had come up before. An asset? Emmanuel had called her. A complication, Ibrahim thought. He's not going to wait any longer, Chandler, Ibrahim said. His voice was low. A gravelly hum that didn't disturb the silence so much as it gave it a new, more dangerous frequency. Chandler flinched as if struck. I know he's not. The money. It's coming. The picture is in post. The foreign distribution rights are worth less than the film they're printed on if the picture is a dog. Ibrahim stopped his pacing and stood over the producer. He picked up the photograph. She's lovely. Is she the reason for all this? Costly gamble on a new face. No, she's the reason the picture has a soul, Chandler whispered, his voice cracking. She's luminous. Ibrahim set the photo down. Luminous. He liked the word. It felt warm in his mouth, a stark contrast to the cold calculus of his profession. He was here to collect $200,000, a debt incurred not on back-alley dice games, but on the whims of a producer who believed in luminosity. Emmanuel, the man who held both their strings, did not believe in such things. He believed in percentages, and Chandler's percentages had turned sour. Los Angeles was a different kind of jungle. The threats weren't made with fists in alleyways, but with phone calls and legal documents, with whispers at parties and the sudden, inexplicable drying up of funds. The violence was psychological, a slow, suffocating pressure. Yet, Ibrahim found it strangely familiar. The hierarchy was the same. The desperate clawing for a place at the table was the same. Only the currency was different. Here, they traded in reputation, in illusion, in the fragile commodity of attention. He left Chandler's house in the hills, the city sprawling below him like a spilled bag of diamonds. The drive down was a descent into a different reality. The air changed, losing the dry herbal scent of the canyons, gaining the tang of exhaust and desert dust. He was meeting Beth. Not on Emmanuel's orders, but on his own initiative. He needed to understand the asset. She was waiting for him at a diner off Sunset, a place that existed in the perpetual twilight of neon and grease-stained windows. She sat in a booth, a script open in front of her, a cup of coffee going cold. She didn't look up as he slid into the seat opposite her. She was more beautiful than her photograph, but it was a beauty that had been worked on, honed like a weapon. Her eyes, when they finally lifted to meet his, were the color of a winter sky, and just as cold. You're the collector, she said. It wasn't a question. I'm a businessman. Your friend Chandler has a cash flow problem. Chandler is a dreamer who thinks art and commerce can hold hands and skip through a field. He's a child. She closed the script. And you're here to break his toys. Ibrahim smiled, a thin, humorless line. I'm here to assess the collateral. He seems to think you're it. She studied him then, really studied him, her gaze moving over the sharp line of his jaw, the stillness of his hands, the expensive cut of his suit that couldn't quite hide the animal beneath. You don't look like the usual muscle. You look like a character actor who plays the quiet killer in a European thriller. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't one. It was an observation. You're performing, just like everyone else in this town. She took a sip of the cold coffee, her lip leaving a faint smudge on the rim. What do you want to know? Whether I'm worth $200,000. I'm not. No one is. It's all a fiction. The value, the fame, the love stories and the scripts. It's all just light and shadow. He was fascinated. She had dismantled the entire illusion in 3 sentences. She was the most cynical person he had ever met, and he worked for a man who sold heroin to schoolteachers. Chandler says you're luminous. For a fraction of a second, the cynicism cracked. Something raw and vulnerable flashed in her eyes before the shutters came down again. Chandler says a lot of things. It's how he got into this mess. He believes his own press releases. The meeting was a pivot. Ibrahim saw the board not as a simple transaction, but as a complex game with multiple players. Chandler, the idealist, drowning. Beth, the realist, treading water. And then there were the others. The rival producers, the vain directors who saw Beth as a vehicle for their own glory, the other, more brutal collectors from a crew up north who also had a piece of Chandler. The city was a web of overlapping scams, and Ibrahim was now a spider in the center, feeling the vibrations. He used a mixture of threat and irony, a tool he had perfected. He would sit in a studio head's office, a man named Sterling with a tan the color of an old saddle and eyes like dead satellites, and he wouldn't mention broken legs. He would mention certain offshore accounts, certain private flights to certain islands where the age of consent was a flexible concept. The threat was implicit, elegant, and far more terrifying than a lead pipe. It was the threat of reality intruding on the fantasy. He found himself drawn deeper into the world of the picture, a noir called Silver Lake Requiem. He read the script. It was the usual Drac, a story of a doomed man and a treacherous woman. But he saw what Chandler saw. Beth's part was a ghost, a presence that haunted the edges of the frame, the truth the hero was too blind to see. In the rushes, the unedited footage Chandler showed him in a desperate bid for understanding. She was indeed luminous. Tamra loved her not for her beauty, but for her truth. She could convey a universe of disappointment in the slight tilt of her head. The tension coiled tighter. The rival gangsters, a pair of brothers who favored brass knuckles over nuance, made their move. They intercepted Ibrahim one night in the parking garage beneath his building. The air was cold and smelled of concrete and gasoline. They were large, stupid men, their violence a blunt instrument. "The producer is ours," the larger one said, cracking his knuckles. The sound echoed like gunshots in the confined space. Ibrahim didn't speak. He moved. It was not a fight, it was a dissection. A swift, brutal application of pressure to the radial nerve in the first one's arm, rendering it useless. A sharp, precise kick to the perineal nerve on the second one's leg, dropping him to the ground. It was over in 10 seconds. He stood over them, breathing evenly, his suit still pristine. "Tell your boss," Ibrahim said, his voice still that low hum, "that Chandler is under my protection, and the asset is mine." He walked away, the sound of their moans fading behind him. The encounter was a revelation. In his old life, This would have been a prelude to a war. Here, it was just another piece of business. He felt a strange thrill, the thrill of a player who understood the game better than anyone else. The climax came at the premiere of Silver Lake Requiem. It was a grotesque carnival of flashing lights and false smiles. Chandler, swimming in his tuxedo, looked like a man on his way to the gallows. Beth was on his arm, a vision in silver, her face a perfect, impenetrable mask. Ibrahim watched from the shadows of the mezzanine, a ghost at the feast. Emmanuel was there too, a small, neat man with the quiet demeanor of a banker. He found Ibrahim. "Is the money here?" he asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. "It will be," Ibrahim said, "but not in the way you think." The film unspooled. On the screen, Beth was a revelation. She was every doomed woman in every crime story ever told. But she brought a depth, a sadness, a terrifying intelligence to the role. The audience was spellbound. Ibrahim watched Chandler watch her, and he saw the truth. It wasn't just business for the producer. It was love. A desperate, hopeless love for a woman who saw through everything, including him. After the screening, in the chaotic swirl of the after-party, Ibrahim found his moment. He pulled Chandler and Beth into a quiet antechamber, a plush room that smelled of champagne and perfume. "It's over," Ibrahim said. "Sterling just offered $3 million for the domestic rights. The bidding war has started. You're not just solvent, Chandler. You're a success." Chandler stared, his eyes brimming with tears of relief and disbelief. I don't know how to thank you." "Don't," Ibrahim said. He looked at Beth. The asset performed. She held his gaze, and for the first time, he saw something other than cynicism or calculation. He saw a flicker of respect. "You turned the chaos into an opportunity. You're a better producer than he is." It was then that Emmanuel entered the room. He didn't look at Chandler. He looked at Ibrahim. "The money is good. The job is done." His eyes, flat and dark, shifted to Beth. "A valuable asset. Perhaps we should discuss her next picture. I have a new company. It would be a more direct arrangement." Ibrahim felt the atmosphere in the room solidify. This was the true threat. Not the brutish brothers, not the debt. It was the machine, ever hungry, ready to consume the next beautiful thing. He saw the fear in Chandler's eyes, the weary resignation in Beth's. "She's under contract," Ibrahim said softly. "Contracts can be broken," Emmanuel replied, "or rewritten." Ibrahim took a step forward, placing himself between Emmanuel and the others. "No," he said. The word was quiet. "No." It hung in the air, a single, unadorned statement of fact. "The deal is closed. The asset is retired from your ledgers." Emmanuel looked at him for a long, cold moment. He saw something in Ibrahim's eyes that he recognized, something that went beyond employee and employer. It was the look of an equal, a rival. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "As you say." He turned and left, a small man disappearing back into the glittering crowd. Chandler was weeping openly now, slumping into a chair. Beth stepped away from him, towards Ibrahim. She stood very close, so close he could smell the faint scent of her perfume, something like night-blooming jasmine. "What now?" she asked. "Now," Ibrahim said, looking out at the party, at the beautiful, hollow people celebrating a fiction. "The real picture begins." He left her there, in that room of soft lights and broken dreams. He walked out of the theater and into the Los Angeles night. The city hummed around him, a vast engine of creation and destruction. He had come to collect a debt and had instead taken ownership of the dream factory. He was part of the machine now, a more dangerous and sophisticated kind of gangster, in a town where everyone was selling something, especially themselves. Weeks later, in a sleek, modern apartment high above the city, the only sound was the faint, rhythmic click of a beetle's carapace against the glass of a lamp, a tiny, frantic ticking in the vast silence. Ibrahim sat in the dark, watching it. On the glass coffee table before him lay a stack of scripts, a new contract for Beth, and a single unopened envelope from Emmanuel. The game was never over. It just changed locations. The beetle beat its wings, a prisoner of the light, and Ibrahim, the practical man fascinated by cinema, understood its desperate, hypnotic rhythm completely. He was home. The envelope from Emmanuel remained unopened for 3 days. It not out of fear, but out of a need to establish a new rhythm. In his old life, a summons was answered immediately. Here, in this new ecosystem of negotiated power, a delay was a statement. It said his time was his own. When he finally sliced it open with a silver letter opener, the contents were unsurprising. A single sheet of heavy cream-colored paper. No letterhead. Just a time, a date, and an address downtown. It was not a request. It was a summons to the next level of the game. He met Emmanuel in the penthouse of a new, sterile building, whose primary architectural feature was silence. There were no beetles here, no dusty books. Just floor-to-ceiling windows looking out on a cityscape of pure, abstract geometry. Emmanuel stood by the window, a silhouette against the glare. "You have developed an attachment," Emmanuel said, his back still turned. "It is a liability in our line of work." "I have developed an investment," Ibrahim corrected, his voice calm. "The girl is a unique commodity. Flooding the market with her would diminish her value. Scarcity creates demand. You taught me that." Emmanuel turned. He allowed a thin, almost invisible smile. "I taught you about heroine, not actresses, but the principle is sound." He gestured to a minimalist sofa. "Sit. We have a new proposition. A different kind of collection." The proposition was a man named Alistair Finch, a studio head of the old guard, who had transitioned seamlessly into the new world of streaming empires. He was a patron of the arts, a philanthropist, and according to Emmanuel, a man who had failed to honor a private and very substantial investment. The debt wasn't monetary. It was a matter of influence. Finch had promised to bury a story that involved a young starlet and a private jet, and he had failed. The story had leaked. The credibility of Emmanuel's entire operation, which relied on absolute discretion, was now in question. "This is not about breaking his legs," Emmanuel said, his voice like dry ice. "It is about breaking his name. He trades in reputation. You will collect it." Ibrahim understood. This was his test, his final ascension. It was a move from the physical to the metaphysical. The weapon was not a nerve strike, but information. The battlefield was the press, the industry gossip, the delicate web of perception that sustained men like Finch. He began his work, not in back alleys, but in digital archives and over lunches with bored, underpaid assistants. He learned that Finch Empire was a house of cards, built on a foundation of hidden debts and leveraged buyouts. His philanthropy was a shield, his patronage a laundering scheme for dirty money. The man was a fiction, more carefully constructed than any of his films. Ibrahim did not threaten. He simply began to apply pressure. A carefully worded tip to a financial blogger here. An anonymous packet of documents sent to a rival studio's legal department there. He watched as the first cracks appeared. A stock dip of 2%. A key executive suddenly resigning. The vibrations were subtle, but to a man like Finch, they were earthquakes. He saw Beth only once during this time. She was shooting a new film, a small, independent project he had steered her towards. He visited the set, watching from the darkness behind the camera. She was playing a teacher, a role far removed from the femme fatale of Silver Lake Requiem. She was softer, yet somehow more substantial. During a break, she walked over to him. Her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, her face free of the heavy makeup from the premiere. "I hear you're hunting bigger game," she said, her voice low. "I'm auditing your portfolio," he replied. She looked at him, and the winter in her eyes had thawed slightly, replaced by a curious warmth. "Be careful. Men like Finch, they don't have a bottom. When they fall, they try to take everyone with them." Her warning was a thread of genuine concern, a new variable in his calculations. He gave a slight nod, acknowledging it without accepting it. The end for Finch came not with a bang, but with a cascade of whispers. A major investor pulled out of his flagship production. The board of his charity launched an internal investigation. The story broke in the Wall Street Journal, not the tabloids. A dry, devastating account of financial malfeasance that did more damage than any scandal ever could. His reputation, his currency, was worthless. Ibrahim stood again in Emmanuel's silent penthouse. The city lights twinkled below, a galaxy of other people's dreams and failures. "It is done," Ibrahim said. Emmanuel handed him a key. "This building, the top 3 floors, a new enterprise. We are partners." Ibrahim took the key. It was cold and heavy in his hand. He was no longer a collector. He was a curator of ruin, an architect of consequence. He left the penthouse and drove not to his apartment, but to the hills. He parked outside Chandler's house. It was dark, the windows blank. The dream had moved on. He saw the lamp in the study was off. The beetle was gone. Its tiny struggle concluded. He thought of Beth's warning about men with no bottom. He knew she was right. But as he looked down at the city, he understood that he was not like Finch. Finch built his kingdom on lies. Ibrahim's power was built on the unshakable foundation of the truth he forced others to see. He was the practical man in a town of illusions, and he had never been more at home. The game was his to design now. He started the car and drove down the winding canyon road, the key to the new building a hard, cold presence in his pocket. He did not go to the sterile penthouse. Instead, he found himself outside Beth's apartment, a modest building tucked away on a quiet street in Los Feliz. The lights were on. She answered the door wearing sweatpants and a faded t-shirt, her face clean of makeup, her hair a mess. She held a mug of tea. She didn't look surprised to see him. "I heard about Finch," she said, stepping back to let him in. The apartment was small, filled with books and scripts, a stark contrast to the curated emptiness of his own spaces. It felt lived in, real. "It was a necessary correction," he said, standing in the middle of her living room, feeling oddly large and out of place. "You sound like a press release." She put her mug down on a cluttered coffee table. "You ruined a man. You can say it." He ruined himself. "I just turned on the lights." She smiled then, a real smile that reached her eyes. "You're the most honest, dishonest man I've ever met." He looked at her, at the quiet defiance in her posture, the intelligence in her gaze that missed nothing. He had come here for a reason he couldn't fully articulate, drawn by the same gravitational pull that had fascinated him from the beginning. He had collected the debt, secured her contract, and dismantled a studio head, yet she remained the one variable he could not solve. "Emmanuel made me a partner," he said, testing the words. "I know." She picked up her tea again, cradling it for warmth. "Chandler told me. He's terrified of you now. He thinks you're the new king of the jungle. And what do you think? I think you're still performing, just for a much more exclusive audience now, of one." She took a step closer. "The question is, who are you when the performance is over?" He had no answer for that. The performance had become so ingrained, he wasn't sure where it ended. and he began. The quiet killer, the businessman, the partner. They were all costumes. The new company, she continued, her voice soft. You'll need content. You'll need stars. I have one in mind, he said. I'm not a star. I'm an actress. There's a difference. Stars burn out. I plan on lasting. Then last with me, he said. The words were out before he could stop them, stripped of all irony and calculation. They hung in the warm, book-scented air, a raw, unscripted line. She studied him, her winter sky eyes searching for the truth beneath the suit, beneath the stillness. She saw the boy from the desert, the man who understood the desperate rhythm of trapped things. She saw the practical man, fascinated by the light. She put her mug down for the second time and closed the distance between them. She didn't touch him, just stood there, a breath away. Okay, she said. It was not surrender. It was a pact, a partnership of a different kind. He felt the final piece of the city click into place for him, not as a conquest, but as a home. The game was the same, but the prize had changed. He was no longer just a player. He was, finally, himself. And the picture, for the first time, was real. The first project was a small one, a play she had loved for years. He read it in one sitting, in her apartment, surrounded by the evidence of her life. It was a quiet story about a clockmaker and a librarian, a tale of time and silence. There was no market for it. He produced it anyway. He used a fraction of the new company's capital, structuring it as a tax write-off, a loss leader for prestige. Emmanuel raised a single thin eyebrow, but asked no questions. The play ran for 6 weeks in a 99-seat theater in North Hollywood. The reviews were rapturous. For Beth, they were a revelation. For Ibrahim, they were a blueprint. He learned the subtle levers of this new kind of power. A phone call to a critic he had once blackmailed, not to demand a positive review, but to ensure the play was seen by the right people. A strategic investment in a fledgling streaming service that needed award-worthy content. He was building her a fortress, not of fear, but of respectability. It was a longer, more complex game, and he found he preferred it. One evening after the play had closed, they sat on the floor of her apartment, the script for her next film between them. It was a political thriller. She would play an aide, the conscience of the story. They want me to soften the edges, she said, tracing a line of dialogue with her finger. They say the audience needs to like her. Do you like her? He asked. I understand her. That's more important. He took the script from her and read the contested scene. He saw it immediately, the compromise, the dilution of the character's truth to make her more palatable. It was the same instinct that had nearly ruined Silver Lake Requiem, the instinct to sand down anything sharp or challenging. No, he said. It was the same tone he had used with Emmanuel, final and absolute. The edges stay. He called the studio head the next morning. It was not Finch's replacement, but a younger, more anxious man. Ibrahim did not threaten. He simply stated that the integrity of the project and of Beth's performance was non-negotiable. He mentioned the play, the reviews, the growing critical consensus around her talent. He spoke of long-term value versus short-term comfort. He was, after all, a partner in a company that now held a significant stake in the studio's parent corporation. The edges stayed. He was curating her, yes, but he was also curating the world she existed in, shaping it to fit the truth he saw in her. He was building a kingdom where her kind of honesty could not just survive, but thrive. And in doing so, he was, piece by piece, building a self he could inhabit without the need for a performance. The man in the suit and the boy from the desert were finally seamlessly one and the same. The city outside was no longer a puzzle to be solved, but a landscape to be shaped, and he held the blueprint in his hands. The premiere for the political thriller was a more subdued affair than the one for Silver Lake Requiem. The air was less of desperation and more of quiet confidence. Ibrahim watched from the same position in the shadows, but this time he was not an outsider. He was the architect. When Beth appeared on screen, her performance was a masterclass in contained power. She was not a star. She was an artist, and the audience knew it. The silence in the theater was not boredom, but rapt attention. After the screening, a different kind of crowd surrounded her. Not the vultures of the gossip columns, but directors with real vision, writers with sharp scripts. She handled them with a grace that was entirely her own, her eyes occasionally finding his across the room, a silent acknowledgement of their shared victory. Later in the car, she was quiet. The city lights slid across the windshield like liquid gold. It felt different, she said finally. It was different, he replied. You were different. No, she said, turning to look at him. The world was different. You changed the world around me. He drove them to the new building, the one Emmanuel had given him. He had never taken her there. The top floor was still mostly empty, a vast open space of polished concrete and glass. Their footsteps echoed. He walked to the window, looking down at the endless grid of lights. She came to stand beside him. It's very you, all this space, all this control. It's a vantage point, he said. What do you see? I see a system, a machine. I see where to apply pressure, where to create friction, where to introduce something new. And what will you introduce? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. He didn't answer with words. He simply looked at her reflection in the glass, superimposed over the city. She was the new variable, the element of truth in the grand, beautiful lie. He had set out to collect a debt, and had instead found a purpose. The game was eternal, but now he had a reason to play that was entirely his own. He took her hand, and they stood there in the silence. Two practical people building a new kind of dream, one true picture at a time. The silence was broken by the soft chime of his phone. He did not move to answer it. Let the machine record the message. Let the world wait. The reflection in the glass showed Beth's small, sure smile. She understood this new language of his, the power of deliberate silence. When the chime came again, insistent, he finally turned, releasing her hand. He saw the name on the screen. It was Emmanuel. Not a summons from an underling, but a direct call. A breach of their new, unspoken protocol. He answered, yes. Emmanuel's voice was calm, but there was a new tension in it. A wire pulled taut. There is a problem, a complication from the Finch matter. Ibrahim listened, his eyes still on Beth. She had moved away, giving him the illusion of privacy while studying the empty room, imagining its potential. It seems, Emmanuel continued, that Alistair Finch was not operating alone. He was a front for a different kind of organization. They are displeased. They view our intervention not as a business correction, but as an insult. What kind of organization? Ibrahim asked, though he already knew. He had seen the patterns in the financials he'd unearthed, the ghostly trails of capital that led nowhere legal. The old-fashioned kind, Emmanuel said. The kind that does not read box office reports or film reviews. They have requested a meeting, a discussion of mutual interests. Ibrahim understood the euphemism. It was not a request. It was a test of a different caliber. He had graduated from breaking reputations and was now being measured for a war that involved breaking bones. Where and when? Ibrahim's voice was flat, devoid of reaction. Emmanuel gave him an address on the industrial edges of the port, a place of shadows and salt water, far from the glittering vantage point of his empty penthouse. He ended the call. Beth was watching him now, her arms crossed, her head tilted. She could read the shift in his energy, the subtle retuning of his focus. The game changed again? She asked. The board expanded, he corrected. He walked toward her. The polished concrete cooled beneath his shoes. I have to go. She didn't ask where or why. She simply nodded. Do you need your suit? It was their code. The suit was the armor for the performance, the uniform for the world of Emmanuel and high-stakes business. No, he said. Not for this. He went to a sleek cabinet built into the wall and opened it. Inside, hanging in stark contrast to the tailored suits, was a simple, dark jacket of a thick, coarse material. His old jacket from the desert. He had kept it. A practical man needs practical clothes. He slipped it on. The weight of it was familiar, a second skin he had not outgrown. He drove away from the city's bright center, toward the smell of the ocean and rust. He was not the king of the jungle heading to a coronation. He was the wolf returning to the territory of other, larger predators. The key to the building was in one pocket. In the other, his hand rested on the familiar, worn grip of a knife he had not needed in a long time. The picture was real, but the canvas was vast, and he was about to paint in a much darker color. The warehouse was a cathedral of decay, smelling of brine, rust, and diesel fuel. A single bulb hung from a long wire, casting a wobbly circle of light on the stained concrete floor. 3 men stood within the light. They were not like Emmanuel's polished enforcers. These men were blunt instruments, their faces weathered, their hands calloused. They did not belong to the city of whispers and reputation. They belonged to the city of force. The man in the center was older, his hair a close-cropped silver, his eyes the color of a winter sea. He had the stillness of a man for whom violence was a transaction, not an emotion. Ibrahim, the man said. His voice was gravel, worn smooth by time and use. Emmanuel's new practical man. We were surprised. Finch was a useful asset. His creative accounting served a purpose. You broke a tool we were fond of. You broke a tool we were fond of. Ibrahim stopped at the edge of the light. Tools that break so easily are a liability. I have provided you with an opportunity to upgrade. A faint smile touched the older man's lips. Confident, Emmanuel said you would be. He also said you understand value. We are not here for revenge. Revenge is bad business. We are here for recompense. A transfer of value. What value? You, the man said simply. Finch moved money. You move outcomes. Your work was elegant. We have a situation. A shipping container. Lost. The contents are sensitive. The parties involved are not patient. Find it. Resolve the dispute. Consider it a down payment on your continued good health. It was not a request. It was an induction. They were not asking him to be a target. They were recruiting him to be a weapon in their arsenal. To refuse was to declare war. To accept was to step into a darker, deeper current than he had ever navigated. He thought of Beth, of the quiet apartment filled with books, of the play they had produced. He thought of the key in his pocket, and the empty floors waiting for a future. This new path would shadow all of it. The details, Ibrahim said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. The older man nodded, a gesture of satisfaction. One of his men stepped forward and handed Ibrahim a cheap, unregistered phone. It will ring. You will answer, the man said. Welcome to the supply chain. Ibrahim took the phone. It was cold and light in his hand. He turned and walked out of the circle of light, back into the darkness of the warehouse. The door groaned open, and the salt-tinged night air hit his face. He drove back toward the city, the weight of the old jacket familiar on his shoulders, the burned phone a new, colder weight in his pocket. He had graduated from breaking names to breaking wills, and the game had just become infinitely more dangerous. The picture was real, but it was no longer just his to paint. The lights of the city seemed different on the return drive, less like stars and more like the illuminated dials of a complex control panel. He parked the car in its usual spot, but did not go up to the empty penthouse. He went to Beth's apartment. He still had the key she'd given him, a small brass token of trust. She was awake, reading on the couch. She looked up as he entered, her eyes immediately going to the coarse jacket he still wore. She closed her book, marking her place with a finger. "You're back," she said. It was not a question. He sat beside her, the worn fabric of his jacket sighing against her soft cushions. He placed the burn phone on the coffee table, next to her mug. It looked alien there, a piece of shrapnel from a distant war. "It's not over, is it?" she asked, her gaze fixed on the phone. "It's a different tier," he said. "The stakes are more concrete." She was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. He had told her everything in the car, the warehouse, the men, the demand. He had hidden nothing. It was their pact. "So you'll do it? You'll find their lost container." "I will look for it," he corrected. "Looking is not the same as finding, and finding is not the same as returning." A slow understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're going to play them." "I'm going to assess the situation," he said, his voice low and even. "I will determine who has the container, why they took it, and what its true value is. Then, I will decide the most practical outcome." "Practical for who?" she asked. "For us," he said. The word hung in the room, solid and simple. It was the first time he had so explicitly included her in the darker calculus of his world. She did not flinch. She reached out and picked up the burn phone, turning it over in her hands as if it were a strange artifact. "They think they've leashed you," she said. "They have given me a new set of tools," he replied, "and a map to a part of their operation. That is a gift, not a leash." He stood and took off the jacket, hanging it on the back of a chair. Underneath, he was still the man in the suit, the partner. The two selves were no longer in conflict. They were a spectrum he moved across at will. He picked up the script for her next film, the one they had fought for. "We should go over your notes for the rewrite," he said, his voice shifting back into the familiar territory of their shared ambition. She looked from the script to the phone and back to him. She saw it then, the full scope of the man. He was not just building a fortress for her art. He was building an empire, and he would use every tool, every shadow, every threat to do it. And she was not his protected queen in a tower. She was his partner, standing beside him on the ramparts. "Okay," she said, picking up a pencil. "Page 14. The line still feels false." He sat down and they began to work, the cold, silent phone on the table between them. Just another piece of the machinery they were learning to operate together. The line was about conviction, about a character choosing a difficult path. Beth's pencil hovered over the page. "She says she's afraid, but she does it anyway. That's the truth. They want her to say she's sure. Then keep the fear," Ibrahim said, his eyes not on the page but on her face. "The certainty is a lie." She marked the page, a quick, decisive stroke. The phone on the table remained dark and silent. For 3 days, it was a dormant stone. They worked. They ate. They slept. The ordinary rhythm of life continued, but beneath it was a new, low-frequency hum of anticipation. He did not seem anxious. He was observing, waiting for the first variable to shift. The call came on a Thursday afternoon. They were in his penthouse, the vast space now holding a drafting table for her and a bank of monitors for him. The phone vibrated against the concrete floor with a harsh, insect-like buzz. Ibrahim picked it up. "Yes." A voice, digitally scrambled, gave an address in the garment district and a time. 2 hours. No names. No questions. He ended the call and looked at Beth. "The first move. What do you need?" she asked. Her voice was calm, but her knuckles were white where she gripped her pencil. "Information," he said. He sat at his monitors, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The address was a fabric wholesaler, a front for a dozen other things, he was sure. He cross-referenced it with shipping manifests, corporate registries, police reports. He was not looking for the container. He was building a profile of the players. An hour later, he stood. He did not put on the desert jacket. He chose a dark, unremarkable coat from his closet, something that would blend into the city's fabric. "I'll be back," he said. She simply nodded, her winter sky eyes holding his for a moment. No plea for caution, no expression of fear. Just a silent transfer of strength. The fabric warehouse was a narrow building wedged between two larger ones. The air was thick with the smell of synthetic fibers and dust. A man with a sullen face and thick forearms led him through a labyrinth of towering textile rolls to a small, windowless office in the back. Inside, a woman was waiting. She was in her 40s, with a sharp, intelligent face and eyes that held no nonsense. She wore a practical, expensive pantsuit. She was not what he had expected. "Ibrahim," she said, dispensing with a greeting. "I am Clara. We have a mutual problem. The container you've been asked to find. It's mine." He said nothing, simply waited. "It was not lost," she continued. "It was intercepted by a rival faction within the same organization that just hired you. They are using it to force me out. They sent you because you are an unknown, a wild card. If you find it for them, I lose everything. If you fail, they will kill you for the insult and still take my operation." Ibrahim processed this. The complication was not external. It was a civil war. He was a pawn being thrown into the center of the board. "Why tell me this?" he asked. "Because you are a practical man," she said, echoing Emmanuel's words, but with a different inflection. "I am offering you a better deal. Help me secure the container and neutralize my rivals. In return, you will have a permanent ally, not a temporary master. My network is more sophisticated than theirs." He looked at her, at the steady certainty in her gaze. She was not a blunt instrument. She was a strategist. He saw the path splitting before him. One led back to the gravel-voiced man in the warehouse, a life of being a hired blade. The other led to Clara, a partnership with a different, sharper kind of power. The choice was not difficult. "Where are they holding it?" he asked. A slow, cold smile touched her lips. "I was hoping you could tell me." He understood. This was his test for her. As much as it was hers for him, she needed to see his value. He took out his own phone, not the burn phone, and pulled up a map. He tapped a location near the port, a different warehouse from the one he had visited. "They're not hiding it," he said. "They're moving it tonight. They're confident. They have no reason not to be." Clara looked at the map, then back at him. A new respect in her eyes. "How did you find it?" "I didn't look for a container," he said. "I looked for the money attached to it. It's always about the money." They stood there in the dusty office, surrounded by rolls of cloth. Two practical people forming a new, dangerous pact. The game had changed once more, and Ibrahim was no longer a player on the board. He was helping to design it. The plan was simple, a matter of timing and misdirection. Clara's people would create a disturbance at the rival faction's main office, a fake police raid based on a tip Ibrahim would anonymously provide. While their attention was divided, a small, trusted team would move on the warehouse he had identified. He would oversee the operation from a van 2 blocks away, his eyes on the live feed from a drone Clara provided. It was clean, surgical, a lesson in applied pressure. He returned to the penthouse as evening fell. Beth was where he had left her, but the script was set aside. She was staring out the window at the darkening city. "It's done?" she asked without turning. "It's begun," he corrected. Came to stand beside her. The grid of lights below seemed sharper now, each one a potential lever, a point of control or vulnerability. He told her about Clara, the internal war, the choice he had made. So you're not just finding the container, you're choosing who gets to keep it, she summarized, her voice quiet. I am choosing who owes me a debt, he said. The container itself is irrelevant. The allegiance is the asset. She finally turned to look at him, her face pale but composed in the twilight. And what happens after tonight? When you have this allegiance? Then we have a new foundation, he said. One that doesn't rely on Emmanuel's goodwill. One that can protect what we're building here. He gestured to the room, to the drafting table and the monitors, to the space that was slowly becoming a home for their shared, ambitious life. I don't want to be protected in a box, Ibrahim, she said. I want to be part of the architecture. You are, he said, and it was the truth. Her clarity, her perception, it was the compass he had lacked. She saw the truth in the lines of a script and in the lines of a man's face. She was the one who had taught him that the most powerful lies were the ones that revealed a deeper truth. The burned phone vibrated on the floor. It was time. He went to his bank of monitors and powered them up, the screens illuminating his face in a cool blue glow. Beth pulled a chair up beside him, not to watch, but to witness. The feed from the drone was crystal clear, showing the target warehouse, its loading dock illuminated by a single security light. He watched as Clara's team, 2 men and a woman dressed as Port Authority workers, approached the main gate. He listened to their coded chatter through his headset. Everything was proceeding. Then he saw it. A shadow detaching itself from a stack of containers near the fence. Then another. They were waiting. It was an ambush. His fingers were already moving, pulling up the emergency frequency. Abort. It's a trap. Fall back to secondary road Bravo. He heard the sharp intake of breath from Clara's team leader, then the gruff acknowledgement. On the screen, the 3 figures melted back into the darkness, just as armed men poured from the warehouse door. Beth's hand found his arm, her grip tight. They knew. They anticipated a leak, Ibrahim said, his voice cold. He was already tracing the digital footprint of the tip he had planted, searching for the flaw, the crack through which his move had been seen. He had underestimated the opposition. A rare and costly mistake. The burn phone rang again. He picked it up. It was the gravel-voiced man. A practical man should know when he's out of his depth. This was your only warning. Find the container, the real one. Not the decoy you just tried to steal. You have 24 hours. The line went dead. Ibrahim set the phone down. The first engagement was over, and he had lost. He looked at Beth. Her fear was gone, replaced by a fierce, focused intensity. They're better than you thought, she said. Yes. So we adapt, she said. What did we learn? He looked at her, at the absolute lack of surrender in her face, and felt the cold calculus in his mind recalibrate. Fair was just data, and he had just collected a great deal of it. We learned they have a good hacker, he said, and that they are willing to show their strength. That is a weakness. Confidence breeds blind spots. He turned back to the screens, a new, more dangerous plan already beginning to form in his mind. This was no longer just about a container or an allegiance. It was about proving, to them and to himself, that he was the most practical man in any room, no matter how dark the room happened to be. He worked through the night, the drone feed now replaced by lines of code and complex network maps. Beth stayed with him, brewing coffee and asking questions that cut to the heart of the problem. Her mind, trained on narrative structure and character motivation, was surprisingly adept at probing for systemic flaws. They knew about the fake tip, she said, leaning over his shoulder to point at a node on the screen. So the leak wasn't from Clara's side. It was from yours. They're monitoring you, not just the phone. He had already reached the same conclusion. The tip he'd planted had been a ghost, routed through 3 anonymous servers. For them to have intercepted it, they would have needed to be inside his system. He ran diagnostics, searching for a digital intruder, but found nothing. It was impossibly clean, unless they didn't intercept it at all. Beth murmured, more to herself than to him. Unless they were just waiting. They knew you would find the decoy. They knew you would try something. Ibrahim stopped typing. She was right. The confidence he had identified as a weakness was, in this instance, a weapon. They had not reacted to his move. They had anticipated it. They had built a trap with his own predictable ingenuity as the trigger. He had been playing checkers while they were playing chess. He leaned back, the leather of his chair creaking. They have a profiler, someone who understands patterns of thought, not just code. A practical man thinks a certain way, Beth said, echoing his own words back to him. They have your measure. The realization was a cold shock, but also a liberation. The game was not just about resources and information. It was about psychology, and that was a battlefield where he was not unarmed. He had Beth. Then we change the pattern, he said. We do something a practical man would never do. He stood and went to the closet, retrieving the coarse desert jacket. He put it on, the weight of it settling on his shoulders like a second skin. He then took a small, sharp knife from a drawer and slit the lining near the hem. He pulled out a single brittle piece of paper, yellowed with age, covered in a script that was not English. What is that? Beth asked. A name, Ibrahim said, and a location. The last resort of a man who thought he had no friends left. He didn't explain further. He picked up the burn phone. He didn't call Clara. He didn't hack a system or plant a false lid. He dialed a number from memory, a number he had sworn never to use. A voice answered after the first ring, deep and calm. I wondered if I would hear from you. I need a door opened, Ibrahim said. The old kind. No questions. There was a long silence. This cancels my debt. It does. The location, the voice asked. Ibrahim gave him the address of the rival faction's main office, the same one he had falsely targeted hours before. It will be done, the voice said, and the line went dead. Beth was watching him, her eyes wide. What was that? An introduction, Ibrahim said. We are not going to find the container. We are going to make them bring it to us. An hour later, his own phone buzzed with an alert from a police scanner app. A fire. Not a small one. A catastrophic, multi-alarm blaze at the rival faction's office. The news feeds began to light up with images of an inferno, a pillar of flame visible across the city. The burn phone rang. It was the gravel-voiced man, but the gravel was gone, replaced by a sharp, panicked edge. What have you done? I have introduced chaos into your orderly system, Ibrahim said calmly. Your records, your communications, your leverage, it's all ash. You have one asset left. The container, you will move it now to a location you think is secure. And I will be waiting. He ended the call and looked at the drone feed he had already pulled up. It was focused on a different, smaller storage facility on the far edge of the port, a place owned by a shell corporation he had linked to the silver-haired man's personal holdings. It was the kind of place a practical man would use as a true emergency bolt hole. He had not acted like a practical man. He had acted like an arsonist. He had burned the board itself. Beth stood beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder as they watched the screen. Together, they waited for the pieces to move. Story 7. The sound was a dry click, like a beetle scuttling across a pane of glass. Then it was gone, swallowed by the deep velvet silence of the old house. I held my breath, waiting for it to come again. It did, a little louder this time. A definitive snap from somewhere deep in the stone walls. It was the sound of a lock. Not locking, but unlocking. A tiny, precise mechanism yielding in the dark. I was in the library, a cavern of leather and dust, and the sound was not meant for me. It was a secret happening in the bones of the castle, a whisper of movement where there should have been none. That was my first night at Blackwater Keep. I had come at the invitation of Ishmael Vale, a man whose name was synonymous with reclusive genius, a physicist who had turned his back on the world to bury himself in this granite pile on the jagged Maine coast. The official reason was an article, a profile of the great man in his twilight years. The real reason, the one that prickled the back of my neck, was his daughter, Heaven. 3 weeks prior, she had been attacked in her bedroom. A room on the 3rd floor with a single door that was locked from the inside, the key still in the lock on her side. The local police, a lumbering, honest man named Chief Miller, and his 2 deputies, had scratched their heads and called it an impossible thing. They found no hidden passages, no trapdoors, no strings or pulleys. Just a girl, bleeding from a gash on her temple, and a room that no one could have entered or left. Ishmael Vale was a man carved from old wood and older sorrow. His handshake was dry and firm, his eyes the color of a winter sea, and they held a distance that felt less like arrogance and more like a profound, personal grief. He spoke of his work, of theoretical spaces and folded dimensions, with a passion that was both compelling and utterly alien. He did not want to speak of the attack. That is the first thing he told me over a dinner of boiled beef and potatoes in the vast, echoing dining hall. The silverware was heavy and cold. The portraits on the walls stared down with grim disapproval. "My daughter is recovering, Mr. Craig," he said, his voice a low rumble. "The police have concluded their fumblings. I would prefer you focus on my life's work. The past is a locked room and some doors are better left closed. But I am a journalist, and a locked room is the only thing that truly interests me. Logic is my religion, and the impossible is just a fact you haven't broken down into its component parts yet. I understand, Professor Vale. I'm just here for the story you want to tell." He looked at me then, a long, assessing look that seemed to strip away my skin and peer at the wiring beneath. "Are you now?" Later that night I heard the click, and I knew I was in a house of lies. A beautiful, terrible machine with secrets ticking in its walls. I met Haven Vale 2 days later. She was a ghost of a girl, pale and slender, moving through the gloomy corridors of the keep like a wisp of smoke. She wore a high-necked dress of dark blue wool, but it couldn't quite conceal the edge of a white bandage peeking out near her hairline. Her eyes were the same stormy gray as her father's, but where his were distant, hers were haunted. She had the look of someone who had seen the world tilt on its axis and had never quite managed to right it again. We walked the cliff path, the North Atlantic churning itself into a white fury 100 feet below. The salt spray stung our faces. "They don't believe me, you know," she said, her voice barely louder than the wind. "They think I imagined it, or that I did it to myself." "What do you think happened?" I asked. She stopped, clutching the railing of the path, her knuckles white. "I think a door opened in the wall. Not a real door. A slit in the world, and something came through. It was tall and thin, and it smelled of ozone and old metal. It didn't walk. It unfolded." She shuddered, a full-body tremor that seemed to originate deep within her bones. "It touched my head. It was so cold. Then everything went black. A door in the wall. A thing that unfolded. It was the stuff of fever dreams, not a police report. But the fear in her eyes was real. A raw animal terror that was contagious. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The local police were no help. Chief Miller was a decent man, a former fisherman with a face like a relief map of the coast. He met me at the small station in the village, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and damp wool. "Look, son," he said, rubbing his tired eyes. "I've been in that room. I've measured it, tapped every inch of the walls and floor. It's solid granite, 2 feet thick. The window is 30 feet from the ground. No ledge, no drain pipe. The door was locked. The key was in the lock. Miss Vale was alone. There's no other way to say it. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Chief. Just improbable. He gave a sour laugh. You sound like Ezra. Ezra was Ezra Croft, a private investigator from Boston the family had briefly hired before my arrival. He was a legend in certain circles, a man who had solved the Kensington jewel theft and the disappearance of the heiress of Beacon Hill. He was also, I soon discovered, a pompous ass. He arrived at the keep unannounced the next day, a bullet of a man in an expensive overcoat that was too thin for the coastal chill. He had a face that had been handsome once, before it settled into a permanent expression of smug superiority. "Craig," he said, shaking my hand with a grip meant to intimidate. "I heard Ishmael had brought in a scribbler. Don't worry, I'm not here to steal your thunder, just tying up a loose end for an old client." Ishmael was visibly uncomfortable with Ezra's presence. There was a history there, a tension that crackled in the air between them. Ezra ignored it, making himself at home in the library, helping himself to Ishmael's best brandy. "The girl's story is nonsense, of course," he told me, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. Psychological break. Trauma manifesting as a physical hallucination. The human mind is a fragile instrument. The real mystery is why someone would want to make it look like an impossible crime." Or he paused, his eyes glinting. "Why Ishmael is so keen to have the world believe ghosts in the walls." The household staff was small. Mrs. Danvers, the housekeeper, a woman so still and silent she seemed to be part of the furniture. Josh, the groundskeeper and handyman, a man in his late 20s, with a quiet competence and watchful eyes. He was the one who maintained the old castle, who knew its groans and sighs, its hidden plumbing and ancient wiring. He was always there, trimming a hedge, fixing a loose step, his presence as constant and unremarkable as the rain. It was Josh who found the second clue. I was in the garden, a walled-in patch of earth struggling against the salt wind, when he approached me. He held out his hand. On his palm lay a small, twisted piece of metal, no larger than a thumbnail. It was blackened, as if by heat. "Found this," he said, his voice a low, pleasant baritone. "In the grate of the fireplace in the great hall. Doesn't belong to any of the tools. Looks manufactured." I took it. It was cool to the touch, intricately machined. It looked like a part from a very precise, very delicate instrument. A part of a lock, perhaps, or something else. "When did you find it?" "This morning," he said, his gaze level. "After I heard the noises in the walls last night." I looked up sharply. "What noises?" "Same as you probably heard. Clicking. Like clockwork. Comes from the old servants' passages. Sealed up 50 years ago, they say." He gave a slight, knowing smile. "This house has more secrets than people, Mr. Craig. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark of my room, listening. The wind moaned around the turrets. The sea crashed. And then, beneath it all, the click. Not random now. A sequence. Pattern. 2 short, 1 long. A pause. Then 3 rapid. It was a code. A signal. I left my room and moved through the dark hallways. A ghost in a house of ghosts. The sound led me down, away from the living quarters, into the older, colder part of the keep. The air grew damp and heavy with the smell of wet stone and earth. I found myself in a narrow corridor I hadn't seen before, lined with empty wine racks. The clicking was louder here, emanating from behind a section of the wall. I ran my hands over the cold stone. It was seamless. I pressed. I pushed. Nothing. Then I saw it. A hairline crack, almost invisible, running vertically between 2 stones. I took out the twisted piece of metal Josh had given me. On a whim, I inserted its sharpest edge into the crack. There was a soft, deep thud, and a section of the wall, no wider than my shoulders, swung inward without a sound. A hidden door. Beyond was darkness, a narrow space that smelled of dust and ozone. The air was dead. I stepped inside, my heart hammering against my ribs. I flicked on my lighter. The flame danced, illuminating tight stone walls. A passage so narrow I had to turn sideways to move. It was a servant's passage, just as Josh had said. But it was not sealed. It was in use. I followed it, my back scraping against the rough stone. It twisted and turned, a secret vein running through the body of the castle. I counted my steps, mapping the route in my head. It ran behind the dining hall, behind the library. And then I realized with a jolt, it ran straight up. A tight, spiral staircase, carved into the thickness of the wall, led upward. I climbed, my breath coming in short gasps. The steps were worn smooth by generations of unseen feet. I climbed past the second floor, past the level of my own room. I was moving toward the third floor, toward Haven's room. The passage ended at another seamless wall. I extinguished my lighter and put my ear to the cold stone. I could hear breathing, slow, steady, sleeping breaths. I was in the wall of Haven Vale's bedroom. My fingers found the mechanism, a small recessed lever, cool and smooth. This was how it was done. This was the door in the wall. Not a slit in the world, but a masterfully concealed physical entrance. The clicking was the sound of it engaging, of the hidden lock sliding back. But why? And who? I heard a floorboard creak behind me, in the passage. I froze. I was not alone in the walls. A voice, a whisper that seemed to come from the stone itself, echoed in the narrow space. "You shouldn't be in here, Mr. Craig." It was Josh's voice. Calm. Certain. I turned slowly. He was standing a few feet away, blocking my retreat. In the faint light from a crack in the masonry, I could see he was holding something. A small, black rectangular object. It looked like a remote control. "It's not what you think," he said. His face was in shadow, but his voice held no malice. It was almost pitying. "You're looking for a villain, a man in the shadows. But the villain is the house itself. The secret is the machine." "What machine?" I asked, my own voice a dry rasp. "His life's work," Josh said, nodding toward the wall that separated us from Haven's room. "Ishmael's. He didn't retire. He built a resonator, a device to vibrate matter at a specific frequency, to make solid things less solid, to create temporary perceptual gaps, doors where there are no doors." The twisted piece of metal in my pocket felt suddenly heavy. A component, a part that had been stressed, overheated by forces it wasn't designed to handle. "He was testing it," Josh continued, his whisper hypnotic in the dark, "using these old passages as a conduit. But it's unstable. It has, side effects." That night, the resonance bled through. It created a temporary aperture in Haven's wall. Just for a few seconds. Long enough for her to see something. For the energy to lash out and strike her. "Nena, nanishifo." "And you?" I asked. "What is your part in this?" "I am the custodian," he said simply. "The technician. The one who keeps the great man's dangerous secret. The one who makes the clicks in the night." He held up the black device. "And the one who must ensure that secret is kept." He pressed a button. A low hum filled the passage. A vibration that started in my teeth and traveled down to my bones. The stone around me seemed to shimmer, to lose its substance. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone, exactly as Haven had described. The world was tilting. I lunged at him. It was not a thought, but an instinct. The hum intensified into a shriek. The stone wall to my right seemed to blur, and for a terrifying second, I saw through it into Haven's room, a ghostly image of her sleeping form. Then the world snapped back into focus with a concussive thud. Josh was gone. The passage was empty. I stumbled back the way I had come, my mind reeling. A machine. A scientific marvel that could bend perception, that could create temporary doors in solid matter. It was the answer. It was the truth that defied all logic. Ishmael Vale, the grieving genius, had accidentally attacked his own daughter with his monstrous creation. I burst out of the hidden door into the wine cellar and ran to find Ishmael. I found him in his study, a room lined with books and complex diagrams that looked more like alchemy than physics. I told him everything, breathless, the words tumbling out. I showed him the twisted metal. I told him about Josh, the passage, the resonator. Ishmael listened, his face a mask of stone. When I finished, he did not look surprised. He looked tired, infinitely tired. Josh is my son, he said, his voice hollow. My illegitimate son. He to me years ago, a brilliant mind in his own right, squandered. I took him in, gave him a purpose. He helps me with my work. Hanon, Betty, your work almost killed your daughter. I shouted. No, Ishmael said, looking at me with those ancient, sorrowful eyes. You have it backwards, Mr. Craig. Haven was never the victim of an accident. He opened a drawer in his desk and took out a small, leather-bound journal. He handed it to me. It was Haven's. Read it, he said. I opened it. The pages were filled with a looping feminine script, but the words were not those of a victim. They were plans, observations, calculations. The resonance frequency of granite, the optimal pulse duration for a sustainable aperture. Father's sentimentality is a weakness. Josh's loyalty is a tool. The attack must be convincing. My injury must be real. They must believe in the impossible, so they never look for the possible. My blood ran cold. I looked up at Ishmael. She built it, he whispered, the words full of a terrible paternal awe and horror. She improved upon my designs. She used Josh. She used my trust. She used her own flesh. She staged the attack to make me stop, to make me destroy the research. She thought it was too dangerous for the world. Or perhaps she just wanted to possess the secret entirely, to be the sole architect of a new reality. Josh wasn't protecting me from the world. He was trying to protect the world from her. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place, and the picture it formed was more monstrous than any ghost. The victim was the perpetrator. The locked room was not a prison, but a stage. The brilliant, bold young investigator had been outwitted, not by a hidden adversary, but by the very person he had sworn to protect. I heard a soft footfall at the door. Haven stood there, no longer a ghost, but a queen. The bandage was gone. Her eyes were clear, sharp, and held a terrifying light. In her hand, she held the same black device Josh had carried. You see, Mr. Craig, she said, her voice no longer a whisper, but a blade. You came looking for a mystery to solve. But some doors once opened should never be closed. Some truths are not meant to be known. She pressed a button. The hum returned, but this time it was inside my head. The room wavered. The bookshelves bled into the walls. The floor fell away into a dizzying kaleidoscope of color and sound. I saw Ishmael's face, a portrait of despair. I saw Haven standing at the center of the storm she had created, utterly calm. Then, nothing. I woke up on the cliff path. The sun was rising over the churning Atlantic. My head throbbed, and my mouth tasted of metal and salt. I had no memory of how I got there. The events in the study were a fractured dream, a series of vivid, impossible images. I stumbled back to Blackwater Keep. It was silent. The front door was unlocked. The house was empty. No Ishmael. No Haven. No Josh. No Mrs. Danvers. It was as if they had never existed. The study was bare, the books and diagrams gone. The hidden passage in the wine cellar was sealed shut, the mechanism fused into a solid lump of metal. Chief Miller found me there, wandering the empty halls. He said the Vales had left before dawn. A private car had come for them. They were gone, he said, and good riddance to the strange lot. Ezra Croft was there too, smirking. Told you it was a psychological break, Craig. Probably all in the girl's head. And now it's in yours. I said nothing. What could I say? I left Blackwater Keep that afternoon. The case was closed. The impossible mystery remained unsolved. But I had my answer. It was just an answer that no one would ever believe. An answer that had been erased from the world. Weeks later, a small package arrived at my apartment. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in a bed of cotton wool, was a single object. It was the twisted, blackened piece of metal I had found. The key that had unlocked everything, and nothing. I hold it now, turning it over and over in my hand. It is cool. It is real. And in its intricate, machined contours, I can still hear the faint, ghostly echo of a click in the dark. A door opening in a solid wall, and the terrible, beautiful silence that followed. The silence is the worst part. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence. It's the sound of a secret kept too well, of a truth so immense it has swallowed its own echo. I keep the metal piece on my desk, a paperweight for a case with no paperwork, a tombstone for a story that was never written. My editor called it a nervous breakdown. He suggested I take a leave of absence. Ezra Croft, I heard through the grapevine, had taken credit for resolving the disturbance at Blackwater Keep, his reputation burnished by my failure. He had the narrative everyone wanted: a troubled girl, a reclusive family, a clean disappearance. It was neat. It was sane. I am not sane. I spend my days in libraries now, not police stations. I cross-reference obscure scientific journals, searching for any mention of Ishmael Vale or his work on resonant frequencies. I find nothing but dead ends and a single faded article from 20 years ago about a brilliant physicist who left academia under a cloud of controversy, his peers dismissing his later theories as metaphysical engineering. I look for Josh, for any record of Ishmael's illegitimate son. There is no birth certificate, no school record, no digital footprint. He was a ghost, created to serve a purpose, and then erased. Mrs. Danvers, too, has vanished into the ether. They were all part of the apparatus, human components in Heaven's machine. And Heaven herself. I see her face in crowds sometimes, a flash of dark hair and stormy eyes that is always gone when I look again. It's my mind playing tricks, a symptom of the breakdown everyone believes I had. But I know what I saw. I felt the world dissolve. I saw the architecture of reality bend to her will. The package with the metal piece was a message. It was not a taunt. It was a confirmation. A courtesy from one keeper of an impossible truth to another. She was telling me that I had not dreamed it, that the choice to erase my specific memory of that final confrontation was a deliberate act of mercy. Or perhaps it was a warning to stop looking. I cannot stop. Last night I dreamt of the clicking. It was not the random sequence from the walls of Blackwater Keep. It was a precise, rhythmic pattern, a binary code tapped out against the window pane of my apartment. When I woke, the sound was gone, but the pattern was etched in my mind. I wrote it down. It translates to a set of geographical coordinates. They are not located in Scotland. They point to a remote, mountainous region in a country with loose extradition treaties and a history of strange, unsolved phenomena. A place where a new kind of door could be built, far from prying eyes. The case is not closed. It was only the first chapter. The veils did not disappear to hide. They moved their laboratory. They are still working, and heaven, for reasons I cannot fathom, has just sent me an invitation. I look at the coordinates, then at the twisted piece of metal on my desk. The hum is in my head again, a low, persistent vibration that is either madness or a resonance only I can hear. I am packing my bag. I am buying a plane ticket. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed, and I have just been handed the key to the next one. The plane descends through a blanket of thick, gray cloud, revealing a landscape of jagged peaks and deep, shadowed valleys. It is a place that seems to swallow sound and light. The coordinates led me to a small, dusty town that clings to the side of a mountain like a lichen, a single rutted road serving as its main street. The air is thin and cold, smelling of pine and dry earth. I take a room in a boarding house where the water runs brown and the proprietor speaks no English. I am far from the world I know. This is not a place for a private investigator from London. This is a place for people who want to be forgotten. For 3 days, I do nothing but watch. I hike the trails that snake up into the high passes, using binoculars to scan the impossible terrain. The coordinates are precise, leading to a sheer rock face high above the tree line, a place inaccessible by any visible path. It is a dead end, a blank wall. On the 4th day, as the sun dips behind the peaks, I see it. A flicker, a shimmer in the air at the base of the cliff, like heat haze on a summer road. But the air is freezing. I train my binoculars on the spot, my hands trembling. For a fraction of a second, the rock wall seems to waver, to become insubstantial, and through it I see not more rock, but a smooth, metallic surface, the color of brushed steel. Then it is solid granite again. My heart hammers against my ribs. The resonator. They are here. They have perfected it. They have created a permanent, stabilized doorway, hidden in plain sight on the side of a mountain. That night, under a canopy of impossibly bright stars, I make my way up the treacherous path. I have no plan, only a compulsion, a need to see, to know. The climb is brutal, the thin air burning my lungs. I reach the coordinates just before dawn, my body aching and my mind clear and sharp with fear. I stand before the rock wall. It is real. I can feel its cold, unyielding presence. I take the twisted piece of metal from my pocket. It feels warm now, almost alive. I press it against the stone, not knowing what I expect to happen. Nothing. The wind whistles through the crags. The sky begins to lighten to a deep, bruised purple. I have come all this way for another dead end. The despair is a physical weight. Then, a voice, calm and familiar, speaks from behind me. It's not a key, Mr. Craig. It's a tuning fork. I turn slowly. Josh is there, dressed in practical, rugged clothing. He looks older, harder, his watchful eyes holding a new kind of gravity. He holds no remote, no device. She knew you would come, he says. She calculated the probability at over 90%. You are a man who cannot abide an unanswered question. Where is she? I ask, my voice rough from the cold and the climb. Beyond, he says, nodding toward the wall. She calls it The aperture. A stable gateway. Her father's theory. Her execution. Ishmael. He couldn't take the final step. His conscience, his fear, it made him a liability. He is comfortable, cared for, but no longer involved. And you? Still the loyal custodian. A shadow crosses his face. The custodian of something much larger now. Something she doesn't fully control. The resonator doesn't just open doors and walls, Craig. It opens doors in the world, in the fabric of things. We've seen glimpses, other places, other skies. The implications stagger me. This was never just about creating secret rooms. It was about discovery on a scale that redefines humanity. Or perhaps it was about power. Why did she bring me here? I ask. Because you are a witness, a new voice says. A section of the rock wall dissolves. There is no hum, no shimmer. It simply ceases to be, revealing a well-lit corridor of polished metal. Heaven Vale stands in the doorway. She is dressed in a simple gray jumpsuit, her hair pulled back. She looks less like a vengeful spirit and more like a scientist, a general. Her eyes are the same, though. They still hold that terrifying, absolute light. The world needs a witness, she continues. But only one. A single credible voice to testify when the time is right. To explain the unexplainable when we choose to reveal it. You are stubborn, intelligent, and, most importantly, you have been prepared. You have felt the resonance. You know it is real. You used me, I say. From the beginning. I selected you, she corrects. Your reputation for following a thread, no matter how thin. I needed someone from the outside to validate the impossible at Blackwater, to create a credible record of the phenomenon before we disappeared. Your frustration, your search, it all adds to the authenticity of the narrative we will one day need. Yes, certain. She steps aside, gesturing for me to enter the corridor. You have a choice, Mr. Craig. You can turn around, go back to your life, and cling to your piece of metal as a souvenir of a mystery that will haunt you until you die. Or you can step through. You can see what lies beyond the next door. You can become the chronicler of the next stage of human history. I look at her. I look at Josh. I look at the impossible doorway, standing open in the heart of the mountain. I think of the clicking in the walls, the ghost in the machine, the way the world dissolved in Ishmael's study. I think of the silence that followed. I take a step forward, then another. I cross the threshold. The air changes. It is clean, filtered, and filled with a low, almost inaudible harmonic tone. The door behind me does not reappear. The rock wall is gone. There is only the smooth, curved corridor stretching away into the heart of the mountain. Eben walks beside me. The first door was the hardest, she says, her voice echoing slightly. The rest are waiting. I do not know if I am a prisoner, a guest, or a tool. I only know that the question that drove me across the world has been answered, and in its place, 1,000 more have opened. The case is not closed. It has become the world. The corridor ended not in a room, but in a vast, cavernous space that stole the breath from my lungs. It was not a natural cave. The walls, floor, and impossibly high ceiling were all the same polished, metallic alloy, reflecting a cool, sourceless light. In the center of this immense chamber stood a structure that defied easy description. It was a ring, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, composed of interlocking segments of the same metal, humming with a latent energy that I felt in the fillings of my teeth. It was a larger, infinitely more complex version of the technology that had created the doorway in the cliff. This is the aperture, Haven said, her voice small in the vastness. The prototype was a key for a single lock. This is a master key for the universe. Scattered around the base of the ring were workstations, monitors displaying streams of data that looked like the visual representation of a symphony. A handful of people in similar gray jumpsuits moved with quiet purpose, their focus absolute. They barely glanced in our direction. This was not the mad scientist's lair of fiction. It was a laboratory of terrifying efficiency and scale. Josh led me to a small Spartan living quarters carved into the wall of the cavern. "You'll stay here," he said, his tone not unkind, but final. "You can observe, you can ask questions, but you cannot interfere." "For how long?" I asked. "For as long as it takes," he replied, and left, the door sealing shut behind him with a soft hiss. There was no lock that I could see, but I knew I was as much a prisoner as a witness. My apartment, my life, my breakdown. It was all whirled away, a story I had left behind. Days bled into weeks. I was given access to the common areas and a limited view of the control room. I learned that the aperture was not yet stable enough for sustained travel. It could open a doorway, a rend, for only minutes at a time. And the destinations were unpredictable. They had seen frozen tundras under alien constellations, deserts of crystalline sand, and jungles with vegetation that pulsed with a faint internal light. They were mapping the probabilities, learning to tune the resonator to specific vibrational frequencies of reality. Haven was the undisputed architect of it all. She worked longer hours than anyone, her mind a relentless engine driving the project forward. Ishmael, I learned, was in a comfortable suite on a level above, his needs attended to by a quiet, automated system. He had asked to not be disturbed. The guilt of what his research had unleashed, and the fear of what his daughter was becoming, had broken him. One evening I found Haven alone in the observation gallery, a transparent alcove that looked out over the main chamber. The aperture was dormant, a silent, giant halo. "Why me, really?" I asked her. "You could have chosen a physicist, a philosopher, anyone. Why a disgraced private investigator?" She didn't look at me, her gaze fixed on the ring. "Philosophers debate what is possible. Physicists calculate what is probable. You find things. You look at the evidence everyone else ignores and you follow it to the truth. That is the only skill that matters here. We are not just opening doors, Mr. Craig. We are searching for something." "Searching for what?" "The source," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The original frequency. The hum that everything is built on. My father called it the God resonance. He believed it was a theoretical constant, a mathematical certainty. I believe it is a place we can go." The ambition of it was so colossal it was like a physical blow. She wasn't just exploring new worlds. She was trying to find the control room for existence itself. Weeks turned into a month. Then, during a routine energy calibration, it happened. An alarm blared, a shrill, piercing sound I had never heard before. On the main monitor, the data streams spiraled into chaos. The aperture, which was supposed to be in a standby state, began to glow with a sickly greenish light. The hum deepened into a guttural roar that shook the very floor. I ran to the control room. Heaven was there, her hands flying across a console, her face a mask of intense concentration. "It's a feedback loop," she shouted to Josh. "The containment field is destabilizing." Through the observation window, I saw the center of the ring tear open. But it wasn't a window to another world. It was a vortex, a raging storm of conflicting energies, pulling tools and equipment from the edges of the chamber into its maw. One of the technicians, too close to the event horizon, was yanked off his feet with a cry. I didn't think. It was the same instinct that had made me lunge at Josh in the passage at Blackwater Keep. I ran out of the control room into the main chamber. The wind was howling, pulling me toward the maelstrom. I grabbed a trailing cable, wrapping it around my arm, and lunged for the technician. catching his wrist just as his legs were swallowed by the shimmering void. The pull was immense. It felt like my arm was being torn from its socket. I could see into the vortex, and it was not empty. It was a screaming chaos of fragmented realities, a jumble of colors and shapes that made no sense and threatened to unmake my mind. I held on, my vision spotting, my muscles screaming in protest. Then, a new sound cut through the roar. A pure, clear, single note. Heaven was at her console, her hands on two large control rods, her entire body rigid with effort. She was not trying to close the aperture. She was fighting to control it, to impose order on the chaos. The greenish light flickered, and for a terrifying moment, the vortex seemed to pulse, to breathe. Then, with a sound like a universe sighing, it collapsed in on itself. The silence was instantaneous and absolute. The technician and I fell to the floor, gasping. The aperture was dark and silent once more. In the control room, Haven slowly removed her hands from the console. She turned, and her eyes met mine through the glass. There was no triumph in them, no relief, only a cold, hard recognition. The incident was not a failure. It was a data point. She had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had looked back, and she had not flinched. She had needed a witness to her locked room mystery in Scotland. Now, she needed a witness to this, to the cost, to the peril, to the absolute, terrifying scope of her ambition. I had come looking for a door to open. I had found a woman who was building a door to the foundation of everything. And I was the only one from the old world who knew she was swinging a hammer. My chronicle had begun. I just didn't know if it would end as a history of a new dawn or an epitaph for a species that opened one door too many. The technician was unharmed, but the look in his eyes was new. It was not gratitude for his rescue, but a hollow, shell-shocked terror. He had seen the unseeable, and a part of him had not returned. He was escorted away, and the others returned to their work with a grim, silent efficiency. The incident was already being analyzed, filed, and incorporated into the next set of protocols. There was no room for trauma here, only for progress. Heaven summoned me to her private study later that night. It was a small, stark room, its only luxury a large window that looked out onto the dormant aperture. She stood before it, a silhouette against the silent ring. "You acted against orders," she said, her back to me. "A man was going to die," I replied, my voice still raw. "His life is a variable in the equation. Your life, as the designated witness, is a constant. You risked a constant for a variable?" She turned, and her face was unreadable. "It was an illogical calculation. It's called being human," I said. "Humanity is the variable we are trying to solve for," she answered, her tone chillingly matter-of-fact. "But your intervention provided an unexpected data stream. Your physical proximity to the anomaly gave us biometric readings we could not have otherwise obtained. The resonance left a unique signature on your neural pathways. You are calibrating." The word hung in the air. I thought of the persistent hum in my head, the one I had attributed to stress or madness. It had changed after the incident, becoming clearer, more defined, almost like a note in a chord I could almost identify. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means the source recognizes you," she said. "Or rather, it recognizes the imprint the resonator has left on you. You are becoming a living part of the system, a tuning fork, just as Josh said." The realization was a cold dread seeping into my bones. I was not just a chronicler here to observe. I was being incorporated. My very biology was being rewritten by the technology, becoming a component in her machine. "The next activation is in 48 hours, Heaven continued, turning back to the window. "The calculations are complete. We believe we have isolated a frequency that is a 94% match for the theoretical God resonance. We will not be opening a door to another place. We will be opening a door to the underlying structure. The containment field, I asked, the image of the screaming vortex still vivid behind my eyes, will be reinforced. But the primary stabilizer will be you. She finally looked at me, and the absolute certainty in her eyes was more terrifying than any vortex. You will stand at the threshold. Your unique bioresonance will act as an anchor, a tether to this reality. You will keep the door from collapsing into chaos while we look inside. It was not a request. It was a statement of fact. I was no longer a guest or a prisoner. I was an instrument to be deployed. I returned to my quarters, the low hum in my skull now feeling like a cage. Josh was waiting for me outside my door. He held out a small metallic earpiece. "It will help you focus the signal," he said, "and it will allow us to monitor your vitals." I took it. "You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That day on the mountain, you weren't just bringing a witness. You were bringing back a part of the machine." Josh's expression was grim. "I follow the logic of the project. Her logic. It is impeccable." For the first time, I heard a flicker of something else in his voice. Not doubt, but a profound weariness. "Just remember to hold on, Craig, to whatever it is that makes you that illogical variable. It might be the only thing that keeps you here." He walked away, leaving me with the earpiece and the weight of what was to come. I looked at the twisted piece of metal on my desk, the one that had started it all. It was no longer a key or a message. It was a preview. In 48 hours, I would stand before the aperture not as an investigator, but as a component. I would let Heaven Veil use me to pry open the fabric of the universe and peek at the wiring. I had spent my life searching for the truth behind locked doors. Now I was to be the lockpick for the final door, and I had no idea if what was on the other side would be a revelation or a devouring light. The case was leading to its final terrible conclusion. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation and a strange, forced calm. I was subjected to a series of scans and tests, my body mapped and measured against the projected resonance frequency. The humming in my head became a constant companion, no longer an annoyance, but a presence. A second heartbeat, thrumming in sync with the dormant machine in the cavern. I practiced with the earpiece, learning to focus on the hum, to shape it from a noise into a single sustained note in my mind. The technicians treated me with a new, cautious deference. I was no longer just the witness. I was part of the apparatus. When the hour came, I was led to a marked circle on the floor, 20 feet from the aperture. The entire crew was at their stations, a tense silence broken only by the low power-up sequence of the ring. Heaven stood at the master console, her posture straight, her eyes fixed on the readouts. She did not look at me. Josh approached and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Just hold your note," he said quietly. "Like you practiced. Be the anchor, nothing more." Then he was gone, taking his position at a secondary station. The lights in the cavern dimmed, leaving the aperture as the only source of illumination. It began to glow, not with the sickly green of the accident, but with a pure, blinding white. The hum I had carried in my skull erupted outwards, filling the chamber. A physical pressure that made the air thick and heavy. The center of the ring did not tear open this time. It dissolved. Where there had been metal, there was now a window, but not to a landscape. It was a view into a searing white void, shot through with filaments of gold and silver that pulsed with impossible geometries. There was no up or down, no depth, only an overwhelming pattern of light and energy that was the source of the sound, the source of everything. The God resonance. It was the most beautiful and terrifying thing I had ever seen. It was creation and destruction woven into a single, simultaneous event. To look at it was to understand the insignificance of a single life, a single world, a single universe. Heaven's voice crackled over the comm in my earpiece, strained but exultant. "We have stable contact. The bioanchor is holding. Initiating probe." A sleek, sensor-laden device on a tether floated from our side into the void. The data on the monitors scrolled at an incomprehensible speed. I felt it then, a tugging not on my body, but on myself. The resonance was not just a sound I was hearing. It was a force that wanted to pull me apart and put me back together according to its own flawless, inhuman pattern. Holding my mental note became a desperate, agonizing act of will. I was a man trying to hold back the tide with a single thought. I focused on the feeling of the cool floor beneath my feet. I focused on the memory of rain on my face in another life. I focused on the illogical, irrational desire to live. The probe reached the center of the void. For a moment, the data stream crystallized into a pattern the computers could actually parse. A single, perfect equation. Of everything. And then the equation changed. It wasn't a fluctuation. It was a response. The filaments of light shifted, reconfiguring, turning from gold to a deep, inquisitive blue. The hum changed pitch, questioning, analyzing. The source was not a static thing. It was aware. Heaven saw it too. "It's interactive," she breathed, her voice a mixture of triumph and sudden dawning fear. The pull on me intensified exponentially. The aperture was no longer a window. It was a siphon, and I was the conduit. The light reached for me not as a physical tendril, but as a concept, an invitation to merge, to become part of the pattern. The note I was holding in my mind began to fray, to be rewritten by the vastly more complex song of the source. I felt my consciousness beginning to unravel at the edges. I saw Heaven's hand hover over the emergency shutdown, but she didn't press it. She was frozen, captivated by the intelligence in the light, by the scientific discovery of 1 billion lifetimes. "Josh," I gasped into the comm, my voice barely my own. I saw him look from Heaven's transfixed face to me, my body trembling on the platform. He saw the data stream spiraling towards incoherence as my anchor failed. He saw the choice, the ultimate knowledge or the illogical variable. He made his calculation. His hand slammed down on a console, overriding Heaven's station. The white light vanished. The aperture went dark with a final deafening clap of silence. The force holding me vanished and I collapsed. The hum in my head was gone, replaced by a ringing emptiness. I pushed myself up onto my elbows. Heaven was staring at Josh, her face a storm of betrayal and fury. The crew was motionless, stunned. Josh met her gaze, his own filled with a profound and final resignation. "We retrieved the probe," he said, his voice flat. "We have the initial data stream. That is enough. Some doors, Heaven, are not meant to be fully opened. They are only meant to be known." I looked at the dark, silent ring. We had knocked on the door of creation and something had knocked back. We had our answer. The universe was not a machine. It was a mind, and we had just learned that it was awake. My chronicle was over. The warning had begun. I lay on the cold floor for a long time, the silence, a physical weight. When I finally stood, my legs were weak, my mind a hollowed-out shell. The crew avoided my eyes as I was escorted from the chamber. I was no longer a component or a witness. I was a relic of an event they could not yet process. They put me in my quarters and left me alone. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. I did nothing but sit in the dark. The memory of that conscious light burned onto the back of my eyelids. The silence in my head was a new kind of madness. I missed the hum. It had been a connection, however terrifying. Now, there was only the void it had left behind. A soft chime broke the stillness. My door slid open without my command. Heaven stood there. The fury was gone from her face, replaced by a pale, stark exhaustion. She held a data slate. "He's gone," she said. Her voice was stripped of all its former certainty, thin and brittle. "Josh, he took her over and left the facility. He will not be coming back." I just looked at her. I had nothing to say. She stepped inside, the door closing behind her. "The data from the probe is incomplete. It is a key to a lock we cannot see. The equations are self-referential. They describe a consciousness that defines its own physics. My father was right, and he was wrong. It is a resonance, but it is a thinking one." She placed the slate on my desk. "Josh was right too. It is enough to know. The project is terminated. The aperture will be dismantled." The words should have brought relief. Instead, they brought a deeper, more profound dread. "And what happens to that knowledge, Heaven? You can't unknow it. Someone else will find your father's research. Someone else will build another ring." "No," she said, and for the first time I saw something like peace in her eyes. "I am going to my father. I am going to tell him what we found. Then I am going to erase it. Every byte of data, every schematic. This ends with us." She turned to leave. Her purpose now not to build, but to unmake. "What about me?" I asked. She paused at the door but did not turn back. "You are free to go. You can return to your life, your breakdown, your world." She finally glanced over her shoulder, and her gaze was distant, already looking past me. "But you will remember, won't you? You are the only one left. Besides me, who knows what it saw in us? You are the chronicle, the warning. What you do with that is your own equation now." Then she was gone. I was left alone with the silence and the slate. I picked it up. On the screen was a single looping, impossibly complex equation. It was beautiful. It was a mind, expressed in mathematics. I knew I should destroy it, as she would destroy the rest. But I was an investigator. I found things, and I had found the ultimate truth. I did not go back to my old life. There was nothing to go back to. I took a rover myself, following Josh's path out of the mountain and into the bleak, beautiful Scottish Highlands. I found a small, isolated cottage overlooking a lonely loch. I live there now. The Hun has not returned, but sometimes on the very edge of sleep I hear it. Not the manufactured tone of the machine, but a faint, questioning echo of the source. It is not calling me. It is simply aware that I am here. I look up at the stars at night, and I do not see points of light. I see neurons in a vast, sleeping brain. My chronicle was over. The warning had begun. But a warning is only useful if someone is there to sound it. So I wait. I watch the quiet world, and I listen. The quiet is the hardest part. The world goes about its business, unaware that its fundamental nature has been altered for at least one man. The postman complains about the rain. The woman at the shop talks of her son's football match. They are living in a world of surfaces, and I am the only one who knows the depths that lie beneath, the mind that dreams it all into being. I have become a locked room, and the mystery is everything I know. I thought Josh would find me. He never did. He is a ghost, better at disappearing than I could ever be. Perhaps he found his own quiet place. Or perhaps the weight of what he did, of betraying the one thing he believed in, to save a reality that might not appreciate it, was finally too heavy to carry. I keep the data slate in a locked drawer. I have never tried to access it again. Its presence is enough. It is a fact, a verdict. Some days, the urge to look at that beautiful, terrible equation is a physical ache. To see the structure of the thinking universe laid bare. But I'm afraid that if I look, it will look back. And this fragile piece I have built on the edge of the loch will dissolve into light. I tried to write it all down, to make a proper record as I once intended. But the words were inadequate. How do you describe the color of a thought that is not your own? How do you explain the sound of creation to someone who has only ever heard noise? I burned the pages. The warning is not in a document. It is in me. This morning, I was mending the fence where the sheep had pushed through. My hands were busy with wire and wood, a simple, good problem to solve. The wind came off the water, cold and clean. And then I heard it, not in my head but in the world. A vibration so low it was more a feeling than a sound, thrumming up from the ground through the soles of my boots. It was the same frequency as the aperture's stable tone. It lasted for 3 heartbeats, then was gone. I stood frozen, the pliers hanging from my numb fingers. It was not an echo. It was a signal, a ping. I looked out across the gray water, towards the distant hills that hid the entrance to the facility. Heaven said she would dismantle it all, erase everything. I believe she meant it. But you cannot erase a resonance. You can only stop listening for it. And something, somewhere, has just started listening again. This was never closed. It was only waiting. I go inside and open the locked drawer. I do not turn on the slate. I just rest my hand on its cool, smooth surface. The quiet is over. The chronicle must begin again.